Okay, hello everybody. I'm really hoping that you're able to hear me. Fingers crossed. It's showing my microphone as peaking kind of badly. So if you guys could just let me know if you can hear me and if it sounds like a lot, I can turn that down. I did tweak it a little bit for the book club and it was, I changed it quite a lot. So I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that it's not gonna be like super aggressive for you guys. But hello. We are already into March. I say this every single live stream. I don't understand where the time is going. Genuinely have no idea. I just know that every single live stream I go, oh my god, it's already February. Oh my god, it's already March. But yeah, it's crazy how fast things have gone. All of a sudden it feels like spring has properly sprung. The flowers are everywhere. We're seeing baby animals everywhere. It was 22 degrees here today. 22 degrees Celsius, not Fahrenheit, which is bonkers. That is like the middle of summer weather, and we had that in March. What's happening? I don't know what's happening, but I'm here for it because I'm all for the summer. I absolutely hate being cold. But anyway, chit chat is not necessarily what you're here for. This is the monthly Witchcraft Q&A where we talk all about witchcraft, paganism, spellwork and spirits and everything in between. And yeah, we can just have a good old natter about all things magical. And so I do have a Q&A tab. It should be in the chat section. At the very top, there should be a bar that you can click on and you can open up the Q&A tab where you can submit questions there. That just allows the chat to run a little bit more smoothly so that people aren't losing conversations that they're having and I'm not losing questions in the chat because we all know what happens. At least by the end of the stream, the Q&A tab and the chat are going to go mad and I'm not going to be able to see any of it anymore. So hopefully we can blast through as many of them as we can. I have my chalky milk. I'm not even joking. I am a full-grown adult and I am drinking chalky milk on a live stream. It's good. It's white chocolate and vanilla and it's so good. The one downside is I didn't think about where I was going to put said mug. It's just gonna have to go there. So, while we get onto the Q&A and we get onto the questions that have already been submitted, let me know where everybody's from. Let's have a look-see. We have Arkansas, we have Ohio, Nebraska, Argentina, Maryland, Nottingham, Connecticut, Slovakia, North Carolina, Netherlands, New Mexico, Roswell, New Mexico, very cool, Norway, Portugal, Maine, France, Connecticut, Finland, Atlanta, Germany, Northern California, New York, Dominican Republic. So many people from so many different places. Minnesota, Missouri, Scotland, Montana, Washington, Nottingham, Texas, North UK, Missouri, Edinburgh, Australia, New York City. So many people from so many places. Oh, Spain, so many places. Oh, I've just realized. This is going to annoy me all night, by the way. So if you slowly see my cowlick getting bigger and bigger and bigger, shh, no, you didn't. You saw nothing. You saw absolutely nothing. Why did I think it was a good idea to get a fringe when I knew I had a little thing here? Anyway, where have we got? Ireland, California, Melbourne, Sweden, Norfolk, Pennsylvania, South UK, so many people. Oh, Ireland, so many pieces. People from so many places. The fringe bangs are not new, actually. I think I've had them for like a year. I know, I cut them at 2 a.m. on Valentine's Day 2025. Why do I remember that? I don't know, but but they were never this short. I gave myself like micro bangs, like a micro fringe, and I actually really like it. I think it suits me a lot better than a fringe did. Oh, I'm gonna let you all in on a little secret, okay? It's not real. Not yet, okay? You know what I'm like, Phil, okay? You know what I'm like. I'm scared of making the wrong decision. So I was like, I really want to get it done. And everyone was like, are you sure you're not going to change your mind in 5 minutes? I'm like, no, I really want to get it done. And everyone was like, are you positive you're not going to change your mind in 5 minutes? I was like, okay, I'll test it. I'll do some tests where I wear it for like a month and I see if I like it by the end of that month. If I do still like it by the end of the month, then I'm going to assume it's not just like a temporary fad, and I do actually really want to keep it. So if you see it coming and going in videos, that's why. It's because I'm like testing it out with different styles and different clothes and stuff to make sure I actually like it. Because this is why I take so long to do everything, because I have to make sure that like I 100% want it and I won't change my mind. Unless it's my hair, in which case I will dye my hair or I will cut my fringe off at like 2 o'clock in the morning, and that's a totally normal life experience. Right, let's go to the Q&A tab. I'm going to go all the way to the top. Now, there's a question at the very, very top of the Q&A tab. I can't see what it is, so let's all see what it is together. Right. Oh, the answer to this is 100% yes. My favourite show of the entire year, the Nottingham Pagan Pride occult MBS show. Favourite of the year. Absolutely love it. I have like a big gazebo there. I'm bringing all of my new stock, everything. I haven't planned yet what books I'm getting and what decks I'm getting. That is, I have not thought that far ahead yet. But if it should all be on the website in a couple of weeks' time, if I can remember and I don't immediately forget, because it's me and I probably will. But yeah, definitely favourite show of the entire year. I absolutely love that event. Right, here we go. So I'm really struggling with spirit guide communication. Would love some advice. So spirit guides can kind of be tricky. Not because, how do I best describe this? We're already starting with one where I'm going to be giving you a whole bunch of analogies, no doubt. When it comes to spirit guides, it's kind of tricky for any individual to give like a definitive explanation as to the best way of communicating with them, because spirit guides will typically come through in whichever way either they have in the past or whichever way they think is going to be the best for you as an individual. And obviously that depends on loads and loads of different factors. If you've seen spirits previously as a child, they're likely going to attempt to come through in similar ways. And so in which case it might be worth looking back and seeing if you had any encounters, any experiences in the past that might give you some input as to how it's going to manifest in the present day. So that's one way of doing it. So if you were particularly sensitive to visual experiences, the same is going to occur. But if perhaps you were more inclined to do automatic writing naturally, or maybe you had incredibly vivid dreams, it's likely going to come through that way as an adult as well. Now, alternatively, it may well come through in whichever form you are working best in at that given moment. So it might be that it comes through in smells, it might be that it comes through in sounds, it might be that it comes through in dreams, in trance, and it's usually your particular skill that is likely to become the strongest. So it might be the strongest at the minute, but it might be what's going to become the strongest in the future. It also is going to depend on whether you are using like meditation, trance work, astral projection, divination tools. It's going to change how easily things come through. And usually they're going to attempt the easiest route. So think of it a little bit like a lightning strike. Same with all energy, is that it's going to try and find the easiest course. Hiccups. I should not have had chocolate milk right before this. It's going to find the easiest course to take to get you that information. So if, for instance, you are really wanting things to come through in dreams, but you're having really disturbed sleep and you're not able to dream efficiently, and then you're having to wake up really suddenly in the morning because your alarm is waking you up late, or maybe you're even missing your alarm, you're not going to have the opportunity to take on that information through dreams. So rather than going through that technique, they might be attempting to reach out in another way. So generally, I would say be open to lots of possibilities, and rather than expecting, say, a full interaction with a particular spirit, it's just about figuring out which area is most likely to be the course that it takes. So this is where I always say, keep a dream journal, keep notes of any sort of strange and unusual things that might happen, corner of the eye phenomena, lights, knocking, any kind of sounds, any strange smells that you're noticing, so that then you can sort of form a basis as to where your sensitivities might lie. You might not realize that you perhaps see corner of the eye phenomena more than the average person because you just sort of dismiss it in your day-to-day life and you don't really think twice about it. But once you start seeing it in a book sort of written down, you might start noticing, hang on a minute, I do see a lot of corner of the eye phenomena, or I do have a very particular smell that keeps coming through to me. It's about keeping track of the date, keeping track of the time. And then it's just about building up on those skills. You might notice that if you have certain experiences happening on the same day, at the same time, in the same location, then it might have meaning, and these things might be built on top of one another. And it might well be that if you, for instance, see things or hear things, that you can build up on what you're hearing. So if on one day you hear a certain noise and then the next day you hear a slightly different noise, when written down and described, it might start making a bigger picture. It's going to come through really small to start off with. Like it's never going to be, well, mostly it's never going to be like this massive conversation that is just had outright. For most people, it's little things that build up over time. And once you start noticing patterns, once you start noticing your particular sensitivities, then you may be able to look back and say, okay, well, I can sort of see what's aimed for here. So how about I go and I do a tarot reading about this? And you might find that even more information comes through in a tarot reading. Cards are flying out in a way that they never have. Or perhaps your interest in a particular card is being drawn in a way that you would not expect. So normally you would do, say, your readings in threes, but all of a sudden you're getting multiple cards coming out and it feels like you are being guided for that reading. That's likely the spirit guide coming through and sort of directing where that reading needs to go. So usually, it sounds awful for me to say it, but I had a life-changing spiritual experience. That's kind of rare. Like for a lot of people, the spiritual experience is something that builds and it grows over time. And it's something that takes a while for things to start coming through, especially if you're just starting out with spirit work. Let's have a look-see. Ooh, okay. So my answer to this one is going to be an entire video I've already done. And I know that that's probably kind of frustrating, but I have done a full video on this. So the question just closed on me. Been reading Psychic Witch and I'm failing the exercises. Tips for meditation and visualization. I can't get my mind to calm down. Could it be medication related or do I need to try harder? The answer to this is very likely to be both, but not in the way that you're necessarily expecting. So the reality of books like Psychic Witch is they do take a long time to work through the exercises. And it's probably a book that is really, really best suited for a beginner to sort of get the idea of what needs to be done and then to be using it alongside other books. I think if anybody, because I know some people are trying to do this just in the comments on a previous video I've done, are trying to work through the entire book in like totality before moving on to something else. And everything needs to be like really precise and really well done. It could take a very, very, very long time because the information in it and the workings in it are sort of muscle memory. So it's designed to be something that you work on and then ease back on and then work on again and ease back on. And it's going to strengthen those energetic muscles so that when you come to do it in spells and rituals, even if you aren't perfect at it, even if it's not something that you find the easiest, because you've done that exercise, you've done those workings, you can have a much better idea of how to get that energy flowing when it comes to doing active spell work and ritual. Now, when it comes to trying harder, it ties in with that of, as much as I would love to say that every single person is going to have a really easy time with meditation, it's just not realistic. There's so many reasons why people might struggle with meditation. Either the technique of meditation that they're using just isn't really working for them. It could be that their lifestyle just makes it really, really difficult. If you have small children or small animals, it can be kind of tricky to be in that sort of out of body state. Though technically it's not an out of body experience, but you are not fully paying attention to your surroundings. It can be really difficult if you are caring for people, if you do have small children, if you yourself just don't have the time to sit down, that can make it difficult too. It's tricky if you are struggling with things like ADHD, if you're struggling to focus and to not feel restless, that you can feel like you can't do it and that you need to sort of back out and that it just doesn't work for you. And so I think finding the technique for meditation is probably the best piece of meditation advice I can give, is rather than just trying harder, it's often just trying different things, seeing what works. A little bit of meditation is better than none at all. Struggling to achieve meditation but giving it a go is better than deciding that you're just never going to do it ever again. You know, it's about picking battles. You know, a little bit is better than nothing at all. And even if that is just, my favorite kind of meditation are walking meditations, because I don't like just sitting still, and also Cleo would never let me. Like, Cleo at the minute is, play with me, play with me, play with me, play with me, mum, 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 mum. That's Cleo. So for me, walking meditation is really the only way that I can do it. Now, with that being said, sometimes there are barriers in place that are not caused by a lack of effort, that are not caused by the incorrect technique. It might just be that you do struggle with a particular thing. Perhaps it's caused by the medication, perhaps it isn't. There are workarounds for it. So when it comes to visualization, it might be that you have aphantasia, which is where you just can't mentally picture things. And I find that a lot of people misunderstand visualization. Obviously, a lot of people do have aphantasia, which does limit their ability to do so. But a lot of people think that visualization is like seeing something in front of you as though it's there in front of you. And in reality, visualization is very much a sliding scale. For some people, it's very, very vivid and it's super clear as day. And for me, I just really sort of know that it's there. My visualization kind of fades in and out, but as long as I know it's there and I know what I'm picturing, even if I can't visually see it, it's not the end of the world if I can't actually see it as though I'm going to touch it. I find visualization also comes and goes. If you're particularly stressed, if you're particularly tired, visualization can be a lot harder than if you are particularly relaxed or if you are fully rested. It tends to fluctuate. So I wouldn't get too hung up on the meditation or the visualization. It's mostly just about being able to focus on a spell and ritual and being able to mentally imagine, so not necessarily either mentally picture, to be able to come up with an intention for that working, to be able to mentally focus on whatever it is you want to achieve. You can do this by drawing things, you can do this through visualization, you can do this through writing your intention as a petition, you can do this as writing things as just like wish papers, whatever works best for you. But it very much is a sliding spectrum. So I wouldn't necessarily count it as you just not working hard enough on something. A lot of the time, it's just that we have to find workarounds to make what we're reading about work for us. And Psychic Witch is also really, really, really intensive as a book. So don't beat yourself up if you can't get through it before you move on to something else. Because I blasted through that book because I've already done everything before. I could just sort of skim through things. I know what I need and I know what I don't need. Okie dokies. Oh, the video that I was talking about. Yes, I've done an entire video on making meditation easier. I'll see if I can find that that video. Let me see. Okay. I never know what any of my... Oh, it's actually called Making Meditation Easier. Okay, well that... I was going to say, I can never remember the name for any of my videos, and apparently I remembered it. So, yeah, don't beat yourself up too much with that because so many people struggle with meditation. Right, here we go. If you're working a spell for continuous money flow and abundance, should you refresh your efforts to keep that energy flowing? I use candles, oils, and herbs for money spells and workings. Yeah, you can totally keep that energy flowing with more workings. It ultimately just depends on what that working is meant to be for. So if that working is, say, for a certain date, then I would recommend going for like a big working, so a singular working with lots of energy behind it, that is going to then push things towards that singular date. So if it's, say, in like a week or 2 weeks' time or a month's time, go for a bigger amount of energy in a single intense working. But if it's for something more long-term, something that is a little bit more flexible, a little bit more free-flowing, like you're starting a business or you really want to improve your position at work. That's not something that's necessarily going to take weeks. That's something that's going to take months. Working on a regular basis is a much easier way of doing it because you're not having to raise half as much energy, and it's going to keep that intention moving forwards. So you set that intention once with, say, a candle, some oil, some herbs, you carry some crystals around with you. In a month's time, you repeat that working. And that also allows you to tweak things. So if as you're working towards, say, a successful launch of a physical store, you realize there are certain things that maybe need a little bit more energy than other things, the next time you do that working, you can then tweak it slightly. So you're constantly moving that energy forward into the direction that you're looking for. And you can do this with pretty much anything. It just depends on the kind of time frame that you are looking at. Or, for instance, if you're doing, say, like a cord cutting, I wouldn't necessarily repeat that cord cutting like 15 times. I'd say with that, you need one intensive bout of cord cutting and then let it go from that point. And unless something else gets triggered later on, you don't need to repeat that working. So obviously there's nuance with all of this, but especially prosperity style workings. Yeah, you can totally repeat those, and actually I would suggest repeating those. Or if you don't want to repeat them like on a regular basis, have something that is more longer term in nature. So have something like a spell bag, a poppet, a piece of jewelry, so that you can repeatedly carry that with you, so that you can have it around you. And that way you're not having to constantly think about redoing that working over and over and over again. Right. Let's have a look-see. Do you have any recommendations for novels? What are your favourite fiction books? Oh, okay, yes, I pulled a stack out. And I'll be honest, some of them are sequels, but I'm referring to like the entire book series. So, okay, are we ready? Let's move that here. I will give you a warning. Most of my books I would are either like young adult or adult. I wouldn't necessarily say if you're like 14, you should be reading any of these. But, well, some of them actually are fine. I recently finished this series. There is a third one on the way. So this is Phantasma and Enchantra. Where is it? Here. Look how pretty. They have sprayed edges. They're so cool. Okay, so cool. What I will say is this one is first, this Phantasma, and then this one is second. Of the two of them, this one is better, in my humble opinion. I prefer Ophelia to, I've already forgotten her name. She really annoyed me. But the book series as a whole and the idea behind the book series, I really liked. I think it's really interesting. You have necromancers in there, you have demons and devils and vampires and ghosts and spectres, and it's really cool. Really enjoyed. If you like sort of the fantasy, science fiction-y romance, this is good. If you can, Enchantra, you need to be able to deal with a female character where every time somebody's trying to help them, they go, no, I'm not doing that. And I'm sitting there reading it and I'm like, just take the advice. But we persevere. I am. So I spin. I can't help it. It's like, you give me a swivel chair and I'm gonna swivel on it. But thank you so much, Damie. Thank you. I really appreciate it. The other book that I'm reading at the minute is this one. This is Legends and Lattes. I've heard so much about this. I picked this up from a National Trust charity shop for £2. Great £2. Gotta say, fantastic £2. This is the most cottagecore-y, medievally monster book ever. So like, it's Dungeons and Dragons, but relating to a coffee shop. And it's just so cool going from being like essentially a killer for hire to opening a coffee shop. It is just so whimsical. It is so lighthearted. It is just a really chill, cozy fantasy book. I'm about halfway through-ish. Really, really enjoying it. They describe it as, I nearly spilled all of them. It's described as being fantasy without the high stakes. It's great if you just, if you're in like, you've just, what's it called? A book hangover. That's it. If you're in a book hangover and you just want something cute and lighthearted and easy to read, this book series, because I know there's multiple, there's Bookshops and Bone Dust is another one it says on the back. Cute. If we're talking other books that I really, really love, like really, really love, we have these ones. So this is the third of the series, but it's this series by Stephanie Garber. This is it's actually got a name. Let me have a look-see. This is number 3 in a 3-part series. So it's Once Upon a Broken Heart is the first one in this series. There's no adult content in these ones. This is just romance, fantasy, really, really cool, really cute. I read them all in a weekend. I read them all in a weekend. They were so good. I want to get the hardback versions. Really, really cute. Thoroughly recommend if you sort of want like a gentle toe dip into the sort of romantic fantasy. Like if you haven't read A Court of Thorns and Roses, maybe start with this because it's a little bit more of like a gentler way into it. Science romance. I need to do an entire video on this. I've literally just said at the end of the last video that I'm starting my personal channel again because I want to talk about books. I want to talk about books. I want to talk about music. I want to talk all this stuff that I can't really post on this channel. I might do just an entire video on my favorite books on that channel. Maybe. Ali Hazelwood is my favorite author of all time. And I know, but you have J.R.R. Tolkien and all of these amazing authors. Ali Hazelwood. Okay. I love science romance novels. You have Love on the Brain. You have Love Theoretically. You have like a whole bunch. I really enjoyed Love Theoretically. This one was, I love all of them, but this one's really, really, really good. Super sciencey, super cute. You can be a nerd and you can also enjoy a good bit of romance. Adorable, right? Win-win. And then the last one is this one. This is the second though, so I haven't read this one yet. The first one is called Tales of a Monstrous Heart, I believe, by Jennifer Delaney. So good. As soon as this one came out in a hardback, I had to get the matching hardback of the second book because it's amazing. So the first one is great. It is very like dark academia, fantasy romance. Really, really like this. Well, I liked the first one. I'm hoping I'm really, really gonna like this. But I couldn't find the original one. I moved all my books around. I can't find it, but the series is really, really good. Oh yeah, Ali Hazelwood, really interesting. A tangent, I know not everybody's going to care about this, but she originally started writing Kylo Ren and Rey fanfiction. And so when you read her first book, which is Love on the Brain, I think. No, I don't think that's the first one. Love Hypothesis. That's the first one, is Love Hypothesis. It's great. It is a Kylo Ren and Rey fanfiction. If you didn't notice it immediately just by the description of the characters, super cool. And all of the characters interlink between all of the books. So if you like Olive from the Love Hypothesis, then you can see her again. She like makes like pop-ups in different books, which I think is cool. So yeah, I will probably do like, I've tried posting like other content on this channel before and it never did very well. And also I don't like randomly throwing in like a book video that's like fiction, like romantic fiction. So I do have a second channel for that. I'll try to link it at the end of this that I'm going to start posting on because I want to post random things sometimes. Okay, I'm going to drink my chalky milk and let's see where we were. So that's the one I just did. This one. So any advice for researching and connecting with genus loci? Thank you. So when it comes to researching, it's gonna depend on sort of where you are. So genus loci is the Latin term for it. This is the term that's seen primarily in ceremonial magic. It's seen a lot in more sort of mainstream books on witchcraft. Whereas depending on where you are around the world, your land spirit is going to have a totally different name. So in England, they're known as land wights. So Wights. And they are the genus loci. Same idea, same basis, just different wording. And depending on where you are in the world, these spirits are going to have totally different names. And so I'd say to start off with, start with the terms genus loci, start with the terms land wight, and then see what you can get out of it. You might find that in your particular region, there are particular names that are used that represent this kind of being. So you might find that in your local area, there are spirits in folklore and mythology that sound a lot like land wights. And then it is about going into your local folklore, local mythology, picking up some books about ghosts and hauntings, and seeing if you find anything unusual. So the general rule of thumb that I have, and maybe I need to do a full video on sort of the difference between a spirit of the land and a land spirit, is that spirits that belong to the land itself. So these aren't earthbound spirits. So how do I feel like I'm going to have to go like way back in my explanations of this to make this make sense. So earthbound spirits are spirits that roam the physical plane. So they are spirits that have not passed over. They are fair folk that primarily reside or enjoy spending time here. These are usually lower fae rather than the courted fae. The higher fae tend to do their own thing. They're in the courts. They do their own stuff. But you often see a lot of brownies, a lot of pixies, a lot of knockers in mines and mining spirits. You see a lot of water spirits that are earthbound. They stay around here rather than being in a higher plane. And especially humans that have attached themselves onto a land. So this might be the land where they lived. This might be the land that they died. They are attached to the land, but they aren't the same as land wights or genus loci. That is if the energy of an environment were a spirit. So they are the energetic life force of a piece of land rather than being a spirit that is linked to the land. So they aren't an earthbound spirit. They are the spirit of the land itself. And so if you have, say, mining that is happening in an area, you might find that really strange activity starts happening. It's kind of like a haunting, but just on a whole next level, because you aren't interrupting a singular landbound spirit. Like, this isn't an earthbound spirit. This is the spirit of the land that is being destroyed. And so you often find that you get really, really strong reactions when there is deforestation, when there is destruction of the natural world in really any form. You'll often find that the land wights have a very strong negative, as you would expect, reaction to that. So they often are most noticeable from a negative perspective when something terrible has happened. But once you've looked into sort of the mythology, you might notice that certain events have occurred where you might recognize that as actually maybe this activity was something more than poltergeist. Maybe this activity was something more intensive there. And then you can go to your local area and you can be present in that space. You can reach out to the energy of the earth itself, the place around you, and see if you can pick up on anything, leaving some offerings along the way. You might find that you end up forming relationships and connections with spirits that aren't just the land wight. It might be that you pick up fae spirits or elementals or earthbound spirits that are also attracted to what you're doing as well, as a way of sort of forming deeper connections to them. But you'll often find that local folk traditions, they often have very specific figures that are worked with for certain workings. And when it comes to livestock and when it comes to crops in particular, you'll often find that there is a land spirit that is being worked with. It could be a land wight, it could be an elemental type spirit that is worked with when it comes to workings of the land. So things that are reliant upon the physical landscape. I suppose the difference though between an elemental and a land wight is that an elemental primarily has authority over the element upon which it belongs, whereas a land wight is the entirety of the environment that spirit encompasses. So it is the trees, and it is the water, and it is the earth, and it is everything that encompasses its environment rather than just a singular spirit. But that's what makes land wights so interesting, because they are worked with for so many things, because they have a lot of variety in what they can carry out. Okay, can I still do magic if I have PTSD or trauma, or should I wait until I've healed more? What steps would you recommend? So with this, immediately I'm going to say yes. You can do it with OCD, with anxiety, with PTSD, with trauma, with depression, with... I get a lot of the questions, and I don't want anybody to feel as though they have to be perfect. They have to, and I hate using this term because nobody is, under any circumstances, nobody is perfect. There is this approach to some aspects of magical craft, which is if you are not healed, if you are not perfect, if you are not fixed, you shouldn't be doing it. And I think that's just so isolating for so many people. And also, it doesn't encompass the life story of many people who've practiced witchcraft and magical arts throughout the centuries, whose lives were far less comfortable than a lot of people's lives are today, you know? So I think it's very much about taking things slow, doing things at your pace, working with things in the way that makes you feel most comfortable. You don't need to be diving into complex trance work or meditation, dream magic or astral work. If that's something that might bring things up, if you struggle, like I know a lot of people struggle with nightmares, if you struggle with nightmares, dream magic probably isn't something you want to be diving straight into. Neither is perhaps keeping a dream journal where you're going to be reliving those experiences in dreams. That might not be what everybody wants to be doing. So it's just about tailoring it to accommodate what you feel able to do at that given moment. If that is a little bit of candle magic here, a little bit of meditation there, totally fine. If you want to work with elementals, you can do that too. Like, it's very much a case of just finding a path in this in which you feel most comfortable. And if it gets a bit overwhelming, then you can take a step back. And if you want to try something that pushes you out of your comfort zone a little bit, give it a go. If you don't like it, totally fine to back off again. It's the thing that I will constantly have a problem with when it comes to shadow work. And I do this because a lot of people use shadow work to mean therapy, basically. And that is that there is this idea that you have to have dealt with all of your shadows, all of your demons, before you are able to perform successful magic. And I've even seen it written in books that you need to deal with your shadows before you can practice witchcraft. And it's not true. It's really not true. And so I really hope that anybody who is interested in witchcraft can find some aspect of it, some avenue that they can dive into without feeling as though they need to be fixed or perfect, because nobody is perfect at all. Nobody's ever perfect. Everybody always has things that are going to limit them. And yeah, exactly. It's shadow work isn't for everybody. And the fact that so many books that are being published now talk about shadow work as though it is a requirement for everybody and as though it's a great idea for everybody kind of scares me. It kind of scares me because it's not true. It's not true. Let's see, where am I? I am somewhere here. Okay. Do you think that spells from apps work? Ooh, if you are still on, I would love to know what kind of apps we're talking about here. Because different apps they're obviously going to have like a different basis to them. So if we're talking, say, things like, is it even still around? Amino, like the Amino apps, where they were apps where you could talk about you can talk about loads of different topics, and they had like the witches and pagans amino, and they had witchcraft why have I forgotten the word? My brain has gone to mush. Aminos, everything on them was written by real people. And so therefore it was sort of people's, did it shut down recently? Damn, I really liked Amino when it was like 2020, 2021. I was on there all of the time. What was I saying? Oh no, my brain is like a sieve. Yeah, if you're talking about apps where things are created by real people, then it is just a case of looking through the spell, seeing how realistic it is. Because whether something is created through AI or whether something is created by a person, that's going to change things as well. Ultimately, it's about looking at where the information is coming from, looking at the information, and then comparing the information to other reliable resources. So make sure that the wording is right. Make sure that the intention makes sense. Make sure that the ingredients make sense for the working that it's a part of. So just as, I suppose, I'm just going to pull random herbs and a random intention out of my head. If you're doing a love spell, and that love spell is calling for obsidian, and it's calling for nettle, and it's calling for birch, and none of that seems to really make sense for a love spell, and the context of that love spell just doesn't seem to make that much sense either. It's probably either been written by somebody who doesn't necessarily know what they're doing. It might be written from somebody of a different tradition that maybe their workings are different to what you would want to carry out, or it might be that that working has been written by a computer. And that it's not real in the first place. So I think it's just about figuring out the basis of the app, the website, the forum, the post, the Tumblr blog, whatever it is that you're looking at. If you find a spell, say, for instance, on Tumblr, and then you click the account that's made that working, and they post Vampire Diaries Bennett Witch spells on Tumblr, then you know that that's not going to be something that you can necessarily translate. You can probably draw inspiration from it, but you're not going to be able to do it word for word. Whereas if you can find the poster of that, and you can see that their account is full of witchcraft content and they offer reliable resources, then I think you're fairly going to be okay adapting those workings into your own magical practice. It's just about picking apart sort of where that working is coming from and seeing if you can find a source for it. Now, whether that is similar resources elsewhere, whether that is a particular book that is referenced, a particular YouTube video, an author, that kind of thing, it really depends. So this is sort of following on here. I really think any spell can work depending on how it's conducted, right? Like even if it's AI, please don't do this. It can still work if the emotion intention is there. Yes and no. So while I'm the first to say that intention is everything, because if you don't have a goal, what are you doing a working for? The things that you are incorporating and the way that you are doing it is going to have an influence on it. So for instance, if we're talking about, say, a love spell, because that's the example that I used earlier, if you have one spell that involves creating a pouch that contains ingredients that relate to romance magic, and then you have another spell where they're saying that you need to be writing their name on pieces of paper and then flushing them down the toilet, whilst they might both be described as being love spells, the method and the method and the ingredients that are used do have an influence over the energy that is taking part there. So if you are imagining your perfect person and you're writing their name on that paper, and then you're doing all of what it's saying, but thinking it's going to be from the perspective of love, you are attaching that person's image to the piece of paper that you are then going to remove from your life by flushing it away. So while I'm definitely the first one to say that intention is everything, I do think that there needs to be a little bit of alignment with the things that we're using and the way that we're using them. That doesn't mean that you have to do everything by the book, though. I mean, if you are working with plant spirits and a particular plant is saying, I would like to help you with this working, but they're a plant that you normally wouldn't expect to be included in that working, there's nothing wrong with using that plant because that plant is specifically calling out to you for that working. There must be a reason why it's calling out to you, whether it's a spirit, whether it's a deity, whether it's a spirit of the plant itself, whether it's an odd, obscure piece of folklore that you just haven't found yet that's coming through to you. It's likely got a place in that working. But if you're using, say, plants that are of a direct counterance to it, say, for instance, you're using plants that are rotting or plants that are actively used to remove things in a working that's designed to attract things, it can get a little bit tricky if you're not knowing why that particular plant is coming forwards. I don't know if that makes any sense. I'm hoping that it did, but intention is obviously incredibly important, but things need to align to get the best results. I think that's probably the best way of wording it. It's not that it can never work. It's just that if your intention, your ingredients, and your method are all in alignment, it's much, much easier to be able to manifest that working in the long run. Right. I've realised I put nails on again. I haven't had nails on for a month. I can't do anything. I can't type. I can't pick anything up. I am dropping things constantly. So if you see me like attempting to type and I have to like retype the same thing 15 times, now you know why. Right. Oh, it jumped. Oh no! Let's have a look, see, where am I? I'm somewhere over here. Oh, Alan, thank you so much. Sorry, I just saw you say that my hair looks nice. Thank you so much. I didn't notice that earlier. Right, what is the simplest way of getting a familiar? Ooh, okay. So, simplest way of getting a familiar. Well, I suppose none of them are really, really, really simple. The simplest way of getting a familiar is if a spirit is already reaching out to you to form that relationship and then you accept that relationship. I suppose that's the easiest way. But if we're starting from like rock bottom, nowhere, okay, then it is about putting the intention out there that you would like to work with a familiar spirit. And it may well be from that point onwards, you start getting dreams. It might be that when you do your trance work, things start coming through to you then. It might be that when you do astral travel or journeying, things start coming through that way. The simplest way to start it all off is to verbally set your intention that you would like a spirit familiar. Now, the difficulties that we then need to work around are that if you have protections around your home, the spirits that can enter that space might be none. It might be only very particular spirits like guides or ancestors. It might be spirits that only have your positive intention in mind. And depending on which kind of protection you have is going to limit the kinds of spirits that can experience and can hear what you're asking for and are able to be present in that space. I wouldn't, though, suggest dropping your protections because that can lead to other issues. Instead, we need to find a way of going temporarily beyond those protections whilst remaining physically protected. So 2 ways of doing this. You can go into the natural world with personal protections on, and then it's about, how would I even describe this? Then it's about going into that space, connecting with the energies around and sending that energy outwards, the tendrils of it, of I would like to work with a spirit familiar. May we work together in a relationship that benefits both of us. May we align on what we would like to achieve going forwards. And then sit and be present and pay attention to the things that are happening around you. See if you can see anything. See if you can experience anything. See if you get light phenomena, a particular sound, a particular smell, things that you're not necessarily expecting. Whatever you get, write it down in the book. as you leave, you're going to want to be putting out there that you are going to be returning at a certain point in time. And if there are any spirits that are considering forming that connection with you, this is when I will be back again. Now, I'm not expecting you to shout this from the rooftops in a woodland where other people might be able to hear you. It's more about that mental and energetic vibration that you need to be putting out there. When you then go back again, you're going to sit, you're going to greet them, you're going to see what comes through. Write it all down again. You might find that you naturally enter a trance-like or meditative state while you're there, in which case you can do more work through that. This might need to be repeated multiple times. It's not necessarily something that's going to work on one occasion. And a spirit might come forwards and you might do some tarot readings, you might do some pendulum readings with them. And you need to take time to build a connection. So you're going to need to be going back to that location on a semi-regular basis to make sure that you are forming that connection. You really know what you're getting into. The alternative way of doing this is to work through dreams, through trance, through journeying, or through astral work. This allows your physical body to be in a place of safety and security, while spiritually you are elsewhere. This allows you to then bypass the needing to go to an external location repeatedly. Instead, you are working more on the spiritual and astral planes. Same principle applies though. Send the energy out with your requests, see what comes back to you, come back at a different time, see what comes through to you then. And you may well find that there are certain spirits that come through that spend time with you and talk with you and engage with you. They might take on particular forms that really resonate with you. They might give you a name that you can work with. And once you sort of build up that connection and that relationship and you feel fairly comfortable working with them, then it's a case of sort of temporarily agreeing to work together to see how it goes. And it's about deciding at that point how you are going to engage with them. Do you want them in your personal space? I personally wouldn't suggest it to start off with. I would make sure that they are 100% right in this situation before you invite them into your physical space. Instead, I'd have an outside location or an astral location that you go to commune with them, to connect with them, to share information with them, etc. And that way you are not risking your protected environment on a spirit that perhaps you don't fully know yet. It's a little bit like forming friendships, right? You wouldn't necessarily invite somebody you only just met to stay in your home. You probably wouldn't even invite somebody that you've only known for a couple of months to stay with you in your home, especially not with your family and in your safe environment. But you probably would invite a really good friend of several years that you know and trust into your personal environment. Same kind of thing applies. So I don't want to say that it's necessarily easy, but it's probably the easiest method that is the safest to know exactly what you're dealing with, who you're dealing with, that kind of thing. It's one of those where there are quick ways of doing it, but quick doesn't necessarily mean safe or reliable. Oh yeah, I definitely should have mentioned this, or I just breezed past it, that I would never recommend anybody uses AI when gaining information about witchcraft or when attempting to do spellwork and ritual. This is related to the previous question. One, because terrible for the environment. Two, it's taking information from actual authors and actual publications for witchcraft without giving them any credit for it. And so you are essentially stealing other practitioners' hard work, and they are not being credited for it. They are not being reimbursed for it, nothing like that. So if nothing else, the damage to the magical community is really intense on top of everything else. So yeah, it's just something that I would avoid if you are learning. Go to authors, go to Tumblr posts, go to YouTube videos, hell, go to TikTok, learn from people. I think that's the best way of learning anyway, because you are then learning from other people's mistakes. You are learning through other people's trial and error. And in the process, they are being reimbursed for their time and their energy that is being put into writing books, making videos, even making TikToks. It's not a non-existent process. You know, it takes time for that to work and to edit. And learning from people, by far the most successful way of learning magical practice. Doesn't have to be people in person, can just be people like online and in books. Right. Right, where am I? Oh, thank you so much, Alan. I totally missed that. Thank you so much. Okay, where am I? Ooh, I haven't heard of this one, but I am really interested in it. So, days ago, I saw a book online called Disabled Witchcraft, 90 Rituals for Limited Spoon Practitioners. It seems aimed at a particular audience, but have you heard of it, read it, or know anybody who has? If anybody has read this book, let me know what you thought of it. I never remember names, I always remember pictures, so I'm just gonna go in here, if it will let me paste that. It won't. Let me see. Okay. Let's see if that comes. Here we go. Disabled Witchcraft, 90 Rituals for Limited Spoon Practitioners. It is by Candy Zeller. It's got really good ratings, 4.3 with 34 reviews. How many pages is it? 192 pages. I might have to check that out and see what it's like. It's by Candy Zeller. So Candy with a K and an I. Candy Zeller. So yeah, that would be very, very interesting to check out and see what it's like. Ooh, I might have to give that one a go. I hadn't heard of it. Haven't heard of it myself, but then there's so many books coming out. It's so hard. It's so hard to keep track of everything that's coming out. Oop, just while I'm here, thank you so much, Holly Drummond. I want to do a protection spell for me, my kids, and my husband. Any guidance? Oh, okay. I have lots of questions. You don't have to answer them in the chat, obviously, but are we talking on people or on the home? If we're talking people, I would typically recommend some form of tag lock or poppet. So poppets can include the tag locks, and I would recommend that they do include the tag locks, or you can use the tag locks separately. Essentially, you want to be taking something that represents the individual. An old piece of clothing, a pair of shoes, baby teeth, great for this. Hair clippings, nail clippings, that kind of thing. You want to be wrapping them together. You want to be keeping them sort of nice and concise, so everybody's is separate from one another, so that every individual person has their own little like bundle. You can bundle them together into a piece of cloth that is tied around the top. You can put a full name, date of birth, and if you can, like a little photograph inside as well. Close each one of them up. That's probably the easiest way of doing it, just because poppets take longer to make. These can then be charged with protective energy. You can put them in a box with protective crystals. You can cover them in black cloth, like use black cloth as the covering if you want for even a special, what am I trying to say? What word was that? Especially strong protective energy. And yeah, if that cloth belongs to them, even better as well. Like if the cloth wrapped around the tag locks is also a tag lock, even stronger. They then are placed somewhere safe, surrounded by protective items. So they are kept like under a bed or at the top of a wardrobe where you can take it down, you can charge it, you can put it on a windowsill during a full moon and then put it back up again if you do want to be doing it that way. It's a little bit more passive. If you want to be doing poppets, similar principle, you get the tag lock, you get a doll that represents that person. Tag lock goes inside of that doll. The doll is then named to represent each individual person. It is stuffed with filling as well. That's a really cool way of doing it. You zip them up, the dolls are then kept in a safe space. Even better if the doll can be made of material that belongs to the person, so like old clothes that are simply too small, t-shirts that have a bunch of holes in, boxers are fantastic for this. Like boxers and underwear. Obviously though, men's boxers tend to be easier because there's more material there. You can make a poppet out of things that have holes in but belong to that person. It's a great way of doing it. Keep them in a safe space. Again, top of a wardrobe, under a bed, somewhere secure. Charge them, keep them safe. If we're talking about a property, then it's about shields, wards. So you can use sigils for this. You can go around the edge of property to create sort of a larger sphere that is then recharged on a regular basis. You can do sigils on windowsills, door frames. You can put salt along the bottom of a door. You can put crystals over the top of a door or windowsill to offer additional protection there. They can also carry around protection things, but obviously that very much depends on everybody's age. You know, I wouldn't necessarily suggest a 4-year-old carry around a talisman because it's probably going to get put down somewhere. It's probably going to get lost. It might get broken, you know, that kind of thing. Just to accommodate based off what is required, you know. Your husband wearing a little crystal in a pocket that nobody can see, that's just sort of passive there, no problem. A small child doing that, probably not for the best. So it's just about sort of accommodating. I'd say that when we're talking generally though, it's good for the house, and it's good to have remote workings like the tag locks, like the poppets, just because it makes it so much simpler to not have to think about, right? They don't have to touch anything. They don't have to engage with anything. Instead, it's passive. It's sitting there and you're dealing with it. And you don't have to have that like confusion of, oh no, something's gotten lost or something's gotten missing. So I'm sure that many other people have great suggestions as well and all of that. But that's sort of like my default reactions. Oh, thank you so much, Ruth. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, but I mean, protection magic is one of my favorite classifications of magic, I suppose, just because I find it so diverse. Oh, what I will say, I'm seeing a lot of questions in the chat. If you do have any questions that are specifically for me rather than like specifically the chat, if you could put them in the Q&A tab, I'll see them in the Q&A so they don't then get kind of drowned out into the general chat. Right. What were your favourite childhood books? Ooh, I never used to read very much as a child. I liked the idea of reading, but I always really struggled with it, and later came to find out it was the dyslexia that was causing that. So I never really read that much as a child, but this is going to be the most obscure book known to mankind, okay? So when I was a kid, I had this book, and I'm pretty certain I got it at one of those like fairs. I don't know what they were called, but like the book fairs where you would come to school that day and there'd be like loads of shelves with books on it that weren't there the day before, just poof, like magic. They were just there. I know that I don't know what they're called. I think they're called something different in the UK as in America anyway. And I'm pretty certain that at one of those fairs, I got a double-sided book, and it was the coolest thing I'd ever seen in my entire life, right? It was one book on one side, and you flipped the book over, and it was another book on the other side. And I think that it was called The Green Mouse. Let me see if this is actually a book. Is this actual... Wait, is this actually a book, or did I just make it up? It wasn't the really old one though. It was a cute story about a green mouse. It was great, okay? It was fantastic, okay? And I have no memory of it other than going, oh my God, I understand why people love reading so much now. And yeah, that was really the first book that I fully remember sitting and reading. From that point onwards, I had a bookcase in my room that had like old books in it, and we had like Treasure Planet, we had 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea, I think, and we had Water Babies. I read Water Babies when I was about 8. I thought it was going to be about mermaids. Okay, I was 8. If anybody has read Water Babies, you will know it was not about mermaids. That has got to be one of the most depressing books I have ever read in my entire life. Okay, Water Babies is not a fun story. So I read weird things as a child. I went from not reading at all to this weird book about green mice, and then Water Babies. I need to reread Water Babies as an adult, actually. I want to know how bad it was. I want to know how weird it was, because it felt very weird when I was a child. Right. How often should I clean my altars and give offerings? So, this is very much going to depend on circumstances. So, the first circumstance is you have an active relationship with a spirit, with ancestors, or with deity. And in which case, it's very much going to be, it's going to be determined by your interactions with them. So even in that situation, I'm not going to be able to necessarily give you a time frame for that. Because if a deity is saying, I would like new offerings every week, then that's something that you would want to be accommodating. If a particular spirit says, I would like my entire altar cleaning every month, then that's something that you're going to want to be accommodating as well. So in that circumstance, it's about going off the lead of the spirits that you're working with. Generally speaking, it's going to depend on whether it is an active working space or whether it is a worship, like more like a shrine. So if it's a working environment, you're going to need to be cleansing and cleaning that space as you feel it's appropriate for the workings that you're doing. So if you are doing a prosperity spell and a good luck spell and a love spell in quick succession, you're not going to need to be doing any kind of cleansing necessarily between that if all of those workings are for you, or you're making sure all of that energy is efficiently cleansed. If, however, you are doing a banishing spell, a love spell, and then a curse in quick succession, you're probably going to want to be cleansing that space between those three so that you're not getting any sort of mix match of energy. Because otherwise you might find there's a bit too much crossover, and you might find that that curse starts influencing and infiltrating the love spell which you did, which might be influencing the banishing spell you did before that. Things can start getting a little bit messy. If it's, say, something like a Sabbath altar, a seasonal altar, I'd probably do it just between seasons. You don't need to go super intensive on it. Offerings, whatever you have initially started is what I would continue, especially if we're talking about fair folk. If you've been giving offerings every month, stick with every month. If you've been giving offerings every week, stick with every week. If you're struggling to do it, make that known and then ease it back a little bit. So it's every week and a half, and then it's every 2 weeks, but make it known that that's what you're doing. For ancestors, it's typically recommended to do it every week, usually on the same day. A lot of people do it on Sundays. It depends on the person. So it's just a little bit, it's a little bit nuanced depending on specifically who you're working with. Okay, I'm going to have a chalky milk break. Why did I just have an epiphany? I know another book that I read when I was a kid, and I accidentally stole it from the school library, and I'm so sorry, my old junior school. I did not intend to steal it from the library, okay? I really, really didn't. I have really, really bad, what's it called when you put something down and it just disappears. Whatever that is, okay? The Worst Witch. That series was incredible. And I remember I took it out from the school library, and then I just forgot that it existed. And object impermanence. That's it. If I'm wrapping presents, for instance, at Christmas, and I put the scissors on the floor, I no longer own scissors. Okay, it's bad. If I put something top shelf of the fridge, that doesn't exist anymore. I can't see up there unless I actively do that. Unless I do the Batman look up, I can't see the top of the fridge. Therefore, whatever I put at the top of the fridge isn't there. It doesn't exist. I found yogurt earlier. Yogurt. I bought really nice yogurt, and I put it at the top of my fridge and then forgot it existed, because if I can't see it, it does not exist. I did that with The Worst Witch, and it's an incredible book series. Absolutely incredible. I loved it as a child. It may well have influenced me more than I realised. I was about, how old would I have been? Like 6 or 7, something like that. Great series. That's actually a really, really cool question. So from the Faster said, Beekeeper here, any suggestions on spell work with my bees? Productivity? Protection? Ooh. I think you could probably do abundance workings as well. So productivity would be really good. Communication, I think they could be really good workings. Protection, obviously really good. But that kind of abundant energy, because of the honey, because of the wax, but also sweet workings. So workings that are designed to improve a situation. So whether that is to improve the way that you perceive a situation, or whether that is sort of to improve the way a situation appears to other people, to improve yourself for a job situation. Like, yeah, I think that workings that are designed to be sweetened up, improved, made sweeter by a situation would be really good for this as well. Oh, I've never really thought about this. This is really cool. Now, I use a lot of beeswax. I use beeswax to make our candles. And so often the natural beeswax candles we use for prosperity workings, because it's that golden colour of prosperity. The wax is also highly prosperous in nature anyway. Bees are typically associated with my brain just went faster than my words, sorry, with prosperity style magic. And so natural beeswax is commonly used for neutral workings because it is a natural colouring. Therefore it doesn't have any specific intentions added onto it because it is totally natural in that yellow form. But then also it has the additional prosperity associations on top as well. Ooh, I would love to know if after the stream is over, or hell, even during the stream, if anybody else who also keeps bees does anything special with their bees. Do you utilize the wax? Do you utilize the honey in your spells and rituals? Do you work with the spirit of the bee? Do you work with any particular energy? I would love to know. But thank you so much from the fast for that really interesting question. Oh, beeswax candles are so my favorite things. Of all of the candles that I ever use, the beeswax ones are always my favorite. Actually, okay, this is a side tangent. So when I was in Gibraltar, oh God, it would have been like 10 years ago now, there was this super cute little occult shop. It was down one of the side streets and it smelled amazing. And in the window, I know I've told this story before, because in the window, there was a set of, it's not holographic, isn't the word I'm after, but you know those images where you scratch your nail over them and they go, because they change. If you look at it one way, it's one image. If you look at it another, the image is changed. It's something different. Whatever that is, I saw a tarot deck in the window that was exactly like that. And we went in and we asked the gentleman there, you know, is the deck for sale? And they said, no, but we do readings. And this is one of the decks that we use for the readings. But he gave me the name of the deck. And as soon as I got home, I went online and I bought that deck, and it's still in my collection to this day. But one thing, lenticular, that's what it is, where it's like, I used to love doing that, scratching the material. And one thing I did get from in there was beeswax candles that were infused with real honey. I still have them in my collection. I have refused to use them because when I went back to Gibraltar a year later, the shop had vanished like it was never there. If anything, that was the most magical thing about all of this, because poof, shop is gone and nobody that we spoke to had any memory of that shop ever being there. So that was weird. I still have those candles in my collection because I never want to get rid of how they smell. There is no way of describing how incredible they smell. They basically glow from the inside out, just naturally. And they smell incredible. They smell so incredible. So I think this is for my next year. I need to be finding a way of recreating that myself, because I don't ever want to get rid of those candles, but I also desperately want to use those candles because that would be incredible. Like, it would be absolutely incredible. But yeah, weird. I went back and nobody seemed to have any idea the shop I was talking about. Now, whether that's just because it's me and my directional skills, let's say they are challenged at best. You turn me around in a place I've been 1,000 times and I will have no idea what direction to walk in. Everybody is driven up the wall by my total inability to describe where anything is. I don't do road names, I do vague descriptions. Oh, you know that shop that's like 5 minutes from that big tree? And then the big tree is like facing the direction of the sunset? Yeah, it's that place. And everybody looks at me and they're like, what are you talking about? So honestly, it may well have been that I just gave really terrible directions to the shop and that everybody actually knew what I was talking about, but they had no idea because I was giving them the wrong directions. It honestly wouldn't surprise me. Right, should I quit my 9 to 5? That entirely depends on whether you have the finances in order to sustain yourself if you do. I would never suggest anybody quit anything without backup plans. And that also includes content creation. I know a lot of people are like, oh, at what point do you quit your job? And honestly, only when you have enough of a backup plan that if everything goes tits up, you know you'll be okay. And I think that applies to basically everything in life. Unless the situation you are in is like really bad and it's unsafe, making sure you always have backup plans is always the best port of call. If only GPS talked like that. Honestly, I would have such an easier time. Like, I really struggle with GPS. I struggle with it in games. Oh, I struggle with it so bad in games. I'm like, where do we go? Like, where are you? I can't find you. And they're like standing like 5 feet away from me. I'm terrible at it. And nobody in my life should ever try and give me directions anymore because it's never gonna work. Right, I thought that when I started driving, it would get better. I thought like, oh, the reason that I'm so bad with directions, I'm really bad with like place names, I'm really bad with road names. I thought, oh, well, it's because I don't drive. And therefore, when I start driving, I would learn place name. No. Still can't find where I'm going. I got lost earlier just trying to get home on a road I've driven on hundreds of times before. I don't even know how I manage it. Right, let's have a look-see. Ooh, okay. How can you start communicating or make contact with the spirits in your home, like brownies, or find out if there are any in your home? Okay, so when it comes to house spirits, it's very much a case of just being aware of your environment. You're going to want to start off with a baseline. So to start with, I wouldn't suggest you do anything. Don't change anything. Don't do anything differently, except to pay attention to what's going on. So spend some time without anything on. No TV, no music, no nothing. Just sit and listen and pay attention to your surroundings. See what noise happens, see if you get any corner of the eye phenomena, the same as if you're connecting with land spirits, etc. You're basically finding an energetic foundation for your environment. So you can do some energy sensing, push things out, pull it back in again, see what you get. Just do this for several weeks. I know, I did just say weeks, and that is going to take a while, but it will be worthwhile in the end, because this is building up that control. This is what you're experiencing beforehand. Now, document everything down. Every day, document anything that you see, anything that you hear. Try being quiet at certain times of the day, sometimes in the morning. Maybe you come home from lunch one day. Maybe you're up really, really late and you can't sleep and it's 2 o'clock in the morning. Just spend half an hour just acknowledging, paying attention, focusing on different things. Write it all down. Once you've done all this, one of two things is going to happen. Either you're going to look at this and you're going to go, yeah, nothing happened. Or you're going to look at this and you're going to go, oh, actually, that's kind of interesting. I noticed that at this time of day, I experienced this. And on days when I did that, this happened. And you might want to notice things that are a little bit unusual. So if when you tidied the house, you noticed that you had something strange happening, then start noting when you clean the house to see if there's a correlation between the two. Because you may well find that you doing something causes a reaction, or you not doing something also causes a reaction, and you might immediately be able to see this in your notes as you're taking them. General easy signs to know if you have a spirit in your house, like a house spirit, like a brownie, is that you're going to notice things moving. You're going to notice that events also will trigger a change. So how would I even describe this in a really concise way? So you clean the house and all of a sudden something that you were missing comes back to you again and you have no idea how you didn't see it before. Or you skip the house cleaning and you go and do something else instead and you come back and something has gone missing. It's classic brownie behavior because they really like order. They really like consistency. If you clean the house at the same time every Wednesday, and then one day you just don't clean the house on a Wednesday, that's going to throw them off a little bit, and they're going to make that known to you. If you have lost something, and you've sort of just frustratedly been like, oh, where on earth have I put that? And then the next day it appears in the most obvious place known to mankind, and you have no idea how you missed this, that may well be a sign that there's something going on here. Corner of the eye phenomena, especially quite low to the ground. Sweet smells, like a sugary sweet smell, tends to be related to fair folk, which brownies are a part of. And so that tends to be part of the course with brownies, is you get quite a nice sweet smell. If you have had something in the house, at that point, it's a case of reaching out. It's about making your connection or your desire for a connection known. So it could be a case of, on a day where you think they're particularly active, or if they've returned something to you, giving them some sort of thanks in return. Now, I know that a lot of people are going to be like, you never say thank you to fair folk. It is an individual basis. I do just want you to bear that in mind. Like, not all fair folk are going to have a negative reaction to that. But give them something in return. A little teacup, not even teacup, thimble is what I was after. Like a little thimble of milk to start off with. It doesn't have to be very much, just a little bit. Give it as an offering the next day, take it away, remove it, wash it, all that kind of stuff. Repeatedly go through this every time something returns so that you're building that connection. If this is returned to me, then you get something in return because I'm appreciative on what you are doing. And it makes it a repeated thing. So it's not as though you are not paying them in advance. You are appreciating what they do if they do it. So you can start with that. But really the easiest thing to start with before anything else is just saying good morning, good night, letting them know when you're home, letting them know when you're leaving, just verbalizing that to build that connection. When it comes to attracting house spirits, it's a little bit trickier. If you already live in an old home, it's quite likely that there were once house spirits there to start off with. So in which case, then it is about reinstating that environment. So what has probably happened in that circumstance is that there have been people living there that did not honour the house spirits, did not respect them, spoke quite negatively towards them, and so they decided to leave. So to make that space more attractive to the house spirits to come back again, you're going to want to make an energetically pleasing environment, and you're going to want to be very appreciative. You're going to want to be very, very respectful in that space to make sure that they feel comfortable coming back into that environment again. If you live in quite a new place or a place that isn't likely to have had any kind of house spirits, this is where we can get super high energy. So protect your environment, okay? Allow spirits that have your best intentions or neutral intentions in heart to come through those protections. So you're looking at a fairly loose protection. You don't want something that's too intensive. And then you're going to want to massively raise the energy in that environment. Lots of grounding, call upon that energy. You can do lots of dancing. You can do lots of workings that are designed to add large amounts of energy into that space because they can attract in spirits. The idea of that light in the dark is what we're going to want to be achieving here. So we're going to want to light up that space with loads and loads and loads of energy. You have protections that are going to keep out things that you don't want, for the most part. It's going to attract in a variety of different spirits. But the way to keep around the ones that you really like are to leave out offerings that are connected with the fae. Bread, butter, milk, things that are typically associated with offerings for the fair folk, leave them out. Once you feel as though you have the spirits that you're really after in that environment, then you can start forming connections with them and you can lower the amount of energy in that space. You don't need it to stay kind of crazy, crazy high. You can lower it again. This is the hardest one of all of them, though, is attracting a brownie into an environment where they don't know, because it's going to take a lot of time, a lot of patience, and a lot of confidence from that particular spirit as well to enter into that environment. And they're all things that need to be taken into consideration. Now, obviously with that, though, we're talking about house spirits in relation to brownies. There's also a spirit of the house. So they're also considered a house spirit, just in a different way. They are the spirit of the place rather than, say, an external spirit that is entering that environment. Oh my goodness, that is fantastic. Sorry, just sounds like for spirits. Honestly, yeah. Give them a nice sweet treat and a lot of energy, and you are golden. I like that. Just here, spirit, spirit, spirit. Here, spirit, spirit, spirit. I'm gonna start using that. I use that for everything. If I lose anything, I'm like, Bookie, book, where are you? I need to do that with, I have to do that with spirits now. That is fantastic. Right, I want to try automatic writing, but I don't know how to start. And how can I tell if I'm doing it right or just doodling? Okay, so immediately, I'm going to tell you the white elephant. Well, I suppose it's technically a pink elephant, isn't it? Don't they say pink elephant? Don't think of the pink elephant and you immediately think of the pink elephant, okay? Don't think about whether it's doodling or whether it's not. Try as best as you can to not pay attention to what the cause is at that given moment, because it's then going to hinder. It's basically going to snap you out of the trance state that you're in, because you're focusing so hard on whether or not what you're doing is doodles or not, that you've lost that trance state that you really need to be in. So automatic writing, it's really useful if we're starting in a loose trance. So we're not talking like super duper intensive. We're talking low ambient sounds. We're talking a slightly darkened room, just so that we're not super hyper aware of everything around us. So nothing with lyrics, nothing with like a super catchy beat where we're like this. We want something that's very neutral. So drum beats are really good for this because it's just like a rhythmic thing. It's ambient noise that's blocking out other noises, but it's not so easy to focus on that we struggle to pay attention. So just this like gentle drumming. You can go rain sounds, you can go running water, you can go crackling fire, whatever we feel like. Ambient lighting, and you're just going to want to zone out. If you've ever done scrying, same principle. You just sort of lose focus. You're like not, I'm trying to do it on the camera, but problem is all the lights are making me focus on things. You're trying to zone out of that space. So you're not really paying attention to anything. And you're just going to want to just start doodling, right? This is just like a really good tester, because depending on how comfortable you feel working with spirits, calling upon them, it's one where you have to get used to the motion of it, right? It can feel really weird not looking at the paper. So just some practice rounds, just practice entering into this like light trance where you're not super focused on the world around you, but you are not like up here. You are not astrally, you are not out of body. You're just sort of taking a step back. You're not fully present. And it takes a while to get used to not running off the edge of the paper. And so you might find that to start with, you end up like turning your wrist too far and like going off the top of the paper because you're not really paying attention to the paper. The paper is to one side of you. I would recommend having a big notebook. I'm talking like A4, probably bigger if you can get hold of anything bigger. You don't want something that's really little, because something like this, you're just immediately going to run out of space. We just want to practice just doing it with our eyes closed, doing it whilst not focusing on it. And then when we're ready to really get started, once you've sort of had some practice getting into that altered state, we can call upon guides, we can call upon ancestors, we can call upon spirit, familiars. You can call upon the spirit of a place if you feel comfortable. I would say leave that one till later though. Because what we need to do, we need to get the hang of allowing that spirit to influence us. We are not allowing them to take over. So this isn't a possession. This is a bit like using a pendulum. So when we're using a pendulum, you can either be working with micro movements. So these are the little movements that you are doing that you don't realize you're doing. They're based on your subconscious, the little flinches, the little jumps and movements. Or you can work with a spirit, and they are influencing that movement, that sway, with what they want you to give as the answer. Same applies, automatic writing. You are allowing a spirit to influence your arm, your pen, your writing ability temporarily. So I would recommend start with personal spirits, guides, ancestors, familiars, something that you really feel comfortable being around. And guides and ancestors tend to be pretty good, especially ones that you are on a really good terms with. I wouldn't necessarily go with an ancestor that you like don't really know that well, but somebody that you're on good terms with. If you don't have any of those, then just go with guides to start off with. And you're going to want to be just start by moving that pen. You can just start by doing random shapes, whatever you fancy. And then you can start seeing if words start being written. But to start with, you don't want to be paying attention to it. Just let your hand do what your hand wants to do. If it feels drawn to go over here, then send it over there. If it feels drawn to come over here, then send it over there. And just set a timer on that session. 15, 20 minutes tends to be pretty okay. And just let it run. If you run out of paper, reach over, turn that page over and just keep going and see what comes through. When you're done with that session, when that time limit is up, you thank the spirit for its assistance. You allow them to move on. You might want to ground yourself first, stamp your feet, eat some chocolate, eat something, move a bit, do whatever you need to re-ground yourself once you've been in that like trancey state. And then just look through what you've got. You might find that there's certain doodles that happen over and over and over again. You might find that you've accidentally written a word several times over that you didn't even notice you were writing. Those things can then be transferred into another book, or you can just date the thing that you're doing and then come back to it again the next time. Now, as this goes on, automatic writing can kind of take you in two different ways. And some people wouldn't consider one of these versions to be automatic writing. I would, but that's because my definition is a little bit more loosey-goosey, so feel free to take everything I say at face value. Okay, this applies to everything. So one way that people can do automatic writing that feels a little more free and a little more comfortable to them, technically people wouldn't always classify this as automatic writing. You enter into that trance-like state, you allow spirits to come forwards, and if you are struggling to do the writing bit, let them influence your thoughts. Let them influence what is coming to you. Is it a particular colour? Is it an image that is coming through to you? Is it a particular sound that they are giving you? If this physical medium is something that you really struggle with, use the physical medium as simply a way of documenting what you are experiencing in a trance-like state. The information you are being given is not coming from you, it is coming from other sources. It's just you are the one that is writing it down on paper because that is easier for you in that moment. Technically not automatic writing, but basically uses the same principle. It's just not the spirit doing the writing for you, it's instead you being given the information that you are then documenting down. So if you're after information from a particular guide or a particular ancestor, if you are very proficient at hearing things or seeing things or knowing things, smelling things, things might be coming through to you in a way that is more accessible to you if it's not coming through the writing pad and it's coming directly to you and then you are documenting it down. So that is one option. The other way is that the spirit is controlling your hand. And this is something that does take a lot of time. I know somebody who is so proficient at automatic writing. She just writes page after page after page after page after page. It is just her default style of communication. And she just finds it so interesting. She's published books. I'll have to see if I can find some of the books that she's published she's just published books of these writings that have come through to her, like basically raw as they've come through. She's taken it and she's self-published them for people who sort of want to see like what comes through. And I think some people are far more gifted at it than other people. I mean, I think it was Joe earlier, if I can find it, said, if you struggle with it, try doing your non-dominant hand. And that's actually kind of a really great way of doing it, because if you're one of those people where you sort of predict what the next movement is going to be, so say you did like a B and an L, and you recognize, oh, that felt like a B and that felt like an L, you might then automatically be inclined to do a U and an E and finish off the word that you're assuming that it is. If you're using your non-dominant hand, it's a lot harder for you to sort of predict and then continue that word manually. So you might find that it's just a little bit easier if you do find that your conscious mind keeps taking over. I think I went off on that for a really long time, but I hope that that was that was at least somewhat useful. Oh, Mickey and the Mist, thank you so much. I always enjoy seeing the community supporting each other during the Q&As each month. So do I. I really love I love how people have like their own conversations in the chat and answer each other questions and like add extra things in that I just didn't think of at the time, or perhaps never thought of. I always think that's really interesting because it adds so much more to the conversation than I ever could or any one person could. I always think it's so cool. Right, Chucky milk break. I'm trying to drink this before it goes warm. Right, let's have a look-see. Oh, hi Hearth, any plans for making more classic cleanse spray? I really miss using it. Yes. Okay, so there's a reason for this, and this is the stupidest reason known to mankind, okay? Are we ready for this stupid reason? Every time we came to an event, I would forget to have ordered the bottles. I genuinely, that's the only reason why we haven't is it would be like, oh, I need to order the bottles. Oh, I need to order the bottles. Oh, I need to order the bottles. Shit, the event is tomorrow. Rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. So, this time I'm getting better bottles and I am doing not only the classic cleanse spray, I'm restocking all of the sprays that I really liked, and I'm wanting to add even more to the collection. That's the plan anyway. So at least the classic cleanse and the springtime cleanse will be coming back again. I'm gonna try and do the grounding spray again because I really liked that one. And then the moon phase sprays I want to be doing again. But this time I'm actually going to get the spray bottles. I'm terrible at this. My memory is like a sieve. Like, so bad. So yes, the classic cleanse spray will be coming back. I forgot to mark the question. There we go. The classic cleanse spray will be coming back. Wait, is it not on the website? Hang on. Did I forget to put it on the website? Honestly, that sounds about right, doesn't it? That sounds totally about right if I totally didn't put it back on the website again. I didn't put it back on the website. I'm an idiot. Okay. It's because we don't have any, but normally I'd at least keep the listing up. Okay, yeah, I can totally do that. It's just me being daft. Okay, let's have a look-see. Oh, I actually don't know what this is. So I'm going to assume that it is just a term that I am not proficient in, that I'm not heard of. So if anybody can give some information in the chat, that would be amazing. Can you speak on shadow work totems, please? I'm not sure if that's the correct term. I'm not sure what is being referred to here, but if anybody in the chat is like, I know exactly what they're talking about here, I can help, that would be absolutely fantastic. See, I always do blends. I do blends of sprays, using my favorite herbs in different ones. I love doing the sprays. It's great. You need to hire an admin assistant. Honestly, I probably do, but I wouldn't be able to afford to pay them. So I'm just the admin, but I'm the worst admin known to mankind. I will read something and then I'll be like, oh, I need to do that. And then a month later, my mum will be like, so did you remember to do that? And I'm like, shit. I'll do it later. And then later will come and my mum will be like, so did you remember to do that thing? No, damn it. I feel like I need like a pager or something on me at all times where people can be like, yeah, do this now. And I know what you're going to say. You're going to say, well, do your phone, but my notifications are broken on my phone, so I can't even use my phone for that. So yeah, I just need to be better organized than I am, but I've always been a ridiculously disorganized chaos goblin, always. Okay, What are your thoughts on transmutation wards? Do you have any advice on how to create wards that transmute negative energy into something to use for another purpose? Oh, okay. So, okay. Sorry, this is a really exciting topic. I just turned into a nerd for a second. Sorry. Oh, calm down. Okay. So, we're talking about something, so specifically a ward being a barrier that upon crossing is going to be changing energy from one form to another. So, I suppose there's a couple of ways that you would, I suppose maybe there's one way that I would distinctly say is very useful for this. So you have a ward. Wards are usually sealed with physical objects to keep them long lasting. You can do a temporary ward, but I would typically recommend using a physical object to ground that ward, to have something physical that you can be working with that is the boundary point, right? So create a ward, right, that is designed to draw in unwanted excess energies. So it's fine if somebody's negative energy is kept within themselves, right? Because that's their business and not yours. It is a problem if their negative energy is oozing out, it's sticky, it's getting on everything, and when they leave, you're like, oh, now I have to clean again. We don't want that, right? That energy is the stuff that we want to be dealing with. So you create an object that is designed to store that energy. So it is on the ward. It is the working for the ward, or it can simply be linked to the ward. So you can have another object that is going to represent the physical marker for that ward, if you even use such a thing. Some people don't. But you would have an extra object that is linked to that ward. So the ward would pass through that object. And that is then going to be absorbing all of the excess, unwanted, negative energy. So it's going to keep the stuff that's inside and it's going to suck in all of the energy that's likely to end up around you, in your space, stuck to your things, that kind of stuff. That energy is then stuck in that object. It is a little bit like a spirit trap, but we're not using it to trap spirits, we're using it to trap energies. You could use a servitor for this. You can use a physical object like a quartz crystal for this. I would typically use, well, it's easier to use a quartz crystal unless you know that you're going to want to be using this consistently. Once that is gathered enough energy, you can then take that object and that energy is then stored within a neutral source. That quartz is just a neutral point. From that point, you can then be sending it into other workings, or if you want to be doubly sure that everything is okay, send it through something really, really positive. So selenite is really good for this just because it's very positive neutral. Like it doesn't have a lot of... I like to think of selenite as a bit of a filter. So you can direct it through selenite before you then use it in other workings. But you've essentially got yourself there, a vessel that contains energy that you can then utilize in defensive workings. You can utilize in workings that are designed to stick and make gooey, other unwanted energies. You can utilize it in other workings if you know that it's sort of clear enough to do something with. So you can store it in selenite if you want, but I would probably store it in quartz and then draw it through selenite to use it, just to filter out any of that gunk and just get to the basis of that energy that you can be working with. Alternatively, this is for my spirit workies out there. Spirit workies. Wow, you're now spirit workies. There you go, new nickname. Servitors. So you would have a servitor in your environment. That servitor's job is to take in unwanted negative energies and to store it. That servitor is then fueled by the energy that it is drawing in, but only enough to sustain itself. So that's something that you would need to be putting into the creation of that servitor. So you create a servitor where it takes enough energy to sustain itself, and then the rest of that energy it stores then you are able to take that energy from the servitor and then utilize it into your own workings. This kind of servitor is also really useful around coven spaces where there's lots of floaty energy, and also just around your own home. If you know that you aren't particularly good at releasing all of your energy after every single spell or ritual, you can utilize a server like this to gather together that energy. It is sustaining itself based on the energy that it is taking in, but it is also storing the rest of it so that you can use later. So if you've done a really high energy working and then you're going to be really low energy in a couple weeks time, you can utilize that energy and put it to good use. So, sorry, that was a lot. I sort of just got super excited and then just bombarded you with all that information. The easiest option though is to use the crystal, and quartz is fantastic for this. It doesn't have to be super fancy. You can keep it just on the boundary point of that working, so the ward is passing through it. And as long as it's programmed for the specific property of gathering that energy up and storing it, you've essentially created a self-sustaining battery that you can use to power other workings. So you are therefore not having to utilize external energies. It is being powered by, say for instance, your shop. If you have a shop where you know that you have lots of people coming in all of the time, your protections for the shop could be powered based off the energy of the people that come into the store. Like, it's a way of recycling that energy without always having to utilize your own. But I would, if you're nervous about utilizing that energy, words, selenite, pass it through selenite. I saw somebody say selenite wand is their favorite choice, and I have a selenite athame. Actually, I have selenite athames that I need to put on the store. We have them, I just haven't put them on yet. I have selenite athame, I have selenite wands that I will use for this, because it allows you to sort of filter out that unwanted energy before it is released towards the target of what you want to achieve. I'm not sure if any of that will be beneficial, but there you go. There is my word vomit of the day. I say only 2 hours into a live stream that's usually 4 hours long. There may well be more word vomit coming, who knows? I can hear a fly. Why can I hear a fly? Where? Where is it? It might just be something coming from next door. It might just be like the Hoover or something next door. I swear it sounded like a fly. Don't mind me. I'm just going a bit bonkers. It's fine. Let's have a look. See, where was I? I am here. How can you cast a no girlfriend spell on someone? I have so many questions. Why? You don't need to answer this. The main one is just why, though. The reality with things like this is, and I will play devil's advocate with this, okay? If you were going to, this is something that you would have to maintain in the long run. I'm not talking like weeks, I'm not talking months, I'm talking decades. This kind of working for a long-term purpose is going to take large amounts of energy over a massive, extended period of time. And honestly, isn't worth it. If somebody is causing so much negativity in your life that you would need something like this, I would say just remove them from your life altogether, if that's possible. Yeah, I'd say this would be considered a curse in a way. I think if you're even considering putting this much energy into dealing with somebody in this way, I would say you would be better off from an energetic standpoint and a time standpoint, let alone like an emotional standpoint, removing them from your life. Now, I'll be the first one to say I'm not opposed to cursing if it is required in a situation, but without the further context, this seems like a whole lot of energy, a whole lot of time to be putting in, when maybe it would be better, obviously it depends on the circumstance, to do a cleansing, to do a cord cutting, to remove the energetic ties that you have to somebody that is causing you any kind of distress, so that you can move on from that situation instead of tying yourself into it for the long haul. Because for something like this to last forever, you're going to have to be doing this kind of working forever. So yeah, let's have a look-see. Very helpful word vomit. More word vomit, please. I'm glad you appreciate the word vomit. Oh, my left ear was buzzing as you said that, and I don't have headphones on. Yeah, it was like a vibration buzz, but it was moving, so I thought it was a fly. But no, I think it was probably like an electrical thing, maybe, and that's why you're hearing it too. Perhaps I should have fixed my cowlick before I came onto the stream, but I didn't. So now we're here. You got to enjoy the chaos of this too. Right, let's have a look-see. Ooh, okay. If I choose to become Wiccan, am I required to strictly follow the traditions, or can I progress at my own pace? Okay, so both. And this is because Wicca is not one set thing anymore. And so I think with this one, it's entirely going to depend on your particular tradition. So if you were, for instance, to join a coven, so if you were being initiated into a Wiccan coven, you would be expected to follow the guidelines, the traditions of that particular coven fairly strictly. If we're talking about an Alexandrian, a Gardnerian, if we're talking about a very specific coven that follows a specific branch of Wicca. So if you were initiated into a Gardnerian coven, you would be expected to adhere to the Gardnerian traditions whilst you are practicing within that group environment. What you do outside of that is up to you as an individual for the most part, as long as you are still conforming to the beliefs of that religious tradition as a whole. But for the most part, it is what occurs within that group that is important. If you join a more fluid, I want to call them neo-Wiccan. I don't know if that's even the term that's used to describe them, but the more flexible, more fluid, adapted forms of Wicca that we're seeing a lot more today, where different people within that group might have slightly different varieties of the styles of practice that they do. They might have different aspects of the tradition that they focus on more than others, but they're still all able to work together. They're allowed to do things a little bit differently. They're allowed to all believe different things, follow different things, but together in that group, they work together seamlessly. If you are a solitary Wiccan, then obviously it's important to still conform to the basis of that religion as a whole. So if you were, how would I best describe this? If you were wanting to be initiated into Wicca, but you didn't want to follow the Wheel of the Year and you didn't want to follow any of the traditions that go behind Wicca, at that point you're probably less Wiccan than you are simply an eclectic practitioner. So I think it's all just fluid. It very much depends on the group that you are a part of, the coven, whether you are initiated, whether you are not. If you are self-dedicated, that's very different to being initiated into a group. So if you are solitary, I would say you can very much go at your own pace. You don't have to be thinking about it. If you are initiated, you're going to be guided quite heavily by the people within that group. And so obviously Gardnerian are going to follow Gardnerian traditions. And this is where the year and the day comes in. So typically before you're initiated into a coven, and even from a lot of people, before you self-dedicate into a tradition, you would spend a year and a day as part of that tradition. And you would be learning from that group. You would be seeing whether that group is a good fit to you. You would be learning their style of Wicca and to see whether or not you feel comfortable in that environment and whether your energy and their energy works well together. It goes both ways. And if at the end of that year and a day of being working within Wicca without being self-dedicated or without being initiated, you decide that actually this tradition maybe isn't for you, then you can very much take a step back. But obviously, I mean, I've done an entire video on the red flags of covens before. I would recommend checking that out. Anybody who is tempted to get into a coven environment. It's just about being aware of what is normal and what is not normal. And the problem is that covens that try to manipulate rely on you not knowing. So having that information from somebody who's been there, done that, can be really useful to just make sure you don't get into any tricky situations. But for the most part, covens should still allow you to go at your own pace. It's just that you're likely going to be following more strict traditions and formats than if you were self-dedicated. Right. How can I learn to trust my intuition in a reliable way? I notice I have a very accurate intuition, but I am used to not trusting it. But when I do start to trust it, then I start to get everything wrong. That's probably more than anything because you're psyching yourself out. And it's a little bit like, this is going to be a weird analogy. It's so specific an analogy, right? That some people might never get it. Okay. I love playing pool. Okay. Love playing pool. I am what people have described as jammy. I will out of nowhere get one pot, another. And then as soon as somebody goes, oh my God, how have you got all of them in a row? I can't shoot a shot. From that point, it's off the table, onto the floor, nearly launching them into somebody else's drink. As soon as I think about it, I can't do it anymore. And the same kind of applies with intuition. Once you start overthinking intuition, you then start thinking way too much into the ins and outs of it. Where is it coming from? Should I focus on it? Maybe this bit I should focus on, but this bit maybe I shouldn't. You start psyching yourself out. So I suppose the best way of sort of working around this is to always utilize intuition with a backup plan. Because what's probably happening more likely than anything else is that you are almost psyching yourself out because you want to work with it, but what if it goes wrong? That's most people's reason for their intuition sort of going tits up, is that they think that if they rely on it too heavily and it goes wrong, that something bad is going to happen. So always have a backup plan. Have your intuition follow you in a direction and then go, well, actually, if this all goes wrong, this is my backup plan. And you have something then to lean back on. Ultimately, then it's not the end of the world if your intuition doesn't work out, because you have a secondary plan that you can take if things don't work out the way that you want it to. It takes the pressure off it. And as soon as that pressure is taken off it, it's then less likely that you will start psyching yourself out over it. You can also work with guides, with dreams, with meditation, with trance work, with tarot, with pendulums, with all of the stuff that you can utilize to connect with that intuition in a more formalized method that might give you that little bit of extra security. Yes, this is exactly what it's like. So Kitty Queen has just said, that's like when it's my turn to tell people about my personality. Once you ask me, I won't have one anymore. It's so true. It's as soon as you are put on the spot with something, as soon as there is too much importance placed on something, the one I always use, what's your favorite movie? Have I ever seen a film in my entire life? I don't think I've ever watched a movie. I don't know what my favorite movie is. But if you'd have asked me, like in a perfectly calm situation, or if I'd have just been able to like tell you, I would have had a favorite movie. It's that like, it's that extra stress and pressure that immediately makes people go to shit. And the same applies when it comes to witchcraft as well. It's why those foundational practices are so important, because if you're put in a situation where you need to be doing a working effectively and quickly in a not very well-known environment, all of a sudden you're like, oh my goodness, because I don't have 20 minutes to prepare for my meditation, I don't think I'm going to be able to do this. What if I can't do my energy manipulation? What if I can't cast a certain... And then you start psyching yourself out. Whereas if you've already done all of that if you already have all of those exercises that you've done and you've practiced it so many times, it becomes like muscle memory. That pressure is taken off. And once the pressure is taken off you to get those things perfect, you're then much more likely to be able to perform successfully. Right, I will just remind everybody just really quickly, if you can put anything into the Q&A tab, if you have a question for me specifically, that way I won't lose it, because in the chat they sort of get buried, and I don't want to lose anybody's question if it does come to that. There should be a bar at the top of the screen or somewhere in the chat box where you can put a Q&A question in. Right, I've been wondering how familiars work because I didn't think about this, but then my cat showed up at our door. Does it mean anything? I swear every live stream we end up in the same conversation. Through no fault of anybody's, by the way, it's just a topic that's interesting. So the idea of animal familiars came from the witch trials, where when people were observing the behaviour of those that are accused of witchcraft, they would often have animals around them. Cats, really, really popular one. They were also commonly found in low-income households as a way of getting mice and getting rid of pests. You would also see cats, toads, bats, and rats all being associated with witches, and they were considered to be witches' familiars. But the problem with this is that a lot of the time these animals were simply present in the environment. If you lived in a space that was particularly damp, you would likely get toads. If you were walking around at night in a really dark area, you'd be able to see bats. So these animals were all incredibly commonplace, and they've sort of been written in to the lore of witchcraft as familiars. But the problem is that that isn't always the way that it worked. Like, a lot of the things that were associated with witchcraft in the witch trials aren't the way that things were really done by the people who were practicing the folk magic, the cunning craft at the time. They weren't necessarily witches, but it was pushed into that demonized category. So you see two things happening in the witch trials, and this is kind of important. Okay? I promise I'm not going off on a tangent for no reason. So during the witch trials, you see these cats, bats, toads, rats, rabbits, hares. They were often considered to be familiars. They were the animals that these witches were working with. But then in the same documents, these animals were considered the witch's double, their fetch. They were the witch in animal form. So which one was it? You also see witches being referred to as having imps. So they were suckling devils, or they were suckling imps. And this is where the witch marks came from. The pricking of a witch mark, it was the teat upon which an imp or a devil was feeding. These were believed to be the devil's staff, I suppose, on earth that were working with witches. Now, the imps and the demons and the devils were spirits. The witch was believed to be able to transform into a double, into a fetch in an animal form, but then they were also believed to be working with physical animals. And this is where the confusion lies, because technically all of these things could be true, none of them could be true, and different sources will talk about the same event from two different angles. So there are two camps of people when it comes to witchcraft. You have the camp of people that believe their pet cat is their familiar, and you have the camp of people that believe that spirits are familiars. Now, I am very firmly in the second category, but that doesn't mean that animals don't have a place within witchcraft. Animals can be very, very intense companions within magical workings. They can often see and sense spirits. They can sense energies in a way that we can often very much struggle with. They can add different associations, whiskers, fur, into workings, naturally got, obviously not like snatched off them, into workings to help imbue that space. They can energetically protect an environment by their presence there, because spirits often don't like being acknowledged. And if you acknowledge that spirit, they're too aware that you're now aware of them. And so cats are often used as spiritual protection. So it could mean that your cat is wanting to become your magical animal companion, your animal familiar, and be worked with in that kind of a setting. Spirit familiars are a little bit different. I know I go on about this every single live stream, but it's because we're always asked about it. Familiars are typically, especially spirit familiars, traverse the spiritual planes. So they work spiritually while you work physically. They are able to access areas where you cannot access because you are corporeal and they are non-corporeal. They work a little bit different to an animal, a magical animal companion or an animal familiar, because they aren't able to traverse the spiritual planes in the same way. They have a purpose. It is not always the same. And so in this situation, I would say that you may well find that cats are particularly drawn to people, and they're drawn to people for a reason. They might be drawn to you because of your energy. They might be drawn to you because they want to be able to assist in your workings. And you may well find that you feel more and more drawn to a particular animal, perhaps your own pet, in your workings, in your astral work, in your dream work, in your trance work. It's one of those where they have a really good purpose. It just might not always be the same as other familiars. But then you have all of the complication and the confusion between what's the distinction in the witch trials that we're even looking at? Like, it could be any of these three being accurate. It could be all of them. It could be bits and pieces. More likely than not, I'm expecting that what's happened is that over time, things have been moved and adapted and stories have been retold and told differently. And before you know it, you've got a story that just looks totally different. Okay, this one's interesting. So are the king and queen of Elfame considered a type of god of the Fae? I think this is going to depend on who you're referring to, right? And I think, not who you're referring to, but who is looking at it. So ultimately, it's going to depend on where your distinctions lie between deity and spirit. For some people, any being that you have to petition to, you have to give offerings to, you have to honor and respect, would be classified to them as a deity. They are above, they are higher than, and so that is the distinction that they put into play. Other people consider deity to be a different type of entity. So you can have human spirits, you can have fae spirits, you can have demons, and then you have deity as a higher, different energy. And that's really down to personal distinction. To me, the king and queen of Elfame are simply the superior within the classification of spirits. So it's a little bit like when we're talking about demons. There are lesser demons, there are higher demons, there are princes, there are kings. And as you go through the circles, you get more and more intense, higher and more superior. When we're talking about the Fae, you have lower Fae, lesser Fae, and you have higher Fae, the courted Fae. It isn't necessarily that one is better than the other. It's just that they are distinctions. There are distinctions between them. And the same applies when we're looking at the courted Fae. You are looking at a collection of spirits that falls underneath the king and queen of Elfame. And so you are looking at sort of leaders. So ultimately, I suppose if you would consider kings and queens of humans to be deities, then the same would apply. Some people historically did view them on par with things like deities. Nowadays, we probably don't in the same way. So I think it very much depends on distinction. What I will say is if you want to work with them, it is about respect. And if that respect comes from the idea of them being deities, or if that respect simply comes from them being spirits, I think the respect is the most important bit there. I personally wouldn't consider them to be gods, but I would consider them to be higher. They are authoritative beings. Right, let's have a look-see. Ooh. See, this is actually an interesting one, and I think that it's I think you could actually write a story out of this, to be honest. That's a really cool one. So I have an interesting theory, and I just want to know if I'm just crazy. Do you think that when we write novels, we might be picking up on bleed through real people from other worlds? I mean, there's many people that believe in like multiple dimensions, that every experience and every decision that we make in life splits our paths, and one path goes one way into a sliding doors, the movie Sliding Doors, basically. I personally don't think that that's what's happening. However, I love writing. I have like 4 novels that I'm currently in the process of writing. And I often say, and I've seen other people often say, that the characters write their own story. I'm not writing their story. I am writing the story down as in like, technically, I am the one that's writing the story, but the characters are telling their own story. I am just the one that is putting it on paper. And I like the fact that so many people also have that same experience, because to me, it's almost like it's like a servitor. You are almost like creating a spirit that is then giving you more information about where they want the story to go. I think that's a really cool idea too. So yeah, really interesting theory, and actually would be an amazing book. Like, can you imagine, like you start forming a connection with a person in a story, and then you slowly start picking up the hints, and you start picking up in dreams and in tarot readings and in visions that the story that you're reading about, you're seeing happening in trance and in meditation before you pick the book up the next night, and then you read the same thing. And it's because the story's being written in real time. That would be really cool. I'd read that. I would read that. Right. Let's see, where am I? Ooh. Oh, this is interesting. So I'm planning to learn welding and make it a career for myself. I want to incorporate some of my pagan practice, like having smithing gods like Vulcan and Hephaestus. I can never say that. Hephaestus. I'm just going to stop butchering it. Oh, my pronunciation is terrible. How can I work with them in that regard? So just as you would with really any other spirits and deities, it's about slowly building connection. And I think especially if you're working in a field that would be really closely connected with them, I think that in itself is kind of an offering. It's kind of a memorial of retaining traditions and continuing things on, and doing that and having like a small space where you're doing it, where you can leave offerings, where you can light a candle, where you can be present in that space with them. I think that would be a really easy and effective way of incorporating them into that practice of them being present whilst you are doing the work. Right. Ooh, okay. So, let's have a look at this one. What trusted sources do you recommend for starting a traditional British folk magic practice, please? I am moving more towards folk magic. I hope you're well. Oh, thank you. I am. I hope you're doing okay too. So with this, I think it's really important distinctions. Okay. So when we're talking about folk magic, we're talking about the magic that has gone before. So the magic of people that came earlier, and it has often been adapted through time. That bit is really important. You'll see what I mean. So one of my favourite books is Folk Magic by Roger J. Horne. Absolutely love that book. I have 2 different editions of it. I think they've just released a 3rd one. I got it by accident twice because I loved the book so much that I thought it would be interesting, and I picked it up again without realising I'd actually bought it twice. Fantastic. I've read it so many times over. Really, really, really good book. Thoroughly recommend. I would also suggest a lot of books that fall under traditional witchcraft. Now, there's an important distinction here. Okay, so traditional witchcraft is formalized folk magic. So essentially, it is people who have learned folk magic from their local region, and they've wanted to share it within a group, or they've wanted to teach it to others, and so they add it into a tradition of traditional witchcraft. Traditional witchcraft was born out of workings of, like, if anybody's read Roebuck in the Thicket and all of this earlier stuff. And it primarily has survived through the years from individual people who wanted to keep the tradition alive. People like Robert Cochrane and Gerald Gardner, Cecil Williamson, wanted to keep this folk magic, the earlier traditions alive, and it developed a name, traditional witchcraft. I really want to go back to what I just said, though, about the fact that folk magic is traditional witchcraft and folk magic is ever changing. So books on traditional witchcraft, contain massive amounts of folk magic. It's just been sort of formalized into a tradition. So it's about drawing out the information that you want to retain from those books and really leaving anything in the tradition that really doesn't resonate with you, anything that really doesn't connect with you. But because there's more books on traditional witchcraft in the UK than there are about folk magic, at least from what I have found, you can get really specific in regions. So Essex and Cornwall and Devon and Somerset are the most common books, but you can find other books on the topic that cover specific regional practices that those authors have discovered in their own research for their own teachings. And so Gemma Gary's a really good one. Probably the most well-known author on traditional witchcraft, Cornish Book of Ways, Devil's Dozen, all of these kind of books. Shall I see what else I actually have in my collection? I really like A Deed Without a Name by Lee Morgan. That one is really, really good. My problem is that everything is disorderly, so this might take me a minute. Let's go with this one. Oh, and this one. What else have we got here? This one. Oh, this one. What else have we got? Oh, this one. Hang on. And let's go with that for now, just so that I'm not standing on the arm of the chair for too long. Okay, so these are just some. Obviously, there's a lot more. So, Folk Magic by Roger J. Horn. Fantastic. Got little illustrations inside. Really appreciate that. Covers different spells, different techniques, different practices. All that good stuff. The Devil's Plantation, Nigel G. Pearson. Taking its name from the lost black book of the famed Cambridgeshire witch, as well as plots of land sacrificed unto the spirits of the Old One himself, Nigel Pearson's The Devil's Plantation guides the reader through the traditional witchcraft, old magic and folklore of East Anglia. So, specific location. Gemma Gary's books primarily focus on Devon and Cornwall. Just emphasising that. We have The Black Toad, West Country Witchcraft and Magic, Gemma Gary. Another of Gemma Gary's books, really, really, really good. My least favourite, I think, of all of them is The Devil's Dozen. It's still really good. Okay, when I say least favourite, we're talking about books that are like really, really high on my list. But the Devil's Dozen was probably my least favourite just because I didn't like all of the workings in it. I thought some of them were a little bit dicey on the safety side. But A Cornish Book of Ways, The Black Toad, Silent as the Trees, they're all really good. We have The Crooked Path for anybody who is a little bit, I believe that Keldon is American. I was told that Keldon was American. And I'm pretty certain. Yes, Minnesota. Okay, if you're after, I know that it's not technically the question, but like if you're after if you're after something a little bit more American based, The Crooked Path is English traditional witchcraft. And it references English traditional witchcraft, so it's not, how do I best describe this? I don't like floaty folk magic books. This is a book that is based and rooted in English traditional witchcraft, but it has been adapted, taken the region out of it to make it suitable for people to practice it if they are not in a regional location. But it doesn't state that it is like non-existent. It has references. It has a lot of references that go back to The Roebuck in the Thicket, right there by Robert Cochrane, that are important. Like, it doesn't take the folk out of the folk magic in this book. So I really, really like this. Great read. I recommend this one for beginners all of the time. And then we've got some interesting ones. So we have Cecil Williamson's Book of Witchcraft. So this is by Steve Patterson. I managed to get a really battered copy. I don't know if this is still in print. But this covers, can we see, is that going to focus? That's not going to focus, I don't think. It covers different amulets that have been found. It covers different divination techniques. And it covers things that have been found folk magic wise that are incredibly useful. And if you ever have the chance to go to Boscastle Museum of Witchcraft and Magic, Cecil Williamson was the gentleman who founded that. All of the works there are folk magic, well, for the most part. Some stuff is more Wiccan that belong to specific individual practitioners, but a lot of the stuff, especially on the ground floor, and actually a lot of the upstairs as well, is folk magic from the local area that has been found and donated to the museum. It is fantastic. And if you want a book that is based on the Museum of Witchcraft and Magic, I don't know where I've put it. Traditional Witchcraft, A Cornish Book of Ways by Gemma Gary is full of photographs from the museum. I will see if I can find it. I'm not sure if I will be able to. If I can't find it quickly, I will give up because I have so many books. Oh, found it, hang on. Whoop. This. Oh, I found more. Oh, I found so many more. Hang on. And this, and this, and this. Okay, let's go with that. Okay. So many. Sorry, can you tell this is my favourite topic? Okay. Silent as the Trees. A Devonshire Witchcraft, Folklore and Magic by Gemma Gary. Another fantastic one. You can see, it's got the illustrations inside. Really good. Okay. Traditional Witchcraft, A Cornish Book of Ways. I love this book. I bought this 3 times in 3 different versions. Okay, that's how much I like this book. And inside we have sort of different sections, the dead and the other world, fairy faith in Cornwall. We have illustrations inside as well, which are just beautiful. We have an introduction to Cornwall's witch heritage, and we have even more illustrations. Love it, absolutely love it. Focuses a little bit at the start on the, why did that just go so bright? Anyway, the Witchcraft Museum in Boscastle, climbing the bookcase. Honestly, I do it all the time. Treading the Mill by Nigel G. Pearson, the author of The Devil's Plantation, is this one. This is another one, A Guide to Traditional Witchcraft. Suffolk Traditional Witchcraft. So if you're in a slightly different county, you can go with that. Besom, Stang and Sword. Traditional Witchcraft, written by Americans for Americans. Really good if you're American and you want something that's a little bit more up your street. You have Baneful Plants, you have Uncrossing Rites, you've got Stopping Gossip, you have Working Spaces, and they show you illustrations for the working spaces. Another 5 out of 5 book, fantastic. Liber Nox, A Traditional Witch's Grammary by Michael Howard. It's another one, covers the different sabbats, different celebrations, adapting them into earlier traditions. And also the illustrations in this are beautiful. Like, hang on, let me see if I can find that. Look at that. Beautiful. Okay, what does this one specifically say what it is? So this one is this is, in this concise and important treatise, Michael Howard delineates between various modern neo-pagan Wiccan traditions, cunning folk traditions, heathen folk of the Pagani, and an assortment of ritual magicians and pathworkers in order to present a grammary. So essentially it combines like a load of different things, but there's folk magic in there as well. Am I talking too fast for anybody? I'm so sorry if I am. And then these. So these are by Shani Oates. I have 3 of them in my collection. I can only find 2 of them. I don't know where the other one is. Honestly, it's probably still up there. These are Tubella's Green Fire and the Star-Crossed Serpent. These are about the clan of Tubal Cain, which is Robert Cochrane's group that was created for traditional witchcraft and what's gone on to become traditional witchcraft. Do you guys need a video where I just go through all of these? Because I might actually have to do an entire video where I go through every traditional witchcraft and folk magic book in my collection. And I mean all of them. I have more than this. These are just the ones that I could find in that right now. If you would like me to do that, then that is fine. I'm going to put these on the floor though, because this pile is becoming alarming. So let's move this down here before my entire table collapses on me, because it might. So yeah, I might have to film that maybe actually, I mean, while all the books are out, I may as well film that this week. If I can talk fine, I'm having a tooth removed on Friday, I'm shitting myself. If I can talk fine on Monday, I will film the book video on Monday, and then I'll try to get it out within a couple of weeks of all of them, where I read through the information. We can talk about what they're about. We can look at the pictures inside, see which ones have the best best spells versus the best information. And then I'll put some links down in the description box so people can find them. I'll do that because I think it's way easier than you trying to sift through this video. So if you can be patient with me for just like a week and a half, 2 weeks, it might end up being the next video I put out, actually, so that you can have it just like sooner than later. Okay, that was a lot. I'm really excited how you'll be posting videos about lifestyle. How frequently will the videos be coming out? So my plan is I started a TikTok account. Okay. I already have one for like Hearthwitch, but I started a personal TikTok account so that I could start posting like little shorts and like little like because I've recently gotten into like perfume. I have perfume everywhere where I wanted to talk about different gothic perfumes and different witchy perfumes and like witchy books and all this stuff. And I wanted to do like TikToks, and then I went, but I'm used to filming YouTube videos. I had a second channel at some point. So basically the plan is whenever I feel like it. And I know that that's not super it's not super interesting necessarily, but I like the idea that I can test out vlogs and I can test out formats on that channel and have it be just a little bit free-flowing. It's for the joy of creation rather than because I need to post a video every week, I need to get things done really quickly. I can be a little bit more creative on that channel. So I don't really know. I know I filmed a video. I filmed it and I've edited it already. I'm just waiting to be brave enough to post it. I'm just waiting to be brave enough to be posted because I'm a wuss. I'm an absolute wuss. But yeah, so it's basically just going to be a bit free-flowing. It's going to be like travel vlogs. It's going to be like lifestyle-y stuff simply for the joy of being able to create it. So if you're okay with things just being a little bit random and a little bit all over the place and you're never really sure when there's going to be like a full video, yeah, that channel might be interesting for some of you who just like me rambling about shit. But yeah, it's just a little bit Equinox power to post it. Honestly, maybe I should. I need to just be brave and yeah, I just need to be brave and just try something new. I've loved YouTube for as long as I have been allowed to be on YouTube. I've had so many YouTube channels. The entire time I went through uni, I had a YouTube channel and it turned into the second channel, but you can't see any of those videos. And then I decided people wanted me to do witchcraft, and so I started talking about witchcraft, and now we're here. But I still love the lifestyle-y creation that I used to do. I used to do all the... I'll get the... If I can get it up, let me see if I can find it. I linked it in the last video, actually. I literally posted a video tonight. I posted a video just before the live stream all about Ostara. And it's linked in the description of that video. So it's @_hearth_ is how you would just like search for it. It should come up with that. Oh yeah, Cleo would definitely be in it. Cleo would definitely be in it. I couldn't help her and not have her in it, to be honest. So yeah, maybe I need to... I need to be brave and do that because I really want to do it, but like I'm scared of not being able to maintain it. But hell, it's creation for the joy of creating. That was the whole point. Like it was to just do things that I enjoyed simply because and for no other reason. And I think that's really beautiful. And I like when I see people creating for the sake of creating. So that's what I'm going to do. Wait a minute, when's your birthday? Mine is coming up soon. Mine is until July 1st. Still, thank goodness, still quite a way away. Ooh. Oh, there's a question that's coming to the chat that I have really, really strong opinions on. And I have to really try and keep my mouth shut on it. I mean, if any questions are coming up in the chat, if you want to stick them in the Q&A, I might get to it later if I'm feeling brave, and I will try to concise my answer down to be as pleasant as possible. Because I have thoughts, and usually I keep those to myself. Right, have you read Catherine Gennett's Wild Grove series? Let's have a look-see. I think I immediately know what this might be. No, I don't. Oh, but the covers are so beautiful. Wait. Oh, they're beautiful. The hair. Oh, Oh, the deer. Oh my God, they're gorgeous. Okay, keeping that tab open so I can save it for later. I haven't. And now I need to. It's Cleo, not Chloe. Yeah, it's Cleo. Don't worry though, everybody calls her Chloe. She's like, I don't know what my name, I call her Bobble. I call her Angel, I call her Bobble, I call her Cleo. People get confused between Cleo and Chloe, and that's fine. What's your opinion on ghost hunters, as well as the equipment they use? I love it. Absolutely love it. Always have, always will. Now, that doesn't mean there aren't bad ghost hunters, and that doesn't mean there aren't shows that fake it. But ghost hunting in general, I absolutely love. I love watching shows about it. I love everything like that. I love everything like that. Some of the items that they use are interesting. A couple of years ago, I watched a series on Amazon. And if you would like me to react to this series, as somebody who's dealt with a lot of spirits over the years, let me know. Some of you might know it. It's when they were locked in rooms, like they were locked in haunted buildings for extended periods of time. And one of them brings out a god helmet. And I was watching this, and my boyfriend was watching it, and he's like, this is shit, this. I'm like, no, it's a ghost show, it's really good. He's like, oh, this is bad. I'm like, it's not, it's really good. And he's like, is it? Is it actually good? I'm like, it's good. I like ghost shows. But yeah, this one in particular had a really strong reaction within like the ghost community because it was very out there. And so I'm tempted to rewatch it again and see if I can do a little bit of a witch reacts on it, because there was some things in that where I was like, I am not convinced. And I love me a good ghost show. Even I am not 100% convinced on this. But for the most part, I love ghost shows. I love the equipment. I've been saying for months that I need to get some equipment, and oh my goodness, Joe, I just saw that. Thank you so much. This is just feedback that your spell for prosperity and abundance is working. Thank you so genuinely. Your support is absolutely unbelievable. And yeah, oh, and extra thank you for helping me during the book club. Thank you so much. But yeah, oh my goodness. Love a good ghost show. Love a good bit of ghosty equipment. Right. I'm curious about your experiences with Kronos. I've started to connect with him and the wider horned god archetype. Do you have any advice with working with these deities? Oh, okay. So this obviously is only going to be my experience. All of these videos and the live streams are always my experience. I have found, especially because there's so little information about Kronos available, you tend to find that when you're working with one, you end up sort of grouping all of the horned god deities together because they're very similar in many different ways. But the one thing that I've found that works fantastically with just deepening a connection is wildness. And I don't even mean like going out into the middle of the wilderness. I mean the freedom that comes with going off instinct and not thought. That might sound really, really strange, but like the letting go of societal expectations, the letting go of these mental blockages, even just when it comes down to the way we perform magic, the ability to just release for a little bit and not have all the pressure put on, I have found is when I have the most success connecting with and working with that energy. When you don't worry about the way somebody's going to look at you if you start meditating in a public space. Obviously I was in the Chalice Well in Glastonbury, which makes it a lot less weird. But if you're doing spells and rituals and you're just by yourself and you want to connect with that energy, just dance around. Don't worry about the way you look. Don't worry about the way you sound. Don't worry about the way it looks from the outside. Don't worry about the way that somebody might perceive you. If you're in your own home and you're doing it by yourself, just let go. And that is when I have had the best experiences personally. Obviously, that is only my experiences. Right. How to work with element magic. Oh, okay. Couple of different ways we can look at this. Oh, cute mug. How did I not notice that? Is working with the elements and working with elementals. Working with the elements is really easy. So if you, actually, sorry, I'm just going to pause that for just a second. That's a really good way of describing it, Katrina. They've said you have to be cringe to actually connect. And while I can't say that is probably going to work with everybody, I mean, it might, I don't know in experience, but when it comes to especially deities that are associated with that deep human topic, that rawness, the wildness of survival, that we often see horn gods being associated with that. They're associated with the hunt, they're associated with fertility, they're associated with this kind of guttural connection to the world around us. You do kind of have to be cringe. You kind of just have to just take off societal expectation and just be cringe for a while, so that you can really connect with that energy that they're working with. Anyway, sorry, back to the question I was on. When we're working with the elements, working with elements is fairly easy. You have a bowl of water and you say you're doing a working for healing, as an example. So you have a puppet in front of you, or you have an image of a person in front of you, and you're holding the water bowl in your hands and you are pushing your energy into the water and you're pulling that energy up into you again. And you're utilizing the energy of that water and then you're directing it into that working. That's working with the water element. If you are doing a banishing spell and you want the churning water to get rid of a situation, I'm not going to go in detail, but toilet paper with some words written on it down the toilet is a great way of utilizing that churning water. If you want to be working with the fire element, tea light candle, focus on it, scry on it, utilize your inner abilities to connect with the fire element to gain information out of it. If you want to be burning petitions, focus on the fire element, consuming it, utilizing that energy to charge that working, and you're working with the fire element, etc., through the elements. So working with the elements in witchcraft is really, really easy, so effective. I would recommend everybody give it a go, and most people will do it inadvertently. Working with elementals is a little bit different because you're working with the spirit of the element. And so in which case then it's about spending time with each of those elements, sitting by a babbling brook, sitting by the ocean, meditating by a fire, sitting on a windy hill and just paying attention to the way it feels, the experiences of it, and starting to build connections with the elementals in play. So you might notice corner of the eye phenomena, light, sound, smells, these kind of things. The more time you spend in an environment, the more comfortable they're going to feel with you, the more you're likely going to be able to experience, and then you can start building a connection with the elementals that you can then work with in spells and rituals alongside the element itself. Oh, thank you so much, Jeff Hall. Happy equinox. Oh, thank you. And yeah, Cleo is, she's adorable. I can't get enough of her. She is the cutest little lady. She's the cutest little lady. She's currently with her grandparents and she's very happy about it. How do you feel about using iron if you wanted to connect with fairies? Don't. Now, there's nuances to this. So, not all members of the fair folk are negatively impacted by iron. And the reason it's come about is because a lot of them are, but not all of them. So it's more like a general idea rather than a definitive guideline. But when we're wanting to connect with fair folk, we don't yet know who we're going to be connecting with. And so if you come into that environment and you already have something that they might viscerally dislike, you're immediately starting that off on the wrong foot. And if you do happen to come across one and start working with one that isn't impacted by it, but you've entered into that communication with something that other members of the fair folk would be seriously negatively affected by, you're also kind of starting off on the wrong foot, because that's a little bit like turning up to a friendly event with a weapon that might hurt somebody else. you might not use it, you might not have intended it to be harmful, but it could still be taken that way. So personally, until you know the specific fae that you are working with, I wouldn't necessarily work with iron when it comes to connecting with the fair folk. Just because you never know who you're going to be coming across, and you're already limiting the engagement that you might have with them. Now, that's not to say that you can't use iron in other areas of your magical practice whilst also working with the fae. It's just about acknowledging and letting them know. You know, it's a little bit like if you have protections on your home, just from just a physical standpoint. Say you have bright lights that turn on when somebody approaches, and you have a speaker and people can hear you when you see them through a camera. If you don't tell your friends that you've set all of this up, that's going to be kind of jarring. And it's going to be a bit of a surprise when you're like confronting them and asking who they are and what do they want, when it's like your best friend that you've known for 30 years, but you can't see them because they're blinded by lights and all that stuff. It's not that you then can't use those things. It's just about letting the people that you care about know that you're using those things. So if you've started to build a connection with the fair folk, then it's a case of, if you then start using iron in your protections, that you tell them, you let them know, like, hey, because of something that's happened, I'm using iron in this area of my home for this particular time frame. So I would really appreciate it if we could do our works and communicate in this other location so that I can make sure that you're comfortable. Let me know if that's okay. You know, giving them that information to know what they're dealing with. So it's not a surprise. Basically, I wouldn't though go into an initial kind of conversation with iron, because I think that it kind of sets you up for either it looks like you're there for a confrontation, or it looks like maybe you aren't aware of how that might come across. Right. How do you explain to new tarot clients that you work with a familiar spirit? Noticed that he freaked out when I mentioned it and told me that he prefers therapeutic readings without spirits. Okay. So I'm just trying to formulate my words here. I'm trying to bite my tongue a little bit here. I'm trying to bite my tongue a little bit here, because I always like being nice and I like being fair. I would say that it really, if you don't have to answer this, like in the chat, just generally. If you have like a website or a social media page, is it something that you have on display there? Because if it isn't, it might be something that could be worth noting, because some people are really drawn to spirit workers and they would rather go to a reader that has guides, and some people would rather not. I think if though it is there, and they could have seen it if they tried, then it's a little bit of a case of, I need to, okay, I might get what I want to say out so that it's not bubbling up inside me. I have noticed that there are some people who want the benefits of the spiritual and the witchcraft community, but they don't want to deal with any of the bits that they get uncomfortable by. I've noticed that a lot. You'll have like people coming for spells and rituals, or people coming in for readings, and they're like, oh no, you don't work with demons. You're not a black witch, are you? Because I only work with angels. And it's like, you're in a mind, body, and spirit fair. If you want to work with angels, there's 5 stalls over there that have angel wings on the background. I would recommend going to one of those rather than the stall that has medieval witches on the banner behind me. I don't want to be like, I don't want to be really harsh, but I've seen it so many times. People want to get what suits them out of the witchcraft community, but they think the rest of it is messy and unappealing. And so if you've already stated, like it's available for people to see that this is the style of reading that you do, then I think it's a case of just saying, you know, were you already aware that this was a style of practice? It was available on my terms and conditions. It was available on my about page. You could see more information about it on my Facebook page. Unfortunately, this is the style of reading that I do. If you're not comfortable with that, then I can recommend you some other readers that do read differently to me. But if you are, but I can explain to you more about the way that I do things and how this works, and then you can decide whether or not that's something you feel comfortable with. You know, it is something that you just explain it sort of, if you can give them an alternative, that's always a great way of doing it. I would say if it isn't already available and you feel comfortable sort of letting people know on the socials that you use, if you use any for readings, that could be a good way of sort of preempting this kind of situation from happening if it's not already. But I would recommend maybe having a list of readers that you would perhaps recommend that do read differently, for if you ever get situations like this where somebody's like right in front of you and they're like, I don't want to do whatever it is you're doing. What should I do? And then you have some options there of where you can send them. But yeah, I have noticed a lot that this kind of, it's not uncommon, is basically what I'm trying to say. It's not uncommon for this kind of thing to happen. And especially when readings typically will attract people who maybe are inexperienced within the magical community. And this is what I meant earlier when I said I'm gonna get the bubbling frustration out, because deep down, it isn't something that is malicious. It is just frustrating when you're on the other side of it so often. The reality of it is that readings will often attract a lot of people who are grief-stricken, who perhaps the magical community isn't something they've ever really thought about before. It's something that they've only started considering after they've lost a loved one, or their life's fallen apart, or they think they're cursed, or something terrible has happened. And then they'll come to the magical community. But they often come to the magic and psychic communities with misconceptions, with straight up inaccurate information, often information that they've gained from very religious beliefs or from very biased views, movies, TV shows, and things like that. It's a difficult one because it's incredibly frustrating as a magical practitioner to constantly have to explain that witches aren't always demon worshipping, cursing, horrible people, and that tarot reading isn't sinful and doesn't belong to the devil and all that stuff. But equally, I can see where people are getting that from, and they're only there because it is their last resort. Like, they wouldn't choose to be there if they had any other options. So it's a difficult one. If it's visible to them, then it's just, I think, a case of directing people towards the about section and giving people alternatives. If it isn't visible, it could be a good idea to, even before a reading, say, I don't know how you do things. You don't need to tell me how you do things, but especially for like repeat readings, some people will have, say, a form that they fill out with sort of like the type of reading that they're looking for. And then you can sort of have a back and forth before you start that reading for somebody, where there might be some information that they can open to know what they're getting into in advance, just to avoid having to have the conversation like over and over and over again. Right. Oh, okay. I took a break from witchcraft for a while due to depression. How should I reintroduce myself without feeling overwhelmed? So I would say this is very much about going back to the basics. And it sounds so cliche and it's like, oh, you've got to start from the ground up again. But it's not so much about starting from the ground up. It's more about sort of opening yourself up again. Just diving headfirst straight back into it is going to feel like a lot. I know that when I took a break, I started with the foundational practices again. And then I started looking into things that were a little bit different than what I started with. So I didn't feel overwhelmed looking at things that I felt like I should already know. Instead, I did the foundations, hiccups, and then I looked into things that I'd never thought of. I looked into practices that I'd never really dived into, especially as somebody who was coming out of Wicca. I never really looked at certain things. And so when I then came back to the craft again after I realized that Wicca wasn't for me, but I'd also, with my time away, which was like, it was like a year or so away, I realized that I didn't want to not be part of witchcraft. I just needed to find something else. And so when I came back again, I felt lost. And so I went back to the foundational practices, back to my roots. And then I started just reading something totally different. And you often find that everything links back to something else. So you'll start reading a book on scrying and it'll link you back to energy work, and then it'll link you back to spirit work. And you can sort of like echo yourself back through the things you've already learned, just sort of inadvertently. You find that this information sort of just starts coming back to you again. So it's just about taking it slow. Don't feel pressure to be like the same level you were when you left, because the reality is that people change, people grow, people develop, and not everybody is going to get back into it super quick again. And that is totally fine. You might also find that your practice has shifted from where it was initially. You might notice that your practice is leaning towards a different path that you maybe otherwise wouldn't have thought of. Right, do you have a favourite artist? Mine is John William Waterhouse. Let's have a look-see. Oh, beautiful. Wait, Ophelia. Yeah? Wait, it's got that vibe to it. That pre-Raphaelite kind of look about it. Oh, beautiful. So I have a painting. It's in a stately home, and they rent it out, and it goes all over the country. And I got a print of it, and I'm gonna have to find that print and put it on a wall. I've been waiting for the perfect spot for it. And I need to figure out who it's by, because it's the most incredible painting imaginable. When you see the original, it's huge. It's like the size of one of my walls in this house. It's huge. And you walk into this room and it is so vibrant. It is the most beautiful, vibrant painting I've ever seen. And I just stood there and I just stared at it. I just stood and I stared, and I just completely lost myself in this painting. And as soon as we left, I went to the gift shop and I got a print of it. And I have to say, the print is nowhere near as beautiful as the original is, but it's that work that is just incredible. I love pre-Raphaelite art. And my favourite of all time is, it's so stereotypical. Like, it's so stereotypical. Okay, every whimsy goth, witchy goth bitch, I'm putting myself into that category here. Their favourite painting is probably always the same, and it is Ophelia by John Everett Millais. Is that how you say it? I've seen so many people who fit into the same, like, I want to be a whimsical witch in the woods, and I like cottagecore, and then I like being goth the next day. That's me, by the way. I flick violently between the two. It's like Ophelia. It's the Ophelia painting in the water like this. That is like the most beautiful painting I've ever seen, and absolutely gorgeous. I don't massively have like favourite. I will be honest. I don't massively have favourite artists. But there is one just from a magical perspective, and you're going to know like exactly who I'm talking about if you're in like the what am I trying to say? I can't type and talk at the same time. If you're in like the fairy world, okay? And that is Brian Froud. Brian Froud is an illustrator, a phenomenal artist of the fair folk. I have never seen fairy imagery as close to what I have witnessed than his work. Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. But yeah, I went to the UK for the first time. I cried at seeing Ophelia painting in person. I have lived in England I've lived in the UK my entire life. And I have never seen the painting. And I find it actually really interesting. People who come to the UK, especially when they come to the UK from America, see more of the landmarks of the UK than the people who live here all the time would ever see. I just find that really interesting because, like, I've never been to the London Museum. I don't think I've ever been to the British Museum. Ever. And I've lived here my entire life, and I have never been to the British Museum. And yet, people who come to England from America will just immediately go in and go to the British Museum. I have been to the Natural History Museum once when I was like 2 years old, and of course I think they had an earthquake simulator. That's all I remember was the earthquake simulator. But like I would love to treat going to like London. Like, people don't go to London. Most people don't just pop to London. I would love to go to London and treat it like a tourist in London. That sounds so cliche. Like, and the sad thing is Americans would, English people in London, like, what am I trying to say? Londoners would probably get annoyed at me going to London and pretending to be a tourist. But I would love to see all of these things and just act like I was there on holiday and just like pop into all of these like museums and just like walk like 20,000 steps a day around central London just trying to see everything. I would love to do that. I have not been to London in so long. I know I always say this, but I find it so funny that this is like six or 7 years ago. I got an email, like a business email about a book, like years and years ago. It all fell through in the end. And the email essentially consisted of, when you next pop into London, we can have a chat. Pop? I'm not popping anywhere. Nobody pops into London if you don't live like very, very close to London. I just loved the wording of it. Was like, next time you pop into London, I pop to the corner shop. I pop to the local pub. I don't pop to London. And it just brings back I used to, I don't get it so much anymore. I get so many messages from people and they'd be like, oh, do you know my mate Barry who lives in London? No! Why would I know somebody who lives in London? That doesn't make any sense. I don't know a Barry that lives in London. Right, let's have a look-see. I'm somewhere around here. Okay, let's go with this one, because this is the one that I know I haven't done so far. Can familiar spirits shapeshift and behave differently each time you interact with them? Yes, but, and this is where I think the but is important. Familiar spirits will often give you a version of themselves. It probably, more likely than not, isn't going to be their genuine appearance. It's the way that they want to appear to you. That might be because they want you to view them that way. It might be because this is the form that you will resonate with the most. It might be that this is the form that they think you'll be most comfortable with. And so when they pick a form, they will usually stick to it with you. Like when you're actively communicating with them, they will usually stick to it. Now, some spirits will sort of change around and it will depend on what they're doing. If they've been doing something else, they might appear in one way. If you were asked to do something else, they might appear something different. But there's usually features that make them recognizable. So they will always acknowledge their name that they've given you, and they will likely have traits that are similar so that you can easily recognize them as individuals. If you have a spirit, though, if you have a spirit that is consistently showing you different appearances, they don't react the same, they don't act the same, they don't engage the same, you're probably not dealing with a familiar. You're probably dealing with lots of different spirits that are pretending to be your familiar spirit. But yeah, they can change their appearance. They will usually, though, once you've sort of settled on one with them and like, this is the one I feel most comfortable with, or this is the appearance that they want to show you, that's typically the way it will stay. London has about 8 million people. Not a chance someone would know a random person there. You would be amazed how many times. I mean, I think in some ways I get it. I have a very, very specific accent. And so a lot of people will be like, oh, you're from London, because I have, I think it's called received pronunciation. It's like the step down from Queen's English. I think it's called like BBC English. It's what like all of the news presenters used to speak as, because it was like enunciated. And so I would often get people asking me if I was from London. Like, oh, you're from London? No. Oh, you're definitely from London. I'm not. I know you're from London. I'm not. Or a lot of people will assume that everybody from England is from London, and so you'll get a lot of questions of like, oh, have you, I'm about to visit London. I get this in my DMs on Instagram, even today, a lot. I'm visiting London from California. Where would you recommend I go? I've not been to London since I was 14. I've got no idea. I would recommend you picking literally anybody else in this country as a better tour guide for London than me. Okay, the only thing I can say is in London, you have the Last Tuesday Society, and I really, really want to go. No idea what it's like, but I'd love to go. That's about the best advice I can ever give anybody. Right, let's have a look, see, where am I? Oh! Huh? So I just went through every emotion. What? Okay, I'm gonna go with this one. You're just gonna have to deal with my confusion here. Okay. I was wondering if you have any good resources for ritual work for 5 people or so. No, 5 or so people. I'm trying to lead one, and all I find is coven stuff, but it's not for a coven, thank you. Interesting. So if it's not a coven, are we talking about something that is more like ceremonial magic versus something that's more like witchcraft? I say that only because most books that talk about coven work are only referring to group witchcraft. So it doesn't have to be a formal coven environment. It only has to be like, it's just a group of people and it's classified as a coven in a lot of the books. Unless what we're talking about is something that falls outside of witchcraft and more in general magical work as a whole. So are we talking more about maybe like ceremonial magic rather than classical witchcraft? I mean, I know a lot of the books on coven work are also focused they're a bit more Wiccan-centric in nature, which might be the issue here. But if we're talking about books on, say, ceremonial magic, then you're going to be looking at... Let me just have a look-see. Let me have a look-see. Gonna have to do a quick... Okay, let me just have a look-see. It's me and my magically inclined sister and mum. We like to gather sometimes for the full moon and do candle magic. I'm the only one that practices the actual craft. Ah. Okay, so coven work would still... Any references to covens would still apply in this. You would have to change the dynamic a little bit. So it's probably a case of... Okay, backtrack. Most covens, even though everybody is a practitioner in that coven environment, for the most part, some covens do allow people to just sort of participate that don't really know what they're doing. You are talking about having usually 1 or 2 people being the leaders. So instead of having like everybody butting heads and everybody discussing and arguing who's going to do what, instead you have the priestess and the priest. Sometimes they have religious connotations, a lot of the time they don't. They're simply the figures that are the highest authority on the particular working that's being done at that given moment. And they typically lead that working. So I'd say here you're going to be looking for any working. I mean, you can really adapt workings to fit, where you are going to be essentially the focal point's maybe the wrong word, but you are going to be the linchpin in that working. You are required for the energy to be pushed out. So if we're talking candle magic here, okay, so I'm just thinking, I don't have any books on this because most books on coven witchcraft would still apply. I don't have any in my collection personally. If anybody has any recommendations for books on coven witchcraft, that would be fine. Just add them. That would be great. Add that into the chat. But I hope that this is sort of fine, which is the easiest way to do group workings with non-magical practitioners is you are essentially going to be the acting as the central pin in the working. So you would have, say, the candles in front of you. And to start with, you would be sort of music or whatever is happening to sort of get everybody in the right mindset. You would then all be focusing on what it is that you want to manifest. So every person in there would be focusing on the same goal, for instance. And so what you could be doing is you could be talking everybody through what it is that you are going to be picturing for this working. So say this working is for prosperity and you want something in particular. So say you really want to improve the family's ability, like their reassurance with their finances. You want to give them a bit of a buffer. You want everybody to have a bit of extra support. So you might be walking everybody through it. So you might be saying how you would like this person to be thinking of this intention. You would like this person to be thinking of this intention. And it's easy if one person is giving them focal points. It allows them to focus more on what it is they need to be thinking about rather than focusing on whether or not what they're doing is right. So once everybody's thinking of an intention, probably around the same theme, possibly the exact same intention that you're thinking about, you would then hold hands and you are going to be drawing energy from them. So you can go down into the earth if you want. Hold hands, if possible. Push your energy through them down into the earth. Draw up some of that energy. That means you're not going to be draining anybody in particular, right? Otherwise, you run the risk of just draining the people on the ends of this loop into the earth. You pull it back up again, you go through the individual people. So you're taking their energy and their intention through them into yourself. You can then disconnect because you're storing that. And then you direct that into the working. So you have the energy from the earth through people who are focusing on the intention, who maybe aren't super skilled at manipulating their own energy, into yourself, who is more skilled at manipulating that energy, attaches onto your energy, which is linked to your intention, and then that is what is pushed into the candles. You can do them both at the same time. You can do them individually. It really depends on what you feel most comfortable with. If they want to be practicing this as well, they can be the ones to do the grounding. So they can do the grounding individually to draw that energy up from the earth, because that's a fairly easy practice for people who are just getting started. It doesn't require masses of skill necessarily. It's just something that they can practice doing. And then you can draw energy from them. And if they want to get even better from then, they can start then giving that energy to you. So that's kind of an extra practice there of, instead of you having to draw it from them, they are able to say, this is the energy I have for this working, and they can then pass it to you by holding your hands. And then you can take that energy off them, and then you can put it into that working, and then you can go to somebody else and they can hand you their energy, and then you can put it into that working. So it's something that's often done in groups when you have people that aren't as skilled, but they still want to participate. They still want to learn, but it isn't something that you necessarily need. It's not something that they necessarily need to have perfect straight away. You can work with them. The alternative to this is if you have every person holding a crystal. Crystals are fairly easy because they're fairly easy to get hold of, especially tumblestones. Or you have a piece of copper. That's really good as well, like a piece of copper pipe. If everybody holds it and they draw up their energy and they focus on their intention and they push it into whatever they're holding, crystals, copper pipe, whatever it is that they're holding. Once they feel that that is strong enough, or they've done it for a set amount of time, you can take those objects off them. You can take the energy that they've put in out, and then you can push it all into that working. So that way is a little bit less, it's a little bit less nerve-wracking just from that energy perspective. Some people get a little bit nervous of drawing energy through them, but it also allows them to flex their energetic muscles a little bit, to give it a try, to see how well they can do it. Because over time, that then means that they can get used to working with that energy themselves. And then instead of you having to be the linchpin in that working, where you are required to draw this energy together, instead, everybody's participating in their own way. And it feels more like an equal exchange, like it's like an equal group experience, rather than it being you doing it for them. So ultimately, it just depends. It just depends on what's best fit. I like doing assembly line spells where we can all take turns focusing on an object with my mixed group. Yeah, it's actually a really good way of wording it, assembly line. And it also, this kind of working is useful if you have people with different skills. So if you would like to do a working where you're connecting with all of the elements, I mean, this goes probably beyond this situation in particular, but if you want to do a group working where you're connecting with all of the elements, but some people are totally blocked on certain elements and they just really, really struggle with it. Instead of every individual person in that working attempting to focus on all of the elements, you have individual people working with their strengths. If you have one person who's really good at working with the water element and one person that's really good at connecting with the fire element, you're really good at connecting with the earth element, and somebody else is really good with the air element, you can add the energy into a working that's layered up by drawing the energy through people. You're adding different people's skills onto that so that by the time it reaches the end, you have a finished product that contains every aspect of the sections. And it's a way of making coven workings a little bit easier if not everybody is necessarily at the same level. But yeah, there's meant to be a book coming out, Coven by Fiona Horn. I think it's coming out this month, which could be worth looking into. Though, if you're wanting to do, say, like the crystal technique, you can apply that to any style of working, really. Even like bag spells, doll spells, anything that you can put a crystal into, you can be utilizing that style of working together in loads of different techniques. Right. Let's have a look, see where I was. What would you say is the best way to banish someone? I've done a few things, but it hasn't been working. So banishing is tricky because there's no one size fits all. And that's what makes it so difficult to get the right fit. So initially, okay, I need to find a way of collating my words rapidly. Banishing somebody is a lot easier if they do not require access to your life. If they do require access to your life, it becomes a lot harder. So to banish somebody that is, say, lingering around, they don't need to be around you anymore, they're just choosing to be, and you've asked them to leave you alone and all of this stuff, and they still won't. Obviously, if necessary, go to local authorities. I would recommend anybody do that if they need to. A banishing spell, a basic banishing spell, is likely going to be enough. Alternatively, you can constantly be pushing that energy away. So you can be doing like reflection style workings where all the energy they're putting in is just being reflected back at them again. And you can do cord cutting. So if the initial banishing doesn't work and they don't need to be in your life anymore, the only thing that's lingering them in your life is the energetic ties that you have with somebody, you can perform a cord cutting. I have a video on the channel. I think it's just called cord cutting, I think. And that then severs the energetic ties that you have with that other person. That way, when those energetic ties are severed, when you do that banishing, there is no reason for them to come back again. So that's one way of doing it. There's no one size fits all though with the spell that you choose. That's really up to circumstances. It's just about trial and error. The problem that a lot of people have, and I suspect this might be the case, obviously I don't know, but a lot of the times it's the case. Banishings don't work if that person is still tied into your life. So if you still have to see that person on the school run, you still have to work with that person, you still have mutual friends with that person, you are forced to be civil because they are an ex-partner and you have children with them, that makes banishings incredibly difficult because you push them away and circumstances are constantly going to keep bringing them back again. And in those situations, it's very, very difficult to truly banish somebody. It's then about attempting to separate your life from theirs, to unpick those threads, to do a cord cutting, and then to banish them from that situation. It's just a really tricky one because obviously depending on the circumstances, that banishing can become almost ineffective depending on circumstances. But I really hope that you can find the right banishing spell. You can do general protections on properties. You can do glamour style magic, which helps to make you less noticeable, less desirable to engage with, less present, so they feel less inclined to engage with you in the first place. You can do magic on door frames, windowsills to offer protection from that space. You can do spells that involve footprint magic, which is designed to irritate them and stop them from coming back again, where you put chili powder and stuff in their footprints that they leave behind, say on like a muddy day or something. You can do protection magic on yourself. You can do a cord cutting with candles. You can do a return to sender workings, banishing candles, general banishing style workings. You can even do workings that are, say, designed to irritate. So workings that when they attempt to break past what you are doing, they become irritated in an energetic way. As a way, so a little bit like how witch bottles were designed to irritate witches. So that if they go past those boundaries that you have set, they are then irritated. It's like triggered from that kind of a working. But I hope that you do manage to find something that works in this situation. I keep dreaming about bears, all kinds of bears, from white to brown to black, from them being malicious to kind, mostly violent, but I don't think it's a familiar. It may well be a deity that is reaching out to you. I don't know personally of any that revolve around bears, but there may well be. It might be something that you need to be paying attention to. Something, especially if you're seeing bears all of the time, it may well be something in your life that is important that you are not paying attention to. And so it is coming forwards repeatedly in dreams again and again and again. Right. Let's have a look-see. Is there a proper way to retain your energy after a spell? Because sometimes I feel drained afterwards. Oh, okay, yes. So this is because you're using your personal energy. I used to do this all the time. Most people do at some point in their magical practice. So what happens is we push our energy into a spell or ritual and we keep pushing and keep pushing and keep pushing and keep pushing and oh, we've used way too much. You get headaches, you just feel kind of groggy and afterwards. And so I always recommend eating something afterwards, having a drink, and trying to rebuild the energy that way. But the cause of it, eating chocolate and eating food afterwards isn't necessarily a solution. It's a plaster. It's something that we put on to make it feel better, but it doesn't fix the problem. The problem is usually because rather than using external energy, we're using our own energy. When we use our own energy, we feel drained afterwards. So we need to be using energy of other things. So this could be crystals. This could be trees. Elements. The easiest one is the earth. So ground. You center your energy, which is where you bring it all in alignment. It could be here, it could be here. It often falls in different places. Mine's always in my stomach. Always when I do my energy, it pulls together into my stomach. And then you push it down into the earth. So you imagine that energy is going through you and coming out into the ground like roots. And it's coring its way into the earth until it hits energy. And then you can draw energy up from the earth and you can use that in your spells and rituals. If you're particularly connected to plants, you can utilize plant energy, elements, crystals, weather. So if you're a storm witch, you can utilize thunderstorms safely. If you are a lunar witch, you might want to be drawing on lunar energy for your spells and rituals. So essentially, instead of solely using your own energy, take the earth as the example here. You root yourself in, you draw energy up. Your energy is now mixed with the earth energy. You then add your intention in, so it's all getting mixed together. You then send that energy into that working. You've already not depleted yourself that much because you've mixed that energy in. But before you take the roots up again, you feel your energy and you go, okay, am I a little bit too drained? Yes. Root yourself, draw up some more energy till you balance yourself out. If you feel a little bit buzzy and a little bit floaty because you have too much energy, take the excess energy and root it into the earth, and then pull up the tendrils again, shake yourself off, and you can get on with your day. And you end up never feeling tired after workings anymore, because instead of leaving feeling depleted, either you've used personal energy and then you've replenished your energy, or you never used all of your personal energy in the first place because you were actually drawing on the earth energy or another kind of energy as a replacement for it. So you're still adding a little bit of yours in, but it just stops you from feeling super duper tired. I was getting exhausted after all of my workings. Like, I was knocked out, like even the next day after large ceremonial rituals, until I was taught that technique. And then I was like, why did I never think of this? And now I always use it. If I'm not drawing it from the earth, I'm a electric-y person. Anybody who's near me will get a static shock. Sorry, Cleo, she often gets static shocks. I give myself static shocks all the time. I short out everything. I destroy electronics constantly. So for me, lightning storms, putting my hand on a wall and just drawing the power out of the wall. It just is about finding what works best for individual people. Like, my favorite party trick is the fact that I can feel electricity. If somebody has an electronic device plugged in and I touch it, if I touch them, they can feel electricity through me. It's so weird. I don't understand why. I love it though. It's the best party trick ever. Ooh, okay. What crystals do you recommend to use to raise your vibrations, and in which order if possible? I have a really, really short list. Really, really short. Quartz. That's it, quartz. And that's not to say that other crystals aren't as good, right? It's just that they aren't as universal as quartz is. So if you want to draw in and store energy as well, quartz is by far the best crystal to be using because it's neutral. It allows you to adapt and magnify other energies. It's affordable to find, and it's something that you can just have and you can adapt to every working. If you get something like a rose quartz, it's really great for healing work. It's really great for fertility, for love, for self-love workings. But once you start getting into the banishing, the cursing, the protection, prosperity style workings, you have energy that isn't necessarily as good of a fit as if it was just neutral energy. So if you were going to get anything, rock quartz, plain, clear quartz, doesn't have to be polished, can just be raw, like rough quartz, can be spikes or spheres or cubes or whatever you want. But I find quartz to be the best, and it's the most accessible to the most people as well, which is always beneficial. Right. Da, 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 da. Is that the Bewitched theme song? It is. I don't know where that came from. Right, so everyone is talking about the spring equinox, but it's summer where I live, so I'm confused as to how to practice other than my regular rituals. What should I do? I have a question, and I'm gonna have to ask, you don't have to answer it in the chat. I always say this, but I just want to make sure everybody knows. Are you in the southern or the northern hemisphere? Because if you're in the southern hemisphere, the wheel of the year is not the same as it is in the northern hemisphere. It's turned by 6 months. So in the southern hemisphere right now, it is the end of summer, early autumn. We're approaching Mabon. So the first of the harvest festivals. Second of the harvest festivals. So it's a tricky one because obviously the majority of people who talk about the Sabbats on social media are in the northern hemisphere. And so a lot of people feel as though it doesn't work for them, like they're doing something wrong. But it's because the wheel is the opposite way round, basically. You turn it. So when it is Yule for us, it's Letha for you. Winter solstice in the northern hemisphere, summer solstice in the southern hemisphere. When it is Imbolc, it is Lunasa. When it is Ostara, it is Mabon. When it is Beltane, it is Samhain. And the wheel turns 6 months apart from each other. So you're always going to be celebrating the polar opposite celebration as the northern hemisphere. So in the southern hemisphere right now, if you're saying that it's currently summer, it would be the autumn equinox where you are. So the summer is slowly starting to come to an end. We are coming to the second of the harvest festivals. This is very much about closing out the year, finishing up that solar energy, harvesting what we have access to, finishing up our spells and rituals for the year, and doing it that way. The other thing to take into consideration is that the Wheel of the Year is based off Western European celebrations and timeframes. So even if you're not in the Southern Hemisphere, even if you're, say, in the very southern tip of Italy, it's going to be a hell of a lot warmer for you than it is in Ireland, where a lot of these celebrations come from. So when we're talking about the celebrations, we're looking at Irish, we're looking at Germanic. So we're talking entirely Western European, which has a very different climate to very southern Italy. So it's a difficult one because while the Wheel of the Year is preached as being the celebration, like it's the thing that you do, it's entirely based off a climate that is very, very specific. England has the climate that it has because of the water systems that are going on around us, because of the weather patterns that are influenced by it. We are in a very unique position from a weather and environment situation that other countries don't necessarily have in the same way. So if you live in Alaska, I know I always use that as an example, but if you live in Alaska, then Imbolc is going to still be the depths of winter. Ostara is probably still going to be the depths of winter. You're probably not going to be seeing that much of what you would be seeing in Western Europe. And so it's just about taking into consideration where you are in relation to the origins of it. And it's quite likely that there will be seasonal celebrations that relate to the region where you live that will likely line up with your seasons a lot better than the Wheel of the Year from England and Western Europe would accommodate your seasons. So it's very much just about, are you northern or southern? Because I get a lot of messages from people who they are really confused because for them it's the middle of summer, but we're all talking about Yule. And it's just because it's that opposite way round. Oh, thank you so much, Shadowlands Radio. I'm the same, but with certain sounds. Oh, very, very cool. Da-da-da. And then we've got people here, I can even hear the buzz. So cool. Right, I will keep going down here. What if it seems your deities are bored of the same offerings? Is it as simple as changing the offering up, and how do you know they will like an offering that is not written anywhere as something they like? Ask them. I don't know how you would commune with your deities, but if you have a way for them to engage back with you again, then ask them if they would be willing to have something else, if there's something in mind that they would like to have. Maybe give them some options as well of things that you can really easily maintain, and see if you can figure it out that way. If you can't communicate that way, the alternative is to trial and error it. Give an offering, ask if they can give you a sign as to whether or not that's an offering that they would appreciate going forwards. If it is, keep doing it. If it isn't, try something else. Right. Any tips for connecting with deceased loved ones? I lost my dad and some special friends, but can't sense them that often. So this one, there's a couple of different things that I think need to be bared in mind. I don't know if that has a plural to it, a past tense. But there are some things that we might need to bear in mind. So initially, and it's the thing that I say to everybody, is that a lot of spirits have a cool down time. So a lot of spirits, when they come to MBS shows, when they come looking for readings and they come looking for spiritual assistance, it's often with loved ones that have passed over really, really recently. And typically it's 6 months, 12 months of maybe not having any experiences, because things do take time to to learn about. I mean, they're in a totally different phase of their life, afterlife now, and that takes time to get used to, and it can take time for things to come through really readily. So I think that's something to always bear in mind. But one of the ways a lot of people, not just within witchcraft, but within traditions that do work and honour ancestors greatly, do is they have an ancestor altar. And it doesn't have to be a general ancestor altar. It's a space where items and photographs that belong to the people that you care about can be kept, and they can be worked with, and they can be honoured, and they can be spoken to. And it's a space that gives them energy. It's a space that is easier for them to come through while you're there. And it's an environment that gives them the opportunity, if they would like to come through. And so it's one of the ways that I always suggest people start working with ancestors, whether they're known ancestors or not, is to set up a space for items that are important. And you can leave offerings there if you would like, a cup of tea, a drink, a favourite snack of theirs, something that they resonate with, as a way of creating a safe space where they can come through and they can gain energy from those objects as well. But it's a difficult situation, and I hope that you do have some success with it in the future. Would love to hear how you'd recommend balancing being neurospicy and not being able to have a daily practice with still wanting to build a regular practice. So, I don't know if I'd consider myself neurospicy. I consider myself neuro-seasoned heavily sometimes. And I've always really struggled with daily practice. Many of you will know this. I'm very much that person to be like, I hate the fact that everybody expects you to have a daily practice. Because everybody on the internet is like, let me show you my daily practice. And I'm like, I wake up, I do my teeth, I have a shower, I then work. I don't do anything. And I think a lot of emphasis is placed on it. And I always say this, and I've got to sound like a broken record at some point. The people that we see on social media are not practicing like everyday people, because a lot of them, their job is to practice on social media. So therefore, what they are able to achieve in a day is very different to what the average person with an average job and an average home life would be able to achieve. If your entire income is making very aesthetically pleasing spells on TikTok, they're going to look very different to a mother of 3 who is fitting in spellwork and ritual in nap times and isn't able to do very decorative, intricate things. It is going to look very different. So I will always say, never compare yourself to the people you see on social media, because the people you see on social media aren't real. Even the stuff that you'll see from me, like, while all of the stuff is stuff that I will legitimately do in my practice, it makes it fake when I stick a camera in front of it. I have to make it look aesthetically pleasing to a degree. I'm filming things under filming lights. Even if the working is one that I will legitimately be doing, it isn't something I'm necessarily going to do there and then with the bright filming lights and the hot lamps and this equipment and tripods everywhere, because what I'm doing is attempting to explain how something is done, not necessarily show you exactly how I'm doing it, because guarantee you I'm doing it at 3 o'clock in the morning with pajamas and my fringe is sticking up at a funny angle. I've got mascara smudged down my face. I'm tired. It's the full moon. I forgot to do a working. I'm pulling things out of drawers. I'm effing and jeffing. I'm oil here. Shit, I spilled this there. It's not super aesthetically pleasing. So what we see on social media is never real. And I think what you're doing is actually a really good and healthy way of doing it, is rather than pushing yourself for a daily practice, it is about having a healthy practice. I'm looking at my screen and I feel like I have like I'm echoing. Like I'm visually echoing, if that makes sense. I'm going mad. Anyway, it's late. I think that having a regular practice is much, much more healthy than having a daily practice. Because if you rely on a daily practice, especially, hi, OCD babes over here, if I have a daily practice and I then suddenly don't do the daily practice, if my OCD is feeling particularly bad that day, I might think that the world is going to end. So I often find that daily practice, especially if you're a little bit on the OCD spicy end of the spectrum, can lead to some of the compulsions kicking in, the requiring, the not being able to sleep because you haven't had time to do something, and so you stay up really late to get it done so that then you can fix the compulsion inside your head. Does that make sense? So I find regular practice is so much better. And in which case, it's about giving yourself flexibility. If you really, really want to consistently be reading tarot cards, then if you say do it once a week, it's then flexible as to when it's going to be. You might want to do it on a Sunday night and then a Monday morning if that's the time that you're available. But also you might go Sunday night to Sunday night because that's the only time you've had available to you. The Sabbath stuff. I will regularly do workings for the Sabbats, but I don't always do them at the same time. I'll often be doing them different closeness to the Sabbath depending on the time I have available to me. I think it's very much about looking at the astrological events, the seasonal events that are happening, the energies that you want to be working with. And if anything, just trying to say, well, I would love to work with this and this month. When I do it doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm taking the time to plan it. I'm taking the time to set it up so that I can then do that working when I'm able to do it. So rather than saying I need to do this, and this every day, it's I know I need to give an offering to my ancestors. I know that I do it once a week. But if I do it on Wednesday morning or 2:00 on Thursday morning, it's not going to matter so much because we have that flexibility. We have that relationship where we can have that shift around. And I think that's the benefit of having connections with deities and spirits is once you form that connection, it's much easier to then say, hey, I'm having a really, really busy week this week. Would I be able to give the offering tomorrow instead of today because I'm so tired, I just need to go to sleep. And once you form that relationship, it's much, much easier to do that switch around and to adapt things. But yeah, I think especially if people are struggling with hyperfocus. And I don't mean like hyperfocus, oh, I'm really engaged in this. I mean the kind of hyperfocus that means you forget to eat and sleep. You know, I think that it's instead of beating yourself up after the fact for not doing other things that you maybe should have done instead, it's just about working with that to then fit it in when you can. Or if you're having a day where you're really, really struggling to sit and focus and meditate, but you desperately, desperately want to be meditating every single day, maybe it's a case of saying, okay, well, how about 2 times a week I do some meditation? And it doesn't matter when in that week I do that meditation, as long as by the end of the week, I can at least have done one of those. And it's just about finding something that works. It's about not, because I've been prone to this, not hating on yourself because you weren't able to achieve a goal that you set, that you just didn't realize you wouldn't be able to manage. You know, if you want to meditate twice a week, but you only meditate once, it's better than nothing. And also, I feel like I'm preaching to the choir, preaching to the congregation, preaching to the choir. That's the one. Of what was I even going to say? Oh my God. Oh, that's it. Armchair magicians are demonized in the magical community. Oh, you're an armchair magician. What? Because I'm busy and I don't have time to do workings every single day? The term armchair magician is thrown around like it's a bad thing. But in reality, your witchcraft is something that is yours. And it is about how you perceive the world, not necessarily what you do. The way you perceive the world is innately magical because it passes through your belief system. You don't have to be doing something like that regularly in order for you to be a magical practitioner, because it's about the way that you perceive the world. It's the way you experience things. And so if you can just find time to slot things in where possible, even if it's sporadic and even if it's random, it's going to be so much better than trying to sort of box yourself into a daily magical practice. Right. Is it allowed to stop working with a deity and making offerings if you feel like you don't want to do it anymore? I struggle to worship deities. It's very taxing for me to do at the moment. Well, it's very taxing for me to do. I just merged that with one of the other questions. Sorry about that. Yeah, you just have to let them know. Be honest about it. Be honest, but not brutal. So it's How would I best describe this? It's a bit like if you've been hanging out with a friend every single different one. It's a bit like if you've been walking to work with a friend or walking to school with a friend every single day for 2 years. And it's tiring on you and you're really struggling to get the motivation to get out of bed and you're really struggling to maintain it. And that friend can see that you're not being yourself, but they've not said anything because they don't want to make it awkward, but they can tell that you just don't really want to be there with you, but they're not going to say anything. So everybody just slowly gets more and more awkward, right? It's much easier in that situation to just say, you know, hey, I still really appreciate you and I still really appreciate working with you and I have so much respect for you. But at this moment, I'm really struggling to maintain this in a way that is fair on you and that's fair on me. So I would like to take a step back from being in an active working relationship for a while. I would really appreciate if in the future we could maybe pick this up again. But for right now, I'm really struggling and I don't feel like I can be the best version of myself and I don't feel like I can show up for you in the same way that I would want to. And just be honest about it. It's not about being brutal, but it's about being open to the fact that you are not able to maintain it at the minute. Because a little bit like friends, they are able to sense when you're struggling with things. And so because of that, they're already going to have an idea that something's going on anyway. So it's just about being open about it and maybe even just easing off on the offerings. Maybe it's just a case of taking a step back for a while and maybe just doing them like every couple of months or so, just to sort of, it's a little bit like when friends have their own families and work and stuff. It's not like the friendship just disappears. It has to be in a different way now. Have a look, see. I think someone just said bloopers reel of the workings. Honestly, I need to do bloopers reels. It would be interesting. To say the least, it would be very interesting. Right. How to safely make anointing oils. You need percentages. Okay, it depends on how you're doing it. So you can steep herbs. So you choose the appropriate herbs, you choose the appropriate oil, you steep it, and then you decant it. If you want to be going down an oil route, like an essential oil route, you then need to be making sure that you're using the correct percentages for it to be safe to handle. So skin safe is usually 2%. If you want something that's not skin safe, you can go for a higher percentage. Some essential oils are as low as 0.25% for skin safe. Some are 0.5, some are 1, some are 1.5. It depends on the oil. Things like what am I thinking of? Rose, absolute, like pure rose is quite a low percentage. The oil base, it depends on what you are comfortable with. Some people use avocado oil. Jojoba oil is more expensive. You can use grapeseed oil. You can even use olive oil. It's just it has a smell to it. It has a base to it that you might not want to necessarily be including, but you can. There's nothing wrong with it. It just has a little bit of an odor to it. Loads of different base oils. It depends on what you're using it for. It depends what you have access to. All of that good stuff. And then it's usually steeped, cool, dark place. Sometimes warm, dark place. It depends on what the oil is going to be for. Sweet almond, yeah, that works too. It entirely depends. Like a lot of people, if they're using them for massage oil, they'll typically use jojoba. A lot of people, if they cook with avocado oil, it tends to be a pretty neutral base, so you can always use that. Long enough shelf life. It can really be whatever. It's just about making sure, especially if you're using oils, that the percentages are right and that the herbs you're using are not toxic as well. Because obviously toxic herbs steeped is going to create a toxic oil. All that stuff. Right. Is it possible to communicate with the afterlife and is it dangerous? Yes, and that entirely depends. Because who you're dealing with and who you're encountering is not necessarily guaranteed. And so because it isn't necessarily guaranteed, it's a little bit like yelling out into the dark and telling somebody to come up to you. You have no idea who is going to come up to you. It could be somebody really nice. It could be somebody really horrible. You just have no idea until they get there. And so that's why it's really important to have personal protections. It's important to have protections over your space to make sure that the spirits that you are working with are the ones that you actually want to be working with. So it's not really dangerous or safe. It just is. And it's about how we approach it that changes how safe or unsafe a certain situation would be. Right, a beginner's question. Oh, wait, no, missed one. Sorry. What is the best way to build a relationship with your guides or long time ago ancestors? So I did an entire video on how to make an ancestor altar. And that video goes into how to connect with the forgotten dead or the unknown dead. These are the ancestors that we know we have because we're still here, but we don't know who they are. We don't even necessarily know where they came from. We don't know their names. We don't know their heritage at all, perhaps. They are known as the unknown dead, and that's who we can work with when it comes to ancestor altars. So I have done an entire video on that. I believe it is just called Ancestor Altars. I will check. Ancestor altars. Oh, no way. I didn't even have to put my own username in. It just came up. How to set up an ancestor altar. I am consistently amazed when that happens. Oh, never mind. I did another one more recently. How to create a Samhain altar ancestor work is another one that kind of combines the two. And that kind of goes into setting up for the unknown dead and the known dead. When it comes to guides, I did talk about it earlier quite in depth, so I'm not going to go super deep into it. It's about connecting with your own guides. I know that's the question, but it's your own, right? So it's easier than connecting with other things because they're already there. They're already wanting to connect with you. They're already wanting to commune with you. It's just that you might not necessarily have the ability to hear them yet. So in which case it's about getting your skills up a little bit. It's about improving your hearing of spirits, your sight of spirits, your smell, your touch, your taste. It's about seeing which skills you can develop to allow them to come through. So if you can remember your dreams, ask them to come forward in dreams, write in a dream journal. If you meditate or go into trance states, you can ask them to come forward in those situations. If you do tarot or pendulum or scrying, you can ask them to come forward in those situations. If you have the ability to see spirits, to hear spirits, I've got the hiccups again, they can come through in those situations as well. But it's about building those skills that allow us to communicate. Because it's like they're trying to call you on a phone, but you don't have a phone. So they're trying to reach out to you. But if you don't have a way of picking up that phone, that's a really difficult connection to develop. So by developing these skills, even if it's just remembering our dreams, it's a much easier way for them to communicate with us than just them not being able to get through. Oh my goodness, thank you so much to From the Fast. Beware the wrath of Hearth Vader. Oh, I love that. Winnie the Imperial March, Winnie the Pooh theme intensifies. Need courage to speak at the next book club. I need so much courage to speak at the next book club. I have been putting off putting up the poll for the next book club because I am so scared of doing it. That was awful. I mean, it wasn't, but like, once I kind of got into it, I was pretty okay. But there were moments where I was like, I can't do this, but I have to pretend like I'm like fine. But then I don't want to not do another one because it was really good and I loved getting to hear everybody speak about the books, and I really enjoyed the process of it. Like, I really like how everybody came together and you know, some people had read the book and had gone really in depth, and other people were just curious about the book and they wanted to join in to get other people's thoughts. And it was just so lovely getting to see everybody be there and everybody coming together and people talking as well. Like, that was amazing. You saved me from having to waffle for an hour and a half, which I really appreciate. And yeah, I need so much courage for the next book club. But I will put the poll up. We've already had like a bunch of people saying like, I would like to read this book and can we add this book to the list? So I will have to formulate that. If I can get through Friday, once I have the tooth removed, I I need all my courage for that first. And then this weekend, I think I will probably put the I'll put the poll up on Patreon. So I can't put it off any longer once I've had my tooth out. Once I've had it out, then I'll think about it one scary thing at a time. And it's so weird because like I feel fine doing this. I feel totally fine doing this. I don't feel nervous doing the live streams at all. And I don't think I ever have. But the book club was exactly like public speaking. It was exactly like standing in front of an audience, and I shit myself. So yeah, thank you so much for everybody who came to the book club, because yeah, I'll be honest, I half expected to get in there and nobody was there. That's what I was expecting. I was expecting nobody to be there. So thank you so much to everybody who stuck with me through the technical issues and my panic attacks. And yeah, because it was a doozy. I went, technical issues, and I came off, immediately burst into tears, called my mum and was like, I don't think I can do this. She's like, you can do this. I'm like, no, I can't do this. And she was like, you can do this. Pull yourself together. And then it went great. So really, I should have listened to everybody in the first place, because I just fully panicked. So the next one, I will be calmer, I think, because like I now know how to use Zoom a little bit better. I now know kind of the way it's gonna work. It can't be worse. It can't be worse. It can only go up from here. It can only go up from here. Oh, don't worry from the past. Genuinely, I would have done the exact same thing. If I'd have been in a book club and everybody was speaking, I'd have been like, no, I'm just gonna stay back here with my notebook and I'm not gonna say anything because don't look at me. That's how I usually am. So, honestly, everybody who just came and just spoke in the chat and all that stuff, thank you so much, because you made that book club such an engaging hour and a half. Like there were so many different thoughts on different topics, and yeah, so if anything, just know that if you are scared of speaking, I am shitting myself on the other end, okay? You are not alone in that at all. Right. Honestly, yeah, I am a duck on a pond. That is a perfect description. Calm on the surface, paddling like crazy. Yeah, that was exactly me. I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh no, it's gone quiet. I asked a question and nobody has an answer for it. I'm gonna have to fill this gap. I'm gonna have to fill this with something. I'm just gonna talk out my arse for 5 minutes. Inner monologue. But yeah, we got there and it was wear a diaper and carry on. Honestly, yeah. I honestly might have to. I did really enjoy it. I got off it and I was like, that was amazing. That was amazing. And then immediately I was like, I'm going to have to do that again. I'm going to have to do that again. But yeah, if anybody else is like, I really want to talk, but I'm scared to talk, just know that a lot of the people there, maybe not everybody, but a lot of the people there are also really scared to talk. And we all just want to talk about books and just chill. And that's fine. Oh, and not a question, but I read A Deed Without a Name because of your video and found it absolutely fascinating. Oh, I'm so glad. That was exactly my first reaction. I read it and I was like, oh, this is actually really good. And then I read it again, and then I read it again, and then I read it again, and then just rinse, repeat. It's one of the few books in my collection where I could read it every year and I would be as engaged with it the next time as I was the first time, which I very rarely find. A lot of the books, I'll be honest, I skim read. Not all of them. Okay, for anybody who is interested, I'm gonna show you my current read. Okay. I took it from the bookshelf of shame. Okay. And this time it's all blue, because the range we're going on is pale blue is not as bad and dark blue is, oh my God, what are you talking about? I said I would work my way back through the bookshelf of shame. So I will be talking about that again, because a lot of the books in my collection, I feel kind of like this about. And oh, that first section was a doozy. So that'll end up on Patreon at some point in the future when I can bring myself to finish it. As you can see, I did not get very far in before I went, okay, I'm done for tonight. It's not, I'm just going to preempt this and say, it's not that the book is fundamentally bad. It's that the marketing and the branding for the book just makes no sense to the point where the book becomes nonsense. Like, you're telling me you're going to call a book Hex Your Ex and then tell people that they're evil if they hex anybody through the entire book? Madness. Okay. Let's see where I was. I was somewhere over here. Oh, it just jumped. Okay, where was I? I've done that one. Okay. Oh, okay. So a beginner question. During the ritual, we have to raise the energy, preferably not our own, direct it and release it. Can you explain the release part and how you can properly do it? Okay. Okay. So, okay, how do I best describe this? In a way that isn't just me being like, just do it, because it isn't that easy. It's like the underlying things that you don't realize that you're doing, but you are doing it. So, I'm assuming that when we're holding an object, can sense the energy of that object, right? So if we are, do I have anything here that I can use? You. Doesn't really work, but it'll do. So when we pick up this object, doesn't matter what it is, we can sense that energy, right? Because it is connecting to us. But then when we let go of that object, that energy is now disconnected from us. We could, if we wanted to, continue to hold on to that object with our energy, right? We could continue to do it if we wanted to, but you can also just let it go and not be connected to that energy. So this is the way I would practice it, is get an object. Wait, do I actually have I have a crystal. Okay, I have a bumblebee Jesper. Okay, so if you have a crystal, this is probably the best way of practicing it. I'm going to use my hand. This is a flat surface. Let's pretend this isn't my hand, okay? Because you're too high for me to have a flat surface. Book, I'll use a book. Okay. Crystal is on a flat surface, okay? We are not in contact with crystal or flat surface. If you hold your hand over it, you can feel the energy of that crystal. How far up can you maintain that connection with the energy? And at the start, you'll be able to get to like here, and then it'll just disconnect. But if you can pull that energy and you can feel it, and it does this, like that, in a little funnel like that, up towards your hand. You can pull it up and 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 up, and you're still connected. And then you can go back down again. Okay, so that's that pulling of the energy up, down, right? Once you've got that, and you can put that crystal down and you can walk away from it, that's you disconnecting your energy. You don't realize you're doing it, but you're automatically doing it when you're walking away, because it takes effort to manually hold on to that energy. So once we get that, where we can pull it up and we can push it down, pull it up and push it down, you're going to hold on to that energy and you're going to pull it up, and then we're going to practice letting it go. And that is going to feel really weird for a while, and it might be not the easiest thing to do. So it might take a couple of days of like trial and error, because at first it's going to be like, I don't actually know how to let this go. But in reality, when you put that crystal down and you walk away from it, you're doing it without realizing that you're doing it. You need to feel what that feeling is when you disconnect and recreate it, basically, by practicing. So we're going to lift it up. You can pull that energy up and up and up and up and up, and then let it go. And it just drops. And I can sense the energy is still there, but I'm not attached to it anymore. It's not following me about. I can tell it's there. And then you can attach again. And you can pull and you can pull and you can pull and you can pull and you can pull. And you just let it go. And then the energy just drops again. And it's not something where I can be like, oh, it feels exactly like this, or it feels exactly like that. Because energy is going to feel differently to everybody. But once we can get the hang of doing it with an object with energy that's different to our own. So this energy of this bumblebee Jasper does not feel like my energy. It is clearly and distinctly different to my energy. Once we've gotten used to doing it with this crystal like this, we can then have a crystal or an object that belongs to us, that has our energy. So as an example, my ring, right? We'll take this off. This ring has my energy in it. Therefore, when I sense that energy and I pull it up, it feels like my energy, right? It doesn't feel separate because I wear this all the time. It feels like me. You have to get used to learning to drop it. I know the energy's there. I can feel the energy's there. I'm not attached to it anymore, right? It's in this. So you pull it up again, you see how far you can get it, and then you just learn to drop it. And the energy then dissipates again. Once we can start doing it with objects like this, we can then start doing this with our own energy. So then you bring up your energy, you push it out into your hands, you push it out as though you're pushing it into an object, and then you pull it back in again. Classic energy sensing of the world around you, of objects around you. You push your energy out, you pull it back in again. Then start pulling the energy out. So you push it out of your hands and you just cut it off. It just floats. It's not attached to anything anymore. So you center your energy, you draw it up, down into an arm or both, whatever you feel like, into your fingertips, out, and then you just cut it off. And it's that build-up of practice. Some people are going to get it so fast. They're like, oh, I know how to do this. Bump, 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 gone, energy gone. Other people are like, I don't understand how to do this. And it's that build-up. So you start with an object whose energy is different to yours. You move on to an energy, I've still got it on my finger, you move up to an energy that is the same as yours. This then is going to feel, once you can do it with an object like this, with the energy that's the same as yours, you can do it with your own energy. So when we're cutting off or releasing that energy, we're essentially either sending it all out towards a target. So this could be if you're doing like a general spell and you're aiming it towards your friend who lives like a couple of miles away or something. What you want is you raise the energy, you attach your intention onto it, you release that energy, and once all of the energy with the intention in it has gone, you cut it off. So it's not taking any more energy with it. You are not linked to that working any further. You raise the energy, that's the energy you're going to use. You send it out. Once the energy is gone, you cut it off. And then that energy is a separate thing that is going to do its own job. If you are using, I keep going over there, it's still here. If you're going to be charging a piece of jewelry, you gather up your energy, you focus on your intention. This could be energy from the earth. This could be the energy from crystals, from trees, from anything. You gather it together, you put your intention onto it, you pour it into this object. When you can feel the shift in the energy, where you've gone through your intent, through the energy that you've designed for this working, and you've now finished with that energy, you're now just pushing your own energy into it at this point. You cut it off. The energy is still in here. It's no longer attached to you. It is separate from you. It's now its own energy in this ring, for instance. Candle magic. If you want to be working with the fire element, you're going to be pushing all of your energy into the flame of that candle. You charge, you draw up your energy from the earth, you focus it in, you direct it out, you push it all into that candle. And then as soon as you realize you've put enough energy in, you cut it off. If you don't cut it off, what tends to happen is that the energy starts impacting your life. And this is where people get a lot of the idea of backfire from. They're like, oh, I did a love spell for a friend, and now I'm getting unsolicited people coming to me. And what's often happened there is, instead of the energy being dissipated entirely, some of it is still stuck in your space because you haven't sent it all out. It's still mixing with your energy because you are probably still tied in with that working. Once you cut it off, you can push it all out. And then when you do cleansings after you've done spells and rituals, you aren't negatively impacting the spells that you are doing. Because once you've done that spell, as long as that object, if you've put like it into a ring, or you've put it into a necklace, or you've put it into a bag, unless that object itself is being cleansed, you can cleanse yourself and your space without negatively impacting that working, because the energy is now separated from you. It's the same way that we make servitors. So a servitor is your energy that's cut off and given an intention. It's given life to function separate from you. It is still attached because it is the same energy, a little bit like how this ring is still linked to me because it's my energy, but this ring isn't me. It's now become its own separate thing. So it's a principle that applies to so many things in witchcraft, but they just sort of describe it as, just do it. And it's like, okay, but how? How? I don't know how. So yeah, it's one of them where it's just about building it up, and it's going to feel differently for everybody. So for me, energy feels weighty. Like right now, because I've just been messing with the energy of this ring, this entire arm is like I could do this with it. It feels like I need to do this, where it's just it just feels like a dead weight now, because that's what energy feels like to me. Energy feels heavy. Like I've just put lead weights around my arms. But it's not going to feel like that for everybody. Sometimes it feels hot. Sometimes it feels cold. Sometimes it feels really zappy like electricity. Sometimes it feels quite pulsing and slow. And that's just how you sense energy as an individual. Everybody is going to be slightly different. I mean, I'm sure some people feel energy as like a heavy weight, but not everybody is going to. Right. But yeah, I have an entire playlist of beginner witchcraft practices. I honestly might need to redo those videos. They're really, really old. So let's have a look. Can energy you absorb accidentally affect electronics? Oh, I break electronics all the time. So yeah, if you're particularly energy drawing, it can have a negative effect on electronics. I always break electronics. Things just don't work with me. And then somebody else touches them and they're like, I fixed it. I'm like, how? They're like, it was just working. I'm like, no, I can tell you it wasn't. Right. Let's have a look-see. Any book recommendations for elemental magic? Oh, okay. I had one in my collection. I had it as an audiobook though, and I never fully got through it. Let me just see. It's huge. That's why I was struggling with it, because it was absolutely massive. But I think it's one of the better, newer releases. Okay, I'm just going to go through my Audible real quick. See if I can find it. Because I got halfway through it and then I'm like, I'm struggling here. Downloaded. What have we got? Where is it? Oh no. Nope, not there. Okay. Elemental magic. Oh my goodness, this is going to drive me insane. It definitely wasn't the DJ Conway one, and it wasn't a Wicca one. It was a very, very specific book on elemental magic, and that's going to drive me insane if I can't find it. So I know exactly what it looks like. That doesn't really help though, I'm going to be honest, if I can't find the bloody book. I don't think it was that one. Wasn't that one? Not that one. No. What I'll have to do is I'll keep looking as we go through some of the questions and see if I can find it. Oh, wait. Was it a Crossed Crow publication? If it is, I'll just go directly to them. Let's have a look. Crossed Crow books. Yep. Show me the books. Give me the books. I want them all. Right. I'm so determined. I will not stop now until I find this book. It's got to be here somewhere. Da ba dum bum ba dum. Okay, if I genuinely can't find it, I will have to come back to it later. But it was so good. It was so good and it was so in-depth. And I was really enjoying it. It was just the fact that it was such a big book that it was hard to get through. Like, the chapters were so long. I'd walk through an entire, like, hour-and-a-half walk and I wouldn't even get through a single chapter. And that's a lot to me. Oh, this is not the one I was thinking of, but this is another one that oh, there it is, found it. Okay. Okay, so one of the books is The Way of Four. I don't actually think this is the one I was thinking of, but I know that this is another good one. So we have The Way of Four. The four elements of earth, air, fire, and water have become hallmarks of many branches of modern witchcraft. Yet most books only scratch the surface when it comes to exploring these powers in greater detail. In The Way of the Four, practicing witch Deborah Lipp takes the reader on an in-depth exploration of each of these four elements, showing the seeker how to connect with them through a series of magical exercises, techniques, spells, and rituals. This book will prove to be a valuable resource for the new witch looking to build an active magical practice, or the more seasoned practitioner who might be looking to further intensify their existing practice. So that's The Way of Four by Deborah Lipp. There's also one that I stock on the stall, not all the time. I tend to fluctuate as to what I have in, but it's Magic of the Elements by Deborah Lipp. The second installment in Deborah Lipp's Elemental Magic series, building on the lessons and foundations she laid out in her first title. The reader is challenged to dive deeper into the magical arts through spellcasting that draws power from the earth, air, fire, and water. This down-to-earth, yet highly engaging guidebook will show the seeker how to create spells using each of the four elements as a baseline, while providing detailed information about magical sources of power, the importance of focus in spellcrafting, and methods of raising power in magical practice. So, yes, those two I've heard great things about. I have read most of the second one. We stock it on the website. If you're ever in the UK and you want to get occult books and you don't know where to get them, I will try and find them for you. I will try and get that. And I have received your email, Kevin. I just haven't had a chance to look through any of them yet, but I did check and I have actually got this one. So I'm going to go through and I'm going to see if I can find the others so that I can get back to you. But yeah, there's one here that somebody said, which is Practical Elemental Magic. Let's have a look, see. What's this one? Practical Elemental Magic, working the magic of the four elements in the Western mystery tradition. The four elements of air, fire, water, and earth exist as spiritual essences, as philosophical concepts, as energy states, and as a tangible physical reality. Working magic with the elements helps to connect us to the tangibly present natural powers in our physical world, whilst at the same time we're returning to the building blocks of magic by rooting our feet in the material world. Ooh, okay. So that seems like another one. So there's quite a few that seem interesting. Just depends on sort of which area of witchcraft you really want to be focusing on. Oh, thank you so much. Very happy Mondays. Regarding your feeling after energy work, is it possible for one to feel drained on land but maybe not at sea or in air? If one is more elemental in their personal energy? Oh, yes, I suppose in a way that is quite likely. So if you are particularly fiery in nature and you've done a fire spell with just a little candle, you might feel incredibly drained after that working because you've used so much and you've been around so little fire. But if you naturally find that you draw energy from the world around you, if you were to be doing that same working at a bonfire, you probably wouldn't feel anywhere near as drained. We definitely do have aspects of the natural world that we draw on more than others. And I do think that that's probably the case where if you're particularly watery in nature, that if you were to work the same working by the coast, you would feel considerably less drained than if you were doing it in the middle of a desert. I think that that definitely has some influence there. Right. I'm looking into the seaside witchcraft traditions of Poland, England, France, and Germany. Any website suggestions so I can cross-reference? I don't have any on the top of my head. On the top? On? In? Of? What's the word I'm trying to say? Of? Off? Off? It's late. It's late. I don't have any websites off the top of my head, but I can look in and see if I can find some. Hold on, right there. Let me see if I can find the book. Boss Castle Witchcraft Museum, I know, stocks this book. I know they do because I bought it from them. So let me see if I can find this particular book. It's about sea magic. No, I didn't want the website. I didn't want the Facebook. I wanted the website. Give me the website. Shop. Okay, just ignore the fact that I turned into a goblin. It happens sometimes. Oh. Right. Let me see if I can find the book. So they have a few book there. They've got a few books there. But one I got in my collection was about sea witchcraft in England. And the Boscastle Witchcraft Museum really only stocks, well, they stock a lot of Gemma Gary's books generally, but they stock a lot of folk magic books. And so they do the Fighting Fairy Woman of Bodmin. They do Traditional Witchcraft, A Cornish Book of Ways. At the minute, they aren't offering any online sales just because I think they're closed at the minute. But let me see if I can find the exact book that I have in my collection. Oh my God, their calendar looks amazing. The image on the front is so cool. Okay, let me see. I'm determined to find this. It's here somewhere. Right. They've got War Cunning in the paperback. So they sell Cecil Williamson's book of Witchcraft. I spent a fortune on my book of Witchcraft because I couldn't find it anywhere. And by fortune, I mean, I think I probably paid like 30 quid for it, but still. Let me see if I'm determined. It's here somewhere. I'll keep going whilst I'm looking. But what I'll have to do is I'll have to look at some resources, and maybe what I can always do is compile some resources. So I have a blog that I don't use it very often. It's on the website. So if you go to hearthwitch.co.uk, there's a blog on there where I talk about crystals for the different sabbats and things like that. I only started it a couple months ago. And what I can always do is post on there some what's the word I'm after? Some recommended. Am I okay? Did I just freeze? I think I just buffered. I need like a 404 page. Is it 404 page not found or 401 page not found? What am I trying to say? Some recommended alternative reading materials, some like websites that I would recommend for different topics. The book I was after is called The Sea Witch's Companion. I think it was called The Sea Witch's Companion. Introduces sea witchcraft and its magical and spiritual practices and techniques. Discusses the history, mythology, and importance of the goddess of the moon and the tides and the gods of the sea. Provides an overview of folklore, traditional magic, and folk customs of the sea and coastal communities, and introduces rituals that celebrate the moon, the tides, and the seasons of the sea. It includes instructions for sea spells and magical crafts, deeper aspects of occultism in the sea, meditation, dream work, and transformational group rituals. So that's the one that I have in my collection that I got from the Museum of Witchcraft and Magic, but you can get it from other places as well, that goes into the folk customs of sea witchcraft in England. So that is an option for anybody if that's sort of what you're looking for. The others, though, I will have to have a look into and see if I can find any references, because really I only focus on English folk magic. I don't really look too much further afield, but if anybody has any suggestions for websites and stuff, do let me know as well, because I'm curious. Right. Are Olympic spirits worth working with? I'm assuming that this is just going to be, I mean, I don't have any personal anecdotes from my own experience, but when it comes to any spirit connection, I think it's important not, this is blah, 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 words. When we're forming connections with spirits, it isn't always about what we're able to get out of it. It is about the experience that we have. And so ultimately it's going to depend on whether or not working with these spirits is an experience that you think will be worthwhile for you, where you can give something back to them or not. It's really just about doing some research and seeing if it's something that you can maintain, seeing if it's something that you connect with deeply enough, and then going from there. Right, if anyone I know cursed me, can I escape that curse with a cord cutting ritual? No. A cord cutting ritual is usually used to separate energy that's linking you to somebody else. So it's designed for people who maybe have strong energetic ties, whether they did workings together, whether they've been married in the past, whether you've been in a deep relationship with them. There's usually energetic ties that link you to another person. And so the cord cutting is designed to separate those ties so that they no longer have any energetic links to you anymore, and you can solely move yourself away from that situation. When we're talking about cursing, we're talking about a person that has very purposefully performed a working that is designed to negatively influence at least one aspect of our life. So the first thing that we would need to do is we would need to identify the aspect of our life that has usually been cursed. Typically, it's one aspect of life, because cursing all aspects of life is a hell of a lot harder. So it could be love life, it could be your job, it could be your security, it could be sleep, there's so many different things that it may be influencing. Find the thing that it's influencing. What is the thing you've had the most misfortune in? What is the thing that you have struggled with the most in the last however many months it's been since this started? Or years, I don't know. Once you've figured out which aspect of your life it is, it's then about trying to block anything further from occurring. So protections surrounding both yourself, your home, the objects in your home. Make sure that you are protecting the circumstance upon which it surrounds. So if, for instance, you are having terrible nightmares with it, it's important we do a personal cleanse to make sure there's no spirit attachments. It is very important that we cleanse the bedroom to make sure there's nothing going on in there. It is very important that we then put protections over our sleeping space to limit the amount of influence that it may have over you in the long run. Once that's been done, it's then about figuring out how this has been performed. Is it an object that's been brought into your home? Is it a gift that you have been given? Especially if you're saying it's coming from a friend, it's very unusual. Why would they not just be not friends with you anymore? But that also means that they're likely to also have close access to you, which means they would be able to access your home potentially. They would be able to give you gifts and you would receive them. So check the things that you've been given by somebody that you think might have been the cause of this. Is there a particular piece of jewelry that you've been given, a household object, a trinket that was a bit strange that you might want to look into to see if that has anything to do with it? If you think it probably does, you can sense the energy, do a reading over it, use pendulum, that kind of thing. Get rid of it. Get it. I don't mean like throw it in the trash. I mean like get it out of the house. Separate it from the location where you are experiencing the issues. If the issues ease up, then it is related to that object. Then it is about dismantling that object, cleansing it all, and then removing it away from the home. Separate. So like break it apart, separate. If it isn't that, it may well just be an object or something, a working that they've done on you. In which case that energy is going to run out. That isn't something that's constantly in your space. I mean, all energy will eventually run out, but if they've done a single working on you that is causing misfortune, then it is very likely that they have done a working. Then it's a case of probably countering that working as best as you can. So if you know that it's related to your finances, do prosperity workings. Balance the energy. If they are pushing it down, you are raising it up again. You're not going to fix the problem, but you're going to balance out the symptoms of it till the energy runs out. I would hope that by then, a friendship is either going to be reformed again, or I'm hoping they're just not going to bother you anymore, because why would you stay in somebody's life if you're also willing to curse somebody? So usually this is going to run its own course. Protection. Cleanse, banish, cleanse, protect if you need to remove energy from that space. But try to balance it out. So balance the scales until the energy runs out. Most people aren't willing to spend their entire life cursing you. It's not worth their time. It's not worth their effort. So eventually they're going to run out of energy, or they're going to run out of the desire to do it. They're going to run out of the energy that they have that they're putting into it. They're not going to have the emotional connection to it anymore. And hopefully they just sort of leave your life so that you're not dealing with this anymore. It is an unfortunate situation though. And if you want to, you can do a cord cutting to try to remove the connections that you have to this person so that they will leave your life, because that is another way of doing it. It won't get rid of the energy from the curse itself, but it will help to break those ties if this is not a person you have to spend a lot of time around anymore. Okay. Ooh, okay, I'm going to answer these two because they are related to the question that we've just had. Is it possible to be born cursed, karma or something? So I think it's really important to note where karma comes from, because karma is not a global phenomenon. Karma belongs to a specific collection of traditions, and it doesn't really expand outside of that. So whilst karma would influence, as far as I'm aware anyway, karma influences the next life, not this life. So in theory, if you were dealing with actions from a previous life, it would influence the next life, and therefore it would, in theory, affect you pretty early on. But the reality is that whilst somebody could probably curse an unborn child, they don't really have a tag lock to go off there. You're only going off the parents' tag locks. And even then, the sheer amount of hatred that that person would have to have is just crazy. Like, it would be very, very obscure, I think, for most people to be having that kind of thing happen to them. You can have a lot of misfortune happening. That can be because of energies, because of spirits and the like. But for somebody to have so much hatred for a family that they would do that is quite unusual. Can you have a spirit attachment situation with another living person? Maybe even if not physically present. Could it happen without realizing it? How would you know if it was happening? You're not going to have a spirit attachment if the other person is a living person, because they're not a spirit, they're corporeal. So you wouldn't be able to have them be a spirit attachment. You could have them be an energy leech. So this is where they are using your energy as an energy source for themselves. So whether knowingly or unknowingly, they are tapping into your energy and draining you of that energy. So it's kind of like the feeling of when you have a spirit attachment, where you feel kind of all drained, obviously without medical cause. Make sure you get checked out. But it means that you are being drained of your own personal energy, even though you're not using it. Like, you aren't doing spells and rituals, you aren't massively exerting yourself, you've checked, you've got no medical issues going on, but then you realize that it's only happening when you've spent time around a particular person, then that's kind of the closest you could probably get, unless we're talking about a servitor that's being used, but really that's so much time and effort, why would anybody bother? But then I say the exact same thing about most, like, situations like this, where I'm like, people have too much time on their hands. As there are some people, if they're going around like putting all the effort in, it's easier just to leave the situation, really. Right, sometimes my energy is so blocked, I can't seem to clear it with normal means. Do you have any recommendations for really kicking down those blockages? I'd say probably it's a case of there's a deeper cause there. And it's about finding whatever that deeper cause is. Sometimes it is stress, sometimes it's anxiety, sometimes it's sleep deprivation, sometimes it's just overwhelmed at work, worried about children, health anxiety. It could be any number of different things. There's often, though, something that is causing that blockage underneath that is demanding attention. And it's why you're not able to tap into the things that you would like to. So it might be worth doing some readings, seeing if you can figure out, just through meditations, if there's anything there that is a little bit unmonitored, something that's perhaps being allowed to spiral, and your energy is basically saying, hey, no, before we do this, we need to work on this. So I feel like it's most likely to be the cause than anything else. And usually it will ease up by itself. It's not something that's going to stick around forever. Do you have any recommendations for Irish folk practices? There are so many and I don't know what to choose. I actually don't know of any. I don't have any books in my collection on Irish folk magic. And if anybody has any recommendations, let me know in the comments after the video, because I would love to find some. I would love to find some. And same with this one. Do you have any recommendations for books based on Greek magic? I personally don't, but I know that there probably will be some somewhere else. And they could be worth me adding into my collection. Right. I only work with and feel comfortable connecting with female or feminine goddesses and deities. Is that wrong? No, I don't think it's wrong at all. I think it's about what we feel connected to. But also, I think it's really important to remember that while Wicca is very heavily emphasized for a long time now, masculine and feminine, duality, you have to have the balance of both. But the reality, the same with the elements, people are like, oh, are you a water element or a fire element? We're all made up of masculine and feminine, air, earth, fire, water, everything, in just various combinations. And really the same with goddesses and gods. Like, even when we look into certain deities, there are aspects of them in one culture that would be considered feminine, that in another culture would be considered masculine. And so ultimately, even then, it just depends on the perspective that you're looking at it. I'm firmly of the perspective that everything is a balance of everything. There is no light without the dark. There is no yin without yang, you know, that kind of idea where it's about the aspects and the balance that makes us feel the most comfortable in that situation. And so for some people, that's only working with male deities. For some, that's working with no deities. For others, they like working with deities that are a little bit more fluid. A lot of the Norse sagas are very fluid in how they discuss things, whereas other people prefer working with more feminine presenting deities. I think it's just about working with what calls out to you. And if you don't feel comfortable working with gender binary, then that's fine too. You know, it's just about finding the way things work for us in our own practice. Ideas for using my Aztec death whistle. I never thought I would ever say that sentence out loud. I personally don't know of any. I've heard it and they are terrifying, but it is very interesting you have one. And I never thought I'd have heard that sentence out loud. Any advice that you would give to somebody wanting to start a connection with Bridget? Same with all deities. Look into the mythology, look into the folklore, look into symbolism, stories, and get an idea of who she is from her mythology, from her legends. And then you can start building a relationship by drawing on that. The symbolism in the stories, the associations that might link in with offerings. And that's sort of how you get started with figuring out offerings for deities and starting to build that connection. Is you can get images from artists. I mean, I have a beautiful picture of Bridget over here. You can't see it, but I promise she's there, that I got from an artist on Redbubble years ago before it was full of like knockoff stuff. If I can find the name of the artist, I'll have to talk about it one day. And then you can start leaving offerings for the aspects of Bridget that you would like to work with. So some people like the poetry aspect, some people like the blacksmithing aspect, some people like the healing aspect, and you can draw on certain aspects and connect with her in different ways. But the best way is probably just going with the mythology, the folklore, the basic foundations of who she is as a figure, and then going from there. Arthur, you have a breadth of knowledge and experience, and your ability to pull it off the cuff is fantastic. Thank you so much. And I will be honest and say I have no idea how I do it. None whatsoever. But I'm grateful. I'm very grateful that I can, because can you imagine what it would be like if I was sitting here and I'm like, I don't know the answer to that. I don't know the answer to that. Right, let's have a look. See. Oh my goodness, I didn't see these ones. So thank you so much, Shadowlands Radio. I have the Sea Witch's Companion already. I'm just looking for alternative places of info that could be used for cross-referencing. Oh, you made a good choice on that one then. I'm going to have to look into this a little bit more and see if I can find some stuff, because there's definitely got to be some really good resources out there. I would try Tumblr to start off with, because you can often find some really experienced people on there that do the giant compilation posts, and they then link you to like dozens of other websites. That's what I used to do, like back in Tumblr days. You would get these giant compilation lists of just hundreds of links to other blog posts and websites. So you could often find some really good, you could go down rabbit holes by doing that. Just click a link, click a link, click a link, click a link, go down like a witchcraft rabbit hole in Tumblr. That could be worth checking out just to see if there's any little gems on there in the meantime till you can find something more substantial. And from the fast, thank you so, so much. I know two that had the same experience with them, with the she in Sligo. They were asked to go with them. They said no. Would you go with them if asked? Ooh. I would need more information. Because, like, I have friends that go with the Fae in an astral sense. And as long as you know what you're doing, and especially if you know members of the Fae that can help guide you, it's not so bad. If you don't, though, I don't think I would. No, I don't think I would. I'm too much of a wuss. I am far too much of a wuss. But it is interesting that there are certain places where the fair folk are still more prevalent than others. That I just love that there were these hot spots, these fairy mounds, these specific areas. There was a word I was going to say and then I forgot what the word was, which is why I had that random filler word. And that, yeah, I think is always so interesting. And I'd love to go to some of the places that have these like really, really intensive, continuing fair folk experiences. Oh no, it jumped. Okay, I think I'm somewhere over here. I've done that one. If you like Froud, you should check out John Bauer. Froud must have been influenced by Bauer. His style is so similar. Let's have a look. Ooh, interesting. Let's have a look-see. Oh, yes, I have seen this work before. I have, yeah. See, this is... I might be saying something really, really off the cuff here and really, really random. Okay, so when I look at these artworks, this to me screams Norse fairies. The elves up north. And that makes sense because I didn't know anything about him, but he is from Sweden. That makes a lot of sense. So the fair folk look different in different places. They have that variation. And when I look at Brian Froud's work, it's very much fair folk that you would find in England. It's very heavily influenced by that. And you can see it in the way that they appear. Bauer's work, as soon as you look at it, it has all of the hallmarks of Norse fair folk. And it's the characteristics that are just totally different. You tend to get a lot more larger individuals. Think of the trolls, things like that. You tend to get more larger individuals than you do in England. In England, you tend to get a lot of the hobgoblins. You get a lot of the hobgoblins, you get a lot of the brownies, you get a lot of the piskies. You don't get so many of the larger fair folk. So I'm fascinated by the fact that immediately, just upon looking at his work, you can see where the fair folk are inspired by. That's really cool. Okay. They were on a horse, they were on a dirt road in the middle of nowhere. They were on horses. I looked for the road and couldn't find it. Who knows? That road may very well never have existed. That story happens a lot, of roads that are roads, tracks, paths into woodlands that are seemingly very appealing at the time. And then when the people who managed to escape being pixie-led come back to show people the road, it was never there. And it never did exist. They were just led, they were glamoured into believing that this road was there when actually they were being led into the middle of nowhere, which I always think is so creepy, so fascinating. Right, let's have a look-see. Have you ever seen the American TV series called From? It's very Lovecraft type horror. Oh no, I've never even heard of it. From. Let's have a look-see. Oh, American science fiction horror. Oh, I'm saving that tab for later. So I can find that in a bit. Right, let's have a look-see. I like things like this. This one reminds me a lot of the question, if things were to be added into a summoning circle to summon you, what would it be? This question here of like, if you were defiled, what would be the offerings you would take? Defiled. If you were defied, deified. Oh my God, I managed to find every single word except the one I kept adding letters. If you were deified. Jesus, I need to go to bed. What would be the offerings you would take? I personally dream of Coca-Cola or something similar myself. Oh, offerings. Hot chocolate. I'll be honest, it's got to be a hot chocolate. I've literally been drinking a chalky milk for the last 4 hours. I mean, not anymore because it's warm, but hot chocolate. Oh, Dr. Pepper, but like proper Dr. Pepper, not the weird sugar-free stuff that we have now. Like proper Dr. Pepper. I just had, this is going to be really niche. I went into a co-op recently. Normal, it's the UK. And they had Dr. Pepper strawberry and cream. It was so good. It was so good. We can't get that here. We can't get that. So it would probably be a hot chocolate and a Dr. Pepper. It could be Dr. Pepper strawberry and cream. It could just be normal Dr. Pepper. Either of those. I would also accept Battenberg cake. But does it have to be? It has to be the mini Battenberg cakes where they are more icing than cake. Because marzipan is the best. And I could eat it by the fistful. What else would be a good one for me? I'll just stick a pile of books there. Just stick a pile of books and I'm good. Right, I'd love to know what everybody else would say. If you were deified, what would your offering be? I don't think any of them are going to beat hot chocolate, but that's because I'm biased. Is Tumblr still alive? Yeah, still alive and kicking. Well, yeah, still alive and kicking. Not as big as it used to be. But, yeah, still there, just about. Right. Could my question earlier be seen on people hating cats? No, I'm afraid not. If you're still here, feel free to add it back in again and I can try and get to it. How can I connect with fae spirits from the land from where my ancestors were, but it's really far away? I wouldn't. And there's, okay, right. So I suppose the important thing from, how do I word this? So, okay. So the fair folk reside here. So they are so close to being here that they are basically earthbound spirits. Now, they can come and go, especially the court fae, when we talk about people going to Elfame and disappearing for years and then coming back again. But a lot of the lower fae are earthbound. They enjoy being here. They are spirits, but they are here. They live in the natural world. They live in homes. They live in volcanoes and in swamps. And a lot of the lower fae are regional. So kind of like we were just talking about with the paintings, how Brian Froud is painting the fair folk from the UK and Bauer is painting the fair folk from Sweden, and you can visually see a difference because the type of fae are often very closely linked to the landscape that they belong to. And so it's really difficult it's a bit like attempting to work with a land wight from England if you live in America. That land wight isn't in America. That land wight is in England. And often that land wight is in a specific hill in Dorset and it's not in a specific place in Massachusetts. I'm just pulling things off the top of my head. It's very difficult when you're dealing with spirits that are tied to the natural world and tied to the land in a specific location to work with them in a different place. Now, what can be done, because the fair folk, they're everywhere, it's just they go by different names, is perhaps try to work with fair folk that you have where you are. They may well go by different names. They're likely going to have different classes of names. So, for instance, like mining spirits in England are called knockers. In Wales, they're called cobbler, cobbler no, I can never say it properly, I always butcher it. In America, they're called Tommy knockers. So, same spirit, different names, or at least incredibly similar spirits, different names. And so it's probably worth looking into the individual members where you are from. And then you can look into the Seelie and Unseelie courts because they are different. They are still fair folk, but they reside separately. They are in Elfame. They are in the other world. They are the spirits and the fae that do the trooping of the fae. They are where we see the ancestors residing with them. They are other, in the other world, in the Elfame. And so it's one of those where those spirits are more transient. They are not here, they are other. Whereas lower fae are typically based in an area. So if you have a boggart in an area, that boggart will usually stay in an area. If you have a pisky in an area, it will usually stay in an area. Whereas the higher fae tend to look a little bit more like spirits like you would typically expect. So they are transient. They are not here, they are there, and they can come and go. So if you're able to, that's the book I was after. Sorry. That's the book I was after when I said I couldn't find the book. It was The Four Elements. Wait, no it isn't. That's a different one. It's called The Four Elements. I'm sure hang on. I'm so determined to find this book, and I'm sure that's what it's called. Is it this? It's called It's called The Four Elements. Thank you so much. You little phoenix. You completely got that. And you were talking about something totally different. Sorry, I might have just scared everybody if you were half asleep. Sorry, your little phoenix said, have you seen the Four Elements paintings by Giuseppe Archimboldo? They very much remind me of the Fair Folk. And I saw the word Four Elements and it triggered something deep in me. The book that I was after for the elements was called The Four Elements of the Wise by Ivo Dominguez Jr. And it is massive. It's a huge book as far as I can remember. Oh, it's not that big. It was just the audiobook that was massive. An in-depth exploration of the elements, their lore, history, correspondences, and use in spellwork and ritual. The four elements are the pillars that uphold the manifest world and anchor spirit to matter. They are associated with a wide range of spiritual entities, from small elementals to divine beings. This book explores the consciousness of the elements, which provides a system of understanding that supports most of the magic of the West and paganism. The use of the elements in a wide range of systems and practices can be examined. Much has been written about the four elements already. This book offers new teachings for newcomers and long-time practitioners alike. Each of the four elements is explored in depth, including how they interact and change as they rise on the planes. Practical applications for working with the four elements are also woven throughout the book. The book concludes with the union of the elements that is more than just becoming spirit, but the completion of their great work. That's the one I was after. I would have been thinking about that for the next 38 hours. Not even 36. 38 specifically. And thank you so much, because now I know what it is. So let me have a look at this book. The Four Element Paintings by Giuseppe. Let's have a look-see. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, I have seen these before. Yes, it is that sort of never seeing a true face, always seeing part of a picture. The faces are always changing kind of idea of the fae. That's really cool. Right. Let's have a look-see. Where was I? I am somewhere over here. Have you written any books? If not, are you planning to? I'm in the process of writing. I'll be honest, I'm finding it really, really difficult to get through it. I am constantly plagued with, oh, but look, another book is coming out that's kind of similar. Now I shouldn't bother. Oh, this book isn't going to be that good. Oh, everything that I'm talking about, everybody will already know. And then I am 50,000 words in and I'm struggling. So in the meantime, I'm writing fiction novels to get the kind of writing going, and then I can dive back into the book. I feel like once I've done one, I'll be fine. It's just I have the worst, what is it even called? When you feel like you shouldn't be doing what you're doing. I don't know what it's called. I was just about to say separation anxiety. That's not what I was looking for. What is the word I'm looking for? Anyway, I have really, really bad feelings that I shouldn't be writing it. Imposter syndrome! Thank you! Imposter syndrome. I have really, really bad imposter syndrome. Every time I'm writing it, I'm like, everybody knows this. Why am I writing about this? This doesn't make any sense. Nobody's going to understand what you're saying. Why are you doing this? And then I go, okay, I'll close it. And that has been happening for the last 4 years. So I started writing in 2021 and I still haven't gotten anywhere near finished. And there's books that there's people that weren't even like making content who've already finished books. And I'm like, how? I wish I could be you. I wish I could do that. That would be so good. But yeah, one day. One day. Right, here we go. Are there any good herbs or crystals for spells for building respect? I think it's about, instead of like specific herbs for respect, I think it's about the foundations of it. I feel like respect is built on honesty, it's built on kindness, it's built on strength. Respect is very strongly, it's not power, it is the strength to know kindness and to know when kindness is needed and to know when kindness isn't needed. And so I think any herbs and crystals, rose quartz for that kind, that soft energy, oak for that steadfast strength, you're looking for things that combine these aspects together, because respect is not one thing, respect is earned, it is not given. And so I feel like if you could draw together the different aspects that influence that, it could give better depth to a working. I had 4 novels in process erased from my hard drive in 2019. Oh yeah, I'm currently writing a novel. I'm really far in, actually. I love it. It's part of a larger kind of world. And I had it as a save file on my computer. And I came to write and it was gone. It was just gone. And I'm lucky that every so often I have a backup that I put to the cloud. So I managed to get the backup back, but I didn't get all of the story back. So like I lost like 15,000 words. And just that, I was crying for like 2 hours. It was awful. And now I have like backups of backups of backups of backups, because I never ever want that to happen again. And hopefully one day you can have the motivation to kind of get back into it again. I think it's just backups of backups. You can just never have enough of them, just in case. I would 100% buy your book. Oh, thank you. I really genuinely appreciate that, because I can just imagine, like, I had a section that I was going to send to a publisher's and then I just never did, because I was like, no, I have to have more of the book finished. And that was 3 years ago. And now I'm here and I still haven't finished it. Oopsies. The fiction novel is great though. It's about magic, but it's about magic in the real world. So you can apply the workings in the book into real life, which I think is cool. Right. I've also had that happen. I use Dropbox on multiple devices because I can't stand the thought of losing it. Yeah. It's heartbreaking when you have put so much. Oh, if you need a proofreader, let me know. I will, Joe. I will. Because all of my friends would be like, yeah, it's really good. And I'm like, no, like, be honest with me. And they're like, yeah, it's really good. I'm like, be honest with me, please. Like, if I'm repeating myself too much, tell me. So yeah, one day I will get it done one day. Right. Let's have a look, see. Oh, but actually, while I'm here, this is an interesting thought. Okay. I don't know how I don't even know if it's appropriate for me to ask this, but I'm curious as to opinions. It's sort of like if there's going to be romance in it, because I don't know which way to go with it. Would you rather it be like closed door, you don't see anything, everything's sort of hidden away? Or would you rather things be a little bit more open and have the book be more mature in its audience? I would genuinely love to know, because like I like reading books both ways. It just depends on the context of the book and what people would most prefer. I have even been tempted to write 2 versions, one with closed door for people who don't want to be looking into like sex magic and stuff like that, and one that's more open door for people that might be curious about that. I don't know. Like, I don't know what's best. So at the minute I'm writing 2 versions, and then I'm just going to come to the end and I'm going to see what I prefer. But I'm writing a book for adults, so it's just about kind of what people would prefer generally, I guess. But yeah, I'm so torn, and I never know what best to do. Right. My boyfriend and I are looking for land to build a house. We're doing all mundane things. What are some magical things we can incorporate? Workings probably for success. Workings for goals. So you can write your goals on a piece of paper, light them as petitions and send the energy away. You can put them in a bag, put like success herbs and crystals inside a bag that you carry around. And when you go to look at different places, when you're spending time looking through different listings, that's a good way of doing it. Just sort of add that information, add that extra energy and that intent into the working. Open door, open door, open door. Yeah, I did wonder if cozy might sell better. That's what my mum said as well. She was like, you're probably going to limit your audience more if it's open door, but equally there's a big audience for open door as well. So I was tempted just to maybe do both. I feel like it needs to be one or the other. It needs to be like this cute, wholesome magic book, or it needs to include like the blood magic, the sex magic, the more like unusual stuff. But I do like the idea of like if I can get the story to work with like slight changes to do both, then if you don't feel comfortable with open door, you can go for the safer, more natural's not, but like how you could read it out loud and nobody would second guess it. And then for anybody who does want the other one is also available if you would rather have that. And then everybody's happy. It's just that's true. The Love Witch has already been done, so people are a little bit more accustomed to it. But yeah, I'll probably end up writing both and then see what I end up going with in the end. How do you stop a family member who is intentionally trying to make trouble for you with another loved one? Basically stirring the pot, saying untrue, horrible things about you, etc. I'll be honest, I probably wouldn't do anything. Mostly because the kind of person who is willing to stir the pot to such an extent that you would need to do something about it is somebody where it's guaranteed the entire family already knows that they are always stirring the pot. Because if they've done it with you, they've probably done it with everybody else. And it probably isn't worth your time and effort to do that other than to just be honest with people and just be like, yeah, this isn't true. And I hope you know me well enough to know that this isn't true. I mean, you could always do some workings to stop gossip and look into that kind of a working, see if that's maybe a good alternative. Right. Can you remember the first ever spell you did? No. And that's it's mostly because I don't, how do I best describe this? I started practicing without realizing what I was doing. So I was doing certain things and I was getting a magical result. And so I kept doing them and I just never stopped doing it. And then when I finally learned what it was and I started diving a little bit more in, I then realized that I could do things slightly differently. And so I started going down a more Wiccan route. But in reality, I have no idea what my first working was, because if it was the very start, I would have no idea, because I don't know at what point it became just natural and at what point it became something I actively was choosing to do. And even when I started practicing, I don't know where I would draw the line between the end of me not realizing what I was doing and the start of what I was doing. It's that kind of all grey area that I would just struggle to distinguish. 50 Shades of Fae. Oh dear. I'm just going to keep plodding though, because I love the story. I think the story is really, really good. And I wanted to write it, and so I'm going to write it. So we'll see what happens in the end. We'll see. But I'm hoping I can just finish it. If I can get one book finished, I feel like that would give me so much more motivation to then go back to the Witchcraft book to then get that one finished. Because I really want to get that one finished. Right, let's have a look-see. When working with deities, familiars, or demons, or what have you, I know intention is key, but if you have a disability like Tourette's or schizoactive disorder, can you unintentionally offend them? I don't think so. I mean, I think it's a case of making them aware of it. Just letting them know that that is something that could occur, because it's that forewarned is... What is the phrase forewarned is? I don't know. It's too late. It's 12:30, it's too late. But basically, just let them know. Because if they know in advance, then they're not going to be overly concerned by it. How does someone become an energy leech? Is it natural, like a personality trait? Or do they become that with life experience? Both. That's it. Forewarned is forearmed. Oh, that was so easy. Why did I forget that? It's both. So some people are natural energy leeches, and they usually won't realise that they're doing it. They know that being around people makes them feel super energetic, and they don't really notice necessarily that the people around them are starting to flag, that they're draining the energy from their friends, from their family members. Once they know, a lot of them will put a stop to it. They'll use energy from other sources. They'll limit it. Some people actively go out of their way to become energy vampires, energy leeches, psi vampires, some people call them. And these are people who purposefully utilize the energy of other people. So you know how earlier we were talking about drawing energy through people for group workings when some people are less experienced than others? Just imagine that, but without consent, and you're just drawing energy with no end until you are no longer around them, and then they feel exhausted and you feel great. And some people will do that actively. And so a lot of the time I try to give people the benefit of the doubt that it's one of those things that they don't realize that they're doing, because a lot of people don't. But once you do realize that you're doing it, if you then don't change, then that's when it becomes a bit of an issue. Right. Are deities real? If not, how can we work with them? Well, do you know that deities aren't real? Do you know what happens after we die? It's one of those where it's an impossible question, because we are never going to be able to know the answer of it. The people who work with deities truly believe that they are working with deities, and the ones that don't believe in deities will never work with them anyway. So it's kind of a catch-22 where nobody is going to be able to fully be able to answer that question. So it's up to just individuals as to what they feel comfortable with, what they believe, and all of that stuff. As to who they work with and what they work with. Some people don't believe that they are deities. Some people believe that they are God forms. So these are thought forms that have gained enough traction and enough energy to become God forms, like larger than themselves, which I think is an interesting thought as well. Ooh, soft copy and hard copy. Oh, definitely. I love a hardback. Hardbacks are the best books. I always buy hardbacks now. If I have the choice, I will always buy hardbacks. Right. I know up here, I asked people, I was like, oh, let me know what you would put in a circle. And then I forgot to check it back. So can I see if I can find it? I'll see if I can find it. Oh, Parma violets and digestive biscuits. Oh my God. Parma violets. I forgot about Parma violets. They're amazing. Sorry. That was the goblin coming out for a minute then. Sorry, gremlin. Maybe it is a goblin. Who knows? Let's have a look. See if I can find any of the others. I don't know where they were. I've gotten lost. But anyway, I think there's a super chat here that I totally missed. Any suggestions on music and or soundscapes for a sea witch? Ooh, thank you so much, Shadowlands Radio. So, I tend to go onto YouTube. And I always look for the ambience videos. So there's one, is it this one? It's just about trying to find ones that aren't AI generated. So The Dead of Night does a lot of Sea Witch ones. So you've got Sea Witch Ambience, an evening of sea spells and rituals. But then you also have this one. This one looks really interesting. Sabby's Nook. Let me have a look. See if I can spot if it's AI. Well, welcome is spelt with 2 L's in this apparently instead of 1, but... Dad looks suspicious. Dad looks suspiciously AI generated. Okay, maybe not that one. But I'm pretty certain that the Dead of Night ones are not AI generated. I hope not, because I really like them and I don't want them to be AI generated. And I watch a lot of them, as well as, are they called Autumn Cozy? They do a lot, but I'm not sure if there's any sea ones. Let's have a look-see. No, not masses. The Dead of Night is really the only ones that I know of personally. But I'd love to know if anybody knows any more. That would be really cool to know. Let's have a look-see. Blue Turtle is nice and not AI. That is very good to know. It's getting so hard to tell now, to be honest. Like I saw somebody the other day that said, oh, it seems good that we're getting less AI now. And everyone was like, yeah, it's not because we're getting less of it. It's that you're not noticing it as much. Right. Here we go. Where was I? I'm actually nearly there. Have you ever looked into Hildegard of Bingen? If so, what do you think? I recognise the name. I don't know why. Ah, that would be why. I actually don't know enough. This is like a story, legend, history, however you want to describe it, that I need to be looking into more, and I just don't know enough to be able to have any real knowledge. But I need to look into that more, and I will do, because that's a topic I've been wanting to dive into for a while. Let's have a look-see. But how do you start working with the Fae? I'm not really a beginner witch, but I am new to trying to work with them. So it's a case of figuring out what kind of Fae you want to be working with, maybe also figuring out the area in which you live and the kind of Fae that are present. So going out, connecting with the natural world, noting down your experiences, seeing what you notice, generally just noticing the different signs of spiritual activity that might be there. Then it's about leaving offerings. So especially if you're doing this around your home, a little milk, a little butter, a little bread, somewhere animals can't get to typically, looking after the natural world, trying to form connections that way. The more time you spend outside connecting, as in being present, not being distracted by other things, the more they will likely get closer and closer and closer, and then you can start building connections through tarot with pendulums, things like that as time goes on. Right. Oh, I've already done an entire video on this. As our story is coming up soon, what are your thoughts on the weird history and lack of roots of the Sabbath and the goddess? So I actually just did a video called The Wheel of the Year, Is It Old or New? Or How Historic is the Wheel of the Year? I literally just did the video and I can't fucking remember what it's called. So I just did a video, and in that I'm talking about how people treat the Wheel of the Year as this like archaic is maybe the wrong word, but I mean archaic as in like ancient practice about how all of the Sabbats are so historic and so old and it's the way things used to be. But people don't realise that the Wheel of the Year didn't exist until Gerald Gardner. Like all of the Sabbats existed prior, but they weren't called that and they weren't put together like this. You have celebrations from different parts of Europe that have been smushed together. And they wanted nice names for them all, and so they gave them nice new names, and they smushed a Welsh deity into an autumn equinox festival, and then added a goddess that's primarily found referenced by the work of Brothers Grimm into a celebration of the spring equinox, which is kind of weird. So I wanted to do that video just because it's something that I'm noticing more and more people talking about how ancient Ostara is. And I'm like, it isn't. Like, fundamentally, it isn't. Because you're talking about a festival that was essentially an amalgamation of things that came before. Yes, we do see symbolism of hares and eggs. Yes, we do see flowers and we do see goddesses being worked with in different parts of the world around this time of year in this seasonal energy. But not in the way that we see it today. And there's so many people, and I am guilty of it. When I first started, I was the exact same. Somebody told me that the celebrations were ancient, that they'd been celebrated for hundreds upon hundreds, thousands of years, and I believed them. Because, sure, the winter solstice and the spring solstice have been celebrated for thousands of years. Doesn't mean that everything else has, and it definitely doesn't mean that everything has in the same way. And so I just did that one because I was looking into what I was going to do for Ostara. And I was asked a question in a previous live stream. I think it was a previous live stream. I think it was last month's live stream of what is the difference? Imbolg and Ostara look so similar. What are the differences? And I sort of started diving in, and it really made me think. So like now I'm trying to sort of separate out the Ostara from the spring equinox, because I feel like it diminishes the value of the spring equinox a lot when it's kind of overshadowed by this added on association that isn't really that historic or associated with the spring equinox. Right. I don't know who this is, so I'm going to Google who this is. Who is this? I have no idea who this person is. Should I be concerned I got a question about this person? Okay. Let me I got asked what are my opinions on Tyler Henry, and I have no idea who this person is. Let me just see. Oh. Huh? Okay. An American reality TV show personality who appeared in the show Hollywood Medium and Life and Death with Tyler Henry as a clairvoyant medium. Interesting. Let me have a look. So in 2018, a People article detailed Henry's claims about his abilities and development of his powers, and his reading with LaToya Jackson set to air in the new Hollywood Medium. Oh, claimed to contact Michael. Oh, Michael Jackson. Okay. I'm going to have to fully look into this person and his work because I have never heard of him before, and that is not a derogatory statement. I know that some people use it as like, oh, I've never heard of you. I genuinely just mean, though, that I don't see that many American, like, ghost and mediumship programs. I mostly just watch reruns of Most Haunted. So I don't know who this person is. And so I should, like, I want to dive in. I want to see what he's doing. I want to see what's happening. So I don't have any great opinions at the minute because I have never heard of him before. But now we can. Right. Do you have American Fae or related book recommendations? Not specifically American Fae. You're probably better looking into sort of folklore of the area to see what comes up, because especially when you have so many different native groups and native tribes, it's going to vary place to place a lot more dramatically than it will in the UK. So I think it's very much about looking into certain areas and the folklore, the mythology, the legend, the stories of the place to see what you can draw out as to the native spirits of the area and start trying to figure out more about them specifically. Righty-ho. I think, it might be time for me to head off. It is nearly 1 a.m. I should probably go and get some sleep. My fringe is driving me. Stay there. Yeah, I think it might be time for me to go and get some snacks and get some sleep. So let me know if there's any more quick questions just before the end. Have a look-see. What is your opinion on the show The Dead Files? I have never seen this one either. Let's have a look-see. The Dead Files. Ooh. Okay, let's have a look-see. An American documentary, paranormal television series, Travel Channel, Amy Allen, Cindy Kaza. Oh! 15th season! 15th! Damn! Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking at the Wikipedia page and it says here, criticism. According to skeptical reviewer Alan often claims to find the same activity, such as shadow people, in multiple locations. Who's going to tell the critic that shadow people are literally everywhere and you will find shadow people in multiple locations? That's not a criticism, that's you not knowing your spirits. That's... I get frustrated. I get frustrated by these things because it's like, it's not like they're claiming that the same spirit is like traversing around hundreds of locations across America. It's just that shadow people are literally in hundreds of places across America. They're in hundreds of places across the world. Drives me bonkers. What are your opinions on how smoking and vaping affect your energy and magic? I mean, I have my own personal opinions on smoking and vaping. Not as like, as to what people do with their own bodies, but like, just personally. I wouldn't. But I don't think it necessarily has that much of an effect, unless it is causing you physical harm, which, I mean, I suppose technically smoking does anyway. But I mean, like, if it's getting to the point where you are so distracted by needing to smoke, like, I've met people who needed their vape every like 4 seconds. They would never be able to get through a spell or ritual because they are constantly needing to go and get the vape in and out. Or unless it's like causing you problems to the point where like you're breaking down in coughing fits in the middle of like trance work. Obviously then it's going to have a negative impact on your spells and rituals. But it's not, I can only decide what I would do for myself. You know, that's just a personal choice that we all have to make for ourselves as to what we would like to do. And so it's just up to individuals as to whether or not that's something that they would like to do for themselves or not. To have a quick look-see to make sure I'm not missing anything. I feel like this one belongs to a much, much bigger... Oh, I thought okay, what workings can I try to stop this person's hatred towards me? I'll be honest and say I think you might be barking up the wrong tree with this one. If somebody is so hateful that they are willing to spread lies and they are willing to try to manipulate other people, I don't think there's very much that you can do other than trying some anti-gossip spells and maybe some spells to like improve the relationship, like sweeten up the way that they maybe feel about you a little bit. I'd say for the most part, it's about protecting your energy. It's about damage control, I think, and maybe about trying to separate yourself as much as possible. Obviously, in this situation, it's difficult from that circumstance to try to give yourself a little bit of breathing room in this situation. So yeah, thank you so much, everybody who has been on tonight. It always blows me away how many people come onto the streams and how many people chat and like answer questions for other people. Like, it's just fantastic. And so thank you so much to everybody who's stuck out for the entire stream, or if you're going to pop back in again. The streams are all available afterwards if you do want to go and check them out. And thank you to all my mods who have been here. I don't know if anybody's still on at the minute, but they do so much work. And they do it all simply out of the kindness of their heart because they enjoy the community, and Phil's my best friend, so he kind of has to. But genuinely, it means so much that they would come on and they would spend their evening doing this. So thank you so much to everybody who has commented, who has watched, who has donated. You massively help keep me being able to do these every single month. If you would like to and you've enjoyed it, feel free to give this video a like. It really does help. It helps tell YouTube that you enjoy the content, and then YouTube is more likely to share it with other people. So that really does help. And yeah, I will get the traditional witchcraft folk magic video with all of these books filmed this week. Hopefully I can get that out in the next couple of weeks so that you can have that video of every book in my collection so far. Oh, thank you so much from the past. Thank you so much. And yeah, once I get that filmed, we can then start. I've got to do the powder magic video. I've got a few more videos that I still need to do. And if you are on the Patreon, I will put the book club list up for you to choose on Monday probably, or over the weekend, whenever I'm feeling up to it. And don't forget, if you're interested in the more like lifestyle-y content, there's a link in the description of my last video that I posted tonight for the second channel. I'll try to link it somewhere on the YouTube channel. I don't know how to do that, but I'll try to figure it out if you like the more like lifestyle stuff. Anyway, I'm gonna go and have a snacksy. I want a snacksy and I want some water. So thank you so much, and I will see you in the next video. Okay, bye guys, and outro. Boom.